website. All the resources which I am showing you here are available in the NCERT website, in the open source, free for download. You have to just log into the NCERT website and you'll be able to see all. Then, India is a land of diversity. We have so many languages. Language often becomes a barrier in our classrooms because our classrooms are filled with children coming from different, not only different socio-cultural backgrounds, but also from different linguistic backgrounds. So to address that, we have a program which is called as Bhasha Sangam. We have all available which are readily available for the students and for the teachers. So these are some of the useful resources which are very helpful for the special educators, special education teachers, as well as the regular teachers in the mainstream schools. The handbook for the teachers on inclusive education. Then we have the SMC manual, the School Management Committee manual. SMCs, those who are not from the education background, every school has the School Management Committee which takes care of that quality education is provided to all the children in the school. It is a local body which is responsible to see that quality education is provided, and whatever small issues are there, they try to resolve them by bringing it to the committee. So this particular awareness module manual talks about how inclusion has to be brought into the school, because the committee members are directly responsible to implement. We have the inclusive index, where it is for the administrators, for teachers, and for the principals to see whether the school is actually inclusive. What are the various parameters? So it's like it's like a monitoring thing which will tell the school how far have they reached towards meeting the inclusive standards. Then we have the national guidelines and implementation framework on the equitable and inclusive education, launched around 3 years back, which also talks, these are the national guidelines. Every school has to follow these particular guidelines in implementing the inclusive, equitable and inclusive education in their schools, mandated by the Ministry of Education, Department of School Education and Literacy. Then during the COVID time, we had all the when we were shut down and all the online classes were there, then there was a need, like how children with disabilities are going to be taught, because we have never, or we were not very, aggressively exploring the online options before the COVID. So COVID made us to explore all the options, although there were computer-assisted instructions and online teaching, learning platforms available, but we were very moderately using it before the COVID. But after COVID, the need was felt, and we had developed guidelines for development of e-content for children with disabilities. This was done in collaboration with all the national institutes and all the university faculty dealing with children with disabilities, the same departments of various universities, in collaboration with NCERT and the Ministry of Education. This is also available for free download from the website. Which answers the basic queries. Many parents often come, where do I put my child? Does he fit into a special school? Can he go to a regular school? What if he goes to a regular school? What kind of curriculum will he study? What kind of support will he get? What kind of concessions will he get? Will he get this support? Will he get that support? These are the questions every day the parents would be asking, and sometimes the teachers have so many questions themselves that how do I teach? So all the basic questions have been answered in this FAQ in a very simple language which can be read through by any parent with basic education. Then we have including children with special needs in primary stages, where from each teach, we have given exemplars in including children with special needs in primary and upper primary stage, where we have given exemplars like how the lessons can be modified, how the curriculum can be adapted with very nice illustrations and examples. So this acts like a ready reckoner for the regular teachers. You know, see the example, follow the lead, and then whichever subject you are dealing with, try to follow a similar lead and make your own modifications according to the needs of your students in your class for that particular subject. Then we have a resource material for including children with autism in primary classrooms. This is very useful for the teachers who are always, when it comes to children with autism, teachers, all the regular teachers, they say that we are absolutely clueless of what to do, how to teach them, how to manage them in a regular class. So this addresses the major issues and how they can deal the simple tips and techniques which can be useful in their regular day-to-day classroom management. Then, because our department also caters to the equitable aspect also, we have the quality education module which talks about issues, challenges and concerns for children with coming from the scheduled caste, then from minority education, what kind of schemes and policies are there for them, not just for children with disabilities, but the intersectionality which involves come from the tribal backgrounds, from the minority backgrounds, what kind of support is provided by the government, everything has been listed in this particular modules. Then we have a very beautiful series, we call it as a reading series for all. It is a compilation of 40 stories which have been graded according to the levels, and then the students following the UDL principles. The e-version is available in the website, but if you want to see the physical thing, you will have to write to us, to the department, to the DGSN department or to the publication department. We will be happy to send you a copy of them. So 40 stories are spread across 4 levels, which talks about various concepts in the form of stories, and children really love it because everybody reads the same story. There is no different book. Everything is, so you have braille, you have color coding, you have everything tried to be taken care in the same. You have tactile, embossed pictures included in this particular story. So all children love to read these particular text, these stories. Because the RPWD Act has mandated that every school has to screen the children below the age of 8 years, and then have to identify if every child, if there is any child at risk for disability or has red flags. So NCRT has developed Precious, the screening tool. Let me tell you, this is a screening tool which has 2 parts, where the part A is used by a general teacher who observes the student in the regular class for at least 3 months. They fill this particular form, and then if the red flags are noted, this child is referred to a trained special educator or to the nearby resource center where you have trained special educators and rehab professionals for the level 2 screening. So this is not a diagnostic tool, it is just a screening tool which flags that yes, the child has certain needs and needs a comprehensive assessment before we actually identify whether it is a disability or not. But this is an attempt to see that we can identify children as early as possible in the classroom, and no child in the classroom is missed out because the teacher is unaware about the red flags. This is right now we are in we are revamping. We are launching Precious 2.0 version. It's a mobile app as well as a desktop app available. The teachers have to log in and the login will be monitored by the principal of the school. It's not that anybody can log in and then try to fill in the checklist. No, the principal has to authorize that this is the teacher of my school, because they have to log in through the UDICE code, which is unique for each school. So using the UDICE code when they log in, the principal of the school authorizes that yes, this teacher is appointed or is working in our school, and then they get to go through the next steps. Then we have time map books available, developed by our Department of Social Sciences for children with visual impairment. So for all, and we also have developed a lot of tactile learning resource books in collaboration with IIT Delhi and Raisline India Foundation, which are extensively used by children with visual impairments in the school. All the textbooks, including the math and social textbooks, have been developed so that students with visual impairment can have the learning resources available to. Of course, we do have the large print books, the braille books also available as per the need. So the state governments write to us that they have this many children with low vision, they have probably 1,000 children with blindness. Then according to the number of children, then the NCRT in collaboration with NIVH Dehradun and the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment brings out the same textbooks in large print format as well as in braille format. Then the PME media channels, these are live telecasted. A lot of teaching learning interventions for inclusive schools. We'll see that all through the day the programs are telecasted. I encourage all the participants to please go through this particular website and then see what kind of resources are available. Not resources just for the students, for the teacher educators, for teachers and for the parents also. Then Nishtha. Because the moment we talk about inclusive education, then it's very important to for the readiness of the teachers in the mainstream classroom. If we have to see that inclusivity is practically implementable. So Nishtha is a national initiative for school health and teachers' holistic advancement, where we focus on the training, on building the capacities of the regular teachers in advancing or in implementing the inclusive education right from the classroom level to the whole school level. And we have different modules, both face-to-face trainings are given and also online trainings have been launched so that teachers can undergo the training at their own pace. Okay, a total 50 hours of training has been mandated by the Ministry of Education. Every teacher has to undergo this 50 hours of training module on inclusive education, equitable and inclusive education. And our department is the nodal department in taking up these capacity building training programs. Then we have Swayam, which is having a lot of courses which have been uploaded. All these particular courses are free, so children can always access. It's not just for students with disabilities, but teacher trainers, everybody can access this particular thing. We have courses on ISL also. Diksha, this is a very popular app. Every student, every teacher enrolls in this particular Diksha portal, which has a separate, I would say, which has a dedicated vertical for children with disabilities, where all resources have been pulled up and compiled in this particular special vertical of children with disabilities. So all the resources. So for example, a teacher is teaching class 7 math and has to undergo about wants to know that I have to teach this particular concept. How do I introduce this concept for a child with disability in my class? So they can go through the Diksha portal. You have resources available shared by the teachers themselves and also developed and given by the NCERT. So the teachers can easily access them and see and then can adapt it according to the need of the student. This is a recent launch. This has the career cards have been included because students, parents, they are in class 8 and class 9. They typically start thinking about what do I become, how do I take my career into what kind of career line should I be taking up. So for students with disabilities, accessible career cards have been developed where a set of professional careers have been identified by, we have a Pandit Sundarlal Institute for Vocational Development in collaboration with them and the National Institutes and Pradham NGO. These career cards have been developed, accessible career cards have been developed where, for example, just to give you an example, who is a preschool teacher? Like if I'm interested in a teaching profession, I want to become a teacher assistant or a preschool teacher, then what is required? So you have a QR code, scanner attached, so scan and see what details are coming into it. The ISL thing and the sign language, audio descriptions are there. Then it describes very clearly what are the roles and responsibilities of a preschool teacher, what qualifications are required, what kind of salary is being given to them. So the student has now an idea, can I go for this particular career or do I look out for some other career? So this is a step towards having an accessible, career guidance initiative for so that it can be easily available for the students with disabilities. So these are some of the major initiatives. Apart from that, we are coming up with guidelines for all of you know that Samagra Shiksha is a pilot program of the Ministry of Education where inclusive education is a very important intervention under the Samagra Shiksha. So every district, every block has a resource center in each district which caters to the needs of children with special needs. So they typically have special educators and therapists providing services at the block level, at the district level. They prepare the students and then they include them into the inclusive school. So now the department is already ready with the national guidelines for setting up the resource centers as well as resource rooms in the regular schools. The standard SOPs guidelines are ready and would be launched very soon. So please be in touch so that you will be able to know what guidelines have come up. We are also coming up with a module for which is addressing the needs of tribal children yet again, and we are developing a module, basic braille training module for the regular teachers. Like most of the time students with vision impairment are there in the class and the regular teachers do not know how to teach. So the basic braille module addresses that every regular teacher has to have the knowledge of the basic braille and the basic ISL also. So these are certain initiatives. And there are a lot more coming up, and we are really open for your suggestions, feedback. What are your actual needs in the field so that we can collaborate and then try to develop viable, solutions for the needs which you are feeling at the ground level in your actual classrooms. So that's all from my side.
Thank you, madam. Thank you so much for doing a thoughtful session, especially information on the resources available in our country, because majority of the people are not aware about the resources which are available, especially for including children with special needs in the system. Mostly, even few things are new for me also. Generally, I used to check up with the updates, especially Bhasha Sangam, which is something I have never heard about. So there are a lot of resources available in the country which we should utilize, where majority of the people used to say that resources are not available. So I think you got an idea about what NCERT is doing. If the audience are having any questions, you can ask questions. 2 questions from audience. Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Thanks a lot, ma'am. It was a bundle of information for us. And I just wanted to ask you about the tactile map. Is it only meant for the VI persons, or can anyone else also access it? Because the tactile we usually require for the children also.
No, anybody can use it.
So we can always ask for the
You can always ask.
VI.
You can write to our publication division, it would be made available.
And should it be through a school, or it can be through as a trainer? Can we ask for it?
Yes, you can.
No, should it be through a school?
If you are representing the school, please write through the school,
Yeah.
and the team will, write back to you. But if you want it at an individual capacity, we have the publication division where all the teaching learning resources are available. Anybody can go and get all the resources which are priced. Some of the publications are priced, some are not priced, and you can pay and then get those resources.
Okay, thank you. And one more thing is the barka, the stories.
The stories, yeah.
It is, when we take the physical books, do we pay for it?
I think yes, it is. The e-version is absolutely free. You can download and get it, but the physical one, yes,
Are paid. Okay.
although we have distributed the free versions to many schools, but now I'll have to get back to you upon the costing price.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. And the last one. Sorry, I think I'm taking these 3 questions. I hope it useful for others also. When you spoke about so many things, where the school can come forward and look into the teachers' training and all, is it meant only for the CBSE or for the state board too?
NCERT focuses mostly the capacity building of teachers who are from the government schools, but we do get requests from a lot of private schools also requesting us to train them. We take up those trainings also. CBSE collaborates with NCERT. We all work hand in hand.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Good morning, Madam. It's a very good, nice presentation. I would like to hear from you that NCERT is providing any standard material or guidelines for the MDMS. Number 1, midday meal scheme. How to, for inclusive children, is there any NCERT portal or any guidelines or instructions? That is one question. Second question is, those who unable to come to the regular schooling system, those who wish to study their own, like it is called open distance education, for that are there any NCERT resources or manual or guidelines that can be helpful? Thank you.
So for the midday meal, we do not have specific guidelines, but in the regular guidelines itself, it is, certain sections talk about how children with disabilities have to be there. But when you are talking about the second one was open, yes. No, the National Institute of Open Schooling is there, which is a very good alternate option available for students with disabilities, which has special accredited centers. Okay, so the National Institute of Open Schooling takes care of the curriculum of at the national level, and there are different state open schools also, like Telangana Open School is there, Andhra Open School is there. The respective state open schools address the needs of the curriculum development, the textbooks, everything under the open school. Yes.
State. So that is there in the PM Posan scheme. If you will Google it, it will you can see that. Okay.
I wanted to say this in the context of the midday meal. The whole discussion on early childhood care and education. Please understand, friends, India runs the biggest welfare program in the whole world. It was called ICDS. Now it's called Saksham Anganwadi Mission Poshan 2.0. The issue of disability in the 3 to 6 age group, particularly for mild disability, is just imagine the least supported and the most untrained worker, the Anganwadi worker, is expected to do the most sophisticated work, and the rest of us can sit in our ivory towers. So some serious thought needs to be given to the whole issue, to the question related to the midday meal, about what we do in early childhood care and education to actually capacitate the Anganwadi worker to identify, severe disability, they will never reach the Anganwadi. But the mild ones, how do you recognize mild disability and how do you do early intervention is something that we need to keep in mind as we go ahead. So thank you very much, Shilpa ma'am, for this wonderful presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. For the question on the states, whether what the state are doing, so like Madam said about NCRT and CBSE having hands in hand and doing things. So SCRTs in our respective states follow exactly what NCRT is doing. So recently, like I shared it with Vijay sir also, that the textbooks of Maharashtra State Bureau, they have also done this first time as they have made the textbooks inclusive. I'm not saying they have used UDL into it, but they have, the textbooks have been made inclusive, like the language used for children with disabilities has been, appropriate language has been used. And secondly, even the career cards, I think it's a good initiative if NIPID also takes it up, that at the national level, the career cards have been made, and Pratham already has an MOU with you. So the states also can do it in their respective SCRT things. Thank you.
So, we are running out of time. So sorry that audience will be having a lot of questions, but we are already delayed by 5 minutes, so we'll close the session now. So I once again convey my gratitude to Dr. R. Shilpa Manok for giving a wonderful session on initiatives like about the resources. This is the information the professionals require. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank all the organizers for giving me the opportunity.
May I now kindly ask Dr. Ambadi KG to felicitate our esteemed speaker, Dr. R. Shilpa Madogna, as the token of respect and appreciation. I would also like to request Vice Principal Ma'am Kittis to kindly felicitate Dr. Ambadi KG on behalf of the organizing committee. We now move forward to the next session, the opportunities and challenges of EdTech for inclusive practice. This session will explore how educational technology can create accessible learning opportunities while also addressing the challenges of inclusive implementations. It is my honor to introduce Dr. Kate Parara, Head of Education, University of Sussex. He is a distinguished academic leader with extensive experience in teacher education, learning innovation, and international partnership. To moderate this session, we are honored to have Dr. R. Shilpa Manogna, Associate Professor, Department of Education of Groups with Special Needs, NCERT, with us. May I now kindly invite Dr. R. Shilpa Manogna to take the session forward.
I'm already on the stage. I didn't get down because I knew the next session has to be moderated by me. I would like to invite Dr. Keith Pereira. We have been listening. It's an honor to have him. We have heard him yesterday, so I'm not going to, run through the introduction again. And probably we would love to hear more from you, Dr. Keith. Yes, you can just start because the audience are eagerly waiting to listen more from you.
I hope you can hear me. Can you hear me okay? Up? There? Is that better? Great. Great. So, I just want to extend my gratitude to my hosts here at the KIT School and University, and for all the colleagues who I've met in these, in just a day. It's wonderful to come to a conference because you are inspired and you are enriched, and I have very much felt that in my time here. My colleague Simon Thompson, in his address yesterday, had a picture of a grandma sucking eggs, and I just want to extend that same humble acknowledgement of all that I don't know about the context of education here. But I have been invited, so I suppose I will share the knowledge and some of the perspectives that I have from my own experiences in England. I'm going to focus on EdTech, but with a particular focus around generative AI, the opportunities and challenges. And I do so within the context of my own experience as a teacher and as a lecturer who has mainly taught. My experience of inclusive education is within mainstream settings. So I have taught neurodiverse young people, I have taught children with sort of physical needs, sight and hearing impairment. But I'm very much interested in how we include those young people within mainstream settings. That's my experience, that's my expertise, so it's within that context. I'm also interested in the preparation of teachers and the student experience of university students. So I suppose those are the kind of areas, my lines of inquiry. Okay. So I come to this. I think it's ignore the photograph, but I want to just contextualise my career. I've been in education for over 30 years now, as a teacher, as a school leader. For over 10 years, as an educational researcher, lecturer, and university leader. So, in a sense, I come to this topic of inclusion and the role of technology from all of these different vantage points. And sometimes it's very instructive for us to look at a perspective from outside of particular professional role. So sometimes how a teacher might want to use EdTech and AI may work or may not work with the way in which they would expect their students to use generative AI, or not. So I suppose I'm trying to look at these issues from lots of different perspectives, but for the record, there have been two features that have transformed education from the time that I trained as a teacher in 1993. One is around technology, So when I first started teaching, my technology was a piece of chalk, and I had a board, and that informed the particular ways in which I could teach and the students could learn. The same for my students in the main, they had paper and pens. And now, I don't think I teach at all without PowerPoint or a presentation, some kind of software. And the education experience of children in the schools that I've taught in is a diet of presentations. Increasingly, students have been using, in the schools that I have worked in or I've worked around, digital forms of technology which allow them to capture their learning. One of the schools that I worked in, they had a device scheme, and so the students would use the tablet device in order to access materials and to submit their work and have that work assessed. So yeah, technology's had a huge, there's been a real change for me as an educator in the last 30 years. The second is around notions of inclusion. So from buildings and classrooms and an acknowledgement of the need for them to be more accessible learning spaces, to the input we give our new teachers around pedagogic practice, is something that is very, very different from when I started teaching 30 years ago. Now, I think it's important, as I said, to just acknowledge the different perspectives that we bring to bear on these issues around technology and inclusiveness. I have a few starting points. Hopefully, they give a bit more context. A lot of this stuff revolves around putting it into context. So the first is this. This is starting point 1. And it's a picture from one of the schools that I have worked in. It's outside a science lab. And it has a quotation from Professor Stephen Hawking. It says, "Although I cannot move and I have to speak through a computer, in my mind I am free." And that is above the entrance to the classroom, to the school, to the science lab. And it's a very powerful articulation of the pivotal role that technology has played for Hawking, as he had this degenerative disease, which meant that increasingly he couldn't communicate. But he was still absolutely thinking. But it was the technology that allowed him, that gave him the voice. So I kind of invite you also to just look at the image below of Stephen Hawking and think of the ways in which society projects associations of people with disabilities as being lacking in some shape or form. And I think he is a very powerful, provides a powerful testament of the weakness of some of those characterizations of people with disabilities. Right, starting point 2 is this. So I said to you that when I started teaching I used chalk. Neil Selwyn is a very respected educationist who is a computing ICT expert, was at UCO, is now at Monash in Australia. But the way in which he positions the role of technology is an invitation for us to engage with questions of what education is all about and what is innovation and change, and the extent to which technology can resolve the challenges and improve education. And I'm very, I think I'm thinking quite a lot about what do we mean by improving education through the use of technology. So, there are lots of hurrah words, we call them hurrah words in education. Equity, inclusiveness, improvement, criticality. Everyone believes that these things are, innately good, but what does it actually, in practice, what does that mean? So, beyond the invocation of these words to to give credibility to policy and practice. What do they mean? What do they mean? I think that there's a question. The UK government, and we have lots of, we have different education systems in England, Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland, but the UK government, with the focus on England, did a report into teacher workload. You have a recruitment, I heard yesterday, you have a recruitment issues in the same way that we do in Britain. And they looked at what the challenges are, why people are not entering the profession and why are they leaving the profession as well. And they identified that the time taken for planning, the time taken for assessment, the time taken for data administration was seen as a barrier for people entering the profession. But technology and AI can respond to all of those three challenges. And this site here, there are lots of these sites which use AI in order to support teachers in their planning and their inclusive planning. They will be able to tailor lessons and content and resources. But I don't know. I mean, one of the challenges I find with this, and it's interesting, it's called chalky, okay, ironically, is that one of the most creative acts for me as a teacher is planning, is resourcing, is thinking about the individual pupils in my class, at school or at the university, and thinking, how do I ensure that I include them? And it's a cognitive, vexing kind of question for me. The idea that we can outsource all of that, some of that thinking, to some extent, concerns me. Right, starting point 3, so I'll get beyond my starting point, is this. It says quotation from Dame Dr. Maggie Andrew, who is an eminent space scientist in Britain and a public kind of intellectual figure. And her quotation is, "Dyslexic thinking made me the scientist I am today." So we've explored the example of Stephen Hawking, where technology literally gave him a voice. But this quotation identifies something else, where a perceived learning need or an aspect of neurodiversity is actually the thing that makes somebody special. It's actually the way in which they think, the way in which they can process information, the way in which they can creatively respond to challenges, is something that is a potential strength. So rather than us perceiving these some young people in deficit, here's a powerful kind of response back to actually the need allows me to be a better scientist. And she's a dame, she's a doctor, she's a CEO, she's a very successful individual. She is promoting an organisation who have created a very short film. And I want to just look at 1 minute of it, because I think we are all aware of the internalisation of society's views of the disabled on our young people, and this is a film which is made in order to respond to that. So it's just literally, we'll watch about just a minute of it, and the link's on there. So it's What is Dyslexia? So I want to reassure you it's a happy ending. So she comes across that wise man who is able to get the young person to think about the label and in much more positive terms about the ways in which it allows her to think and allows her to respond to questions in very productive ways. And we leave her with a greater sense of self-worth and self-esteem. But I think it is, it was part of the campaign. It's from a charity organisation who provided lots of material and lots of support to parents and also to teachers. So if you're interested, please do have a look. There we go, context. Right, so the context to consider the nature of EdTech and generative AI on society and education. So it's a bit of a broader perspective, and it's notwithstanding the very powerful reminders from Professor Siegel and Sanya C. Behera yesterday about technology and its need to be available. I remember all these words: available, accessible, affordable. Okay, it's notwithstanding that context. So the role of EdTech more broadly in three areas, and you've had some very good examples earlier this morning. The ways in which you can support inclusive teaching, providing assistive technologies, virtual learning environments. That's one important way in which you can provide. It has a role to play. Second is an object of actual study. So we had a brilliant presentation yesterday from Professor Seshadri around which made me think about safeguarding and vulnerability and exploitation. And it feels as though where young people are growing up in a more technologically mediated kind of existence, that they are susceptible to some of the dangers of using technology, but also can be quite empowered by the technology as well. So I think that as an object of study, that just the notion of safeguarding and technology should be taught in schools. And the third one is around the ways in which the teaching process can be made more streamlined through use of EdTech. Videos for explaining, assessment tools, etc. These are some images from two of them are from the school that I used to teach in. It's my colleague Nidhi. So using of EdTech doesn't mean that there is no human interaction. So you can see in the image, it's from our school website, that the human interaction, even though the children are looking at a tablet, is still really important. The one at the top right is from a website from KIT University. So obviously, maybe individualised, personalised learning can happen through a computer. And finally, the one at the bottom right just reminds us of these technologies are they allow for different forms of learning experiences. So here, the tablet is tactile in a way that other forms of learning aren't. So how can we harness? How can we make the most of these technologies with our own creative pedagogy thinking? Right, very briefly. You all know what's coming. We've from the start of car, the automotive industry, we've had drivers, and now we've got driverless cars. This one's in India. Commerce always required some kind of physical, interaction between, the person selling and buying. Now all of that's automated. This is our university shop. I'm freaked out because you arrive, you put your card in, you go in, you pick stuff up, you walk out, the cameras follow you, it bills you. Okay? So these technologies are fundamentally transforming the economy and society. If that's happening in society, what's the response of education? I have been involved in a study with 6 form students, so 17 and 18-year-olds in Sussex, looking at their use of generative AI out of school. Most of this is informal use, not sanctioned by the school, not allowed within lessons. And it's a big survey of 1,200 students, the largest that we've, I think, has taken place in the UK, of that age group, and their use of generative AI for learning, in their learning. And you can see that the market leader in the UK, and probably here, I don't know, is ChatGPT. And ChatGPT is it's a commercial organisation and has a paid-for version. And so there is something quite concerning about the extent to which technology either reduces gaps or increases them. And without some kind of structured organisational response, then we leave it to market forces. And I caution against that, given the topic of our conference. There's also another thing happening, that the students are using all manner of technologies that the teachers know nothing about. It has this very long tail, of technologies as they develop, and it's very hard for teachers, very hard for schools and universities to keep a pace with this. And so the response needs to be something more than what the students can and can't do, or what they're allowed to do or not allowed to do. In England, state schools are either funded by the local authority, so the national government gives the money to the local government to fund schools, or since the 2000s there are directly funded academy chains. They're funded by the government, but they are their own autonomous organisations, publicly funded. And this is a quotation from the CEO of one of these academy chains. And I just thought I would pick out. So it says that within an academy trust, we are clear that technology, including AI tools, must enhance rather than replace high-quality teaching, and should be grounded in strong pedagogy. So, enhance in what way? And pedagogy, what is the pedagogy? So I think there's a real, there's a need for all of us involved in education to think about what are the pedagogical foundations for embedding use of educational technology. The emphasis on reaching disadvantaged pupils, including those with SEND, is particularly important, and if implemented well, this programme has the potential to support greater equity alongside improved outcomes. So again, state education is there to improve equity, but the educational outcomes are measured by examination results, GCSEs and A-levels, and Key Stage 2 SATs for primary. So there is a sense in which there is quite a reductive measure of improvement that, again, we probably need to consider in terms of what the impact of technology might be on education. If we stay within the paradigm of how we consider education, we might be missing some tricks around how we could really make the most of these technologies to make education more inclusive. Right, this is a report from the British Council, which you can see online, which is about AI literacy as an inclusive ethical practice. And it's particularly focused on the ways in which AI can transform learning for students with SEND. But it has to be done, as it says there, with care, collaboration and critical awareness. So it has a set of points that they invite educators to consider if we're going to use AI in education. The first is that we should avoid paternalism. And I think by that it means that we as teachers and as policymakers shouldn't create tools without engaging the young people, the learners and parents. So in England we very much talk about if we're going to have effective SEND interventions, they need to be co-produced with the young people, with their parents and with educators. Resist ideological influence. So these AI tools, to some degree, they're trained on information, and that information is selective and partial. So there is a need to develop critical thinking in all of us, whether we're teachers or whether we are users of AI as students, in order to be aware of that. We need to consider and support social and emotional well-being, and we need to support literal thinking, and support those thinkers who might engage with AI on a very literal basis. We need to develop more sophisticated ways in which they could use their learning needs, their learning styles, in order to make the most of using technology. Crucially for me, there is this reminder that to strengthen teachers' own literacy. And what we don't want is to widen the gap between students, parents' use of AI technologies, and teachers. Right, so now time for reflection. This is one for you on a very personal level. So we talk about some of the content, some of the issues, but how do we respond to it? Well, we have to create some kind of vision. And this is my attempt to try and at least give some questions for us as users. So, do you want to use EdTech or generative AI? More or less? Do you essentially see it as something that's a problem, or do you see it more as a solution? I suppose that would be another way of Number two is about the use of AI to either do quite menial tasks, which free our minds up to do more complex things, or the extent to which we use it to do the more complex things. And that is definitely a kind of continuum that we've got to consider very, very carefully, and what the implications are of that, the kinds of knowledge producers that are created as teachers. Do we want to use it in a judicious or a tethered way? So we are tethered to our technology. Most of you have a phone. A number of you will have a phone in your hand. It's there. It's always on technology. Do we want AI, generative AI, to be the same? It's to do with user control. So only you can turn your phone off and put it in your pocket, or not look at it. Now, you are in control, and then you might then decide when you are going to use it. So that's about user control. Number 4 is about more institutional control. Should you be using it only when you're allowed to, or should you be allowed free use? So you know in Australia that they have banned the use of social media for under 16s. In state schools in England, there has been huge pressure on the government to put a law in to ban the use of mobile phones in schools. However, a mobile device could be a resource that could be really used positively in controlled in a controlled environment. So this is what 4 is about institutional control. And number 5 is about, there are huge ethical issues about generative AI in relation to its impact on resources, its use of resources, its use of data, its relationship to copyright. So there are all kinds of things that maybe when we're using it, we should consider and make a decision as to whether we're going to use it or not. And if we're going to use it, at least we understand by using it, we're going to use up this amount of water in this search.
Dr. Pereira, this is...
Coming to the end?
Yes.
Okay. So, I think I'm going to probably leave it there, because that's my question for you, but then that's also, those series of questions, those prompts are also there for your organisation. And I think out of this, hopefully, we will move to a position of devising policy and practice responses which are inclusive, which are critical AI literacy models. And that's where I'm moving to. So inclusive, critical AI literacy. I think I'll leave it there.
Yeah, thank you so much for the thought-provoking questions, like how frequently you have to use them and what kind of AI literacy models have to be created if we have to promote inclusivity. So before you, let's see if we have any questions regarding, yes, we do have a couple of hands raised. May I request the ushers to please pass on the mic? They'll be taking just 3 questions. So,
Keith, a very short question. Would you consider generative AI as assisted technology? And if you, I'd just like you to reconcile this with the recent trend, for example, in Australia to ban social media for children and adolescents. So just your thoughts on whether generative AI is assisted technology, and how do you reconcile this with the kind of social media ban that many countries are considering, including some states in India?
I'm not a learning technologist, so I wouldn't know about a technical answer to your first question. I do think that generative AI is a qualitatively different technology to the world, the use of the World Wide Web. The extent to which it's assistive, I think it depends on what the technology, what the AI bot is. But potentially is assistive in the sense that it promotes a dialogic relationship. So it's not you ask it's promoting that, and for some learners that could be very helpful in practicing some challenges or some challenging situations, and they're testing it out with the bot. So I think it's in terms of social media. My actual expertise, so my research, is in media literacy. I always think that people use technology in all kinds of ways in which the people who create the technology didn't intend them to. So I think that this notion that social media is either good or bad is too simplistic and a bit reductive. I can see that it has negatives, but I can also see how it's being used on a day-to-day level, on a personal and an interpersonal level. That means that some of the macro arguments against or critiques of it are I think a bit too simplistic and a bit reductive. So I would be looking for certainly greater regulation of these, and responsibility of the platforms to manage some of the content that goes onto their sites, and to be much more upfront with the algorithms that the users are, at the end of, and make that much more, visible, so that people understand how these things are working. but I don't believe in bans, social media.
Good morning, Dr. Pereira. A very thought-provoking presentation. So, sir, since we're talking about EdTech here, and you were talking about how planning, resourcing, and assessment are the creative parts of a teacher's, their work. So here in India, we have 10th and 12th boards. It's a national exam, on the basis of which you go on to the next level. So that's how you, with your marks, you get your admissions for your bachelor's. So here, one of a very major school here is doing AI assessment for 12th boards. Where there's no human interaction, there's no human assessment. The entire boards are being corrected by AI. So what would your thoughts be on that, considering the amount of water which is being used for every line of code which is being used in AI, right? So that's not something that a lot of people even know about, that the amount of resource which is being used just to use AI on a daily basis, which we are just using haphazardly. So what would be your, what are your thoughts on using AI assessment for such an important exam?
Well, yeah, the first thing is we have to be very transparent about, it was my last thing there, about the risk and reward, yeah? And at the moment for lots of users, it feels like it's a very free resource, okay? But it's not a free resource, it has huge implications, environmental implications in this context. So I think there needs to be much greater transparency, and we probably have to monetize this so we can understand what the kind of equation that we are working with. But the notion of the AI doing the assessment, I mean, this is something that we're grappling with in the UK as well. We still have all handwritten papers. In the end, I think it will be some kind of we have mass education, mass forms of education, assembly line, and where technology can create efficiencies. You can see how this happens. So I think it's part of a broader kind of development of education rather than something that AI has inaugurated. And so I think, I had it later on. My presentation it was about double the length. There are some existential questions about what is education for? What is teaching for? What's learning? What does it mean to learn? And part of learning is it's effortful. You can't short circuit that bit. So yeah.
Good morning, Dr. Pereira. Yes. My question is that in India we have a Diksha portal. So do we have any portal, such kind of portal in the UK as well? Like in India we have a portal like Diksha, where we have education portal, where we have all the courses and for special education as well as the normal education. So do we have such portals in UK as well?
It's not centralised in that sense. So the Department for Education will provide guidance, and our regulatory organisation, Ofsted, will inspect schools, and they will have a special in the inspection framework to look at inclusive education, the way that the school supports the needs of all learners, particularly SEND learners. But it's up to school, so it's up to schools are either local authority or they are with an academy trust to provide the appropriate support. There are lots of commercial companies who then provide the virtual learning environment, the specialist resources, but it's more on more market principles, I would say.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's all for now because we have not taken any other questions, but definitely especially technology, our class are enriched with technological lessons and all. The generative AI, yes, a judicious and cautious use is definitely what we have to take up. Teachers are, advised to not randomly get into the AI and generate, and please cross-verify the facts. Please check, cross-check, double-check, and then start using those resources usage policy when you are using any of the generative AI policies. Do not blindly just pump and feed in all the data which you want to ask the AI, because definitely it is not free of cost. But yes, if you are having resources, because most of the teachers I do see that you want to quickly come up with a differentiated lesson, you feed the AI, you tell I have a student with so and so special needs, and how do I adapt this lesson? You get it within a click of time. But what is important for a teacher is read through what the generative AI has given to you, see whether it is appropriate, and then use it judicially, not blindly following whatever plan has been given by the AI. So that's all. No, madam, we are very sorry we would not be able to take further questions, but we can interact with the presenters during the tea time. We have the next sessions lined up. So thank you one and all, and thank you Dr. Keith for the wonderful session.
Thank you. May I now invite Dr. R. Shilpa Manogna to felicitate our esteemed speaker, Dr. Kate, as a token of respect and appreciation. Our respected principal sir to kindly felicitate Dr. R. Shilpa Manogna on behalf of the organizing committee. This is to let you know all that the conference hall number 4 has been shifted to the seminar room. Kindly get yourself into the other rooms for the equal distribution of the participants. Moving on, there is a session on UDL on facilitating inclusive education. The session will highlight the importance of universal design for learning and creating flexible and accessible learning environments for all children. It is my privilege to introduce Dr. Varsha Gato, former HOD, Department of Education, AYJ, NISHD, Mumbai. She is an eminent academician and expert in special and inclusive education with rich experience in teacher education, curriculum development, policy and inclusive education. To moderate this session, we are honored to have Dr. Sunita Devi with us. May I now kindly invite Dr. Sunita Devi to take the session forward.
A very good morning, everyone. So we are looking forward for the wonderful session, which is a UDL, and I'm very, very happy and fortunate and honored to moderate this session, as Varsha ma'am has been the years of experience in the field of inclusive education. I hope will be all enriched by her talk. Now I would request Varsha ma'am to take over the session.
Thank you at the outset to Nipit, the director, and the organizers, the KIT, for having me here. I'm coming straight from Mumbai, Pune, so you would see the ceilings here, and the recently inaugurated, the missing link, which we call it as a connecting link. And I'm trying to connect the, I'm using UDL as a medium for, connecting children in special schools, in inclusive schools, and just giving you some thought-provoking things about it. So, learning the universal way for inclusive education. I first of all feel to ask you all whether when we talk of including children with disabilities in mainstream schools, have a question in your mind whether we are really including our children within the special schools itself. Even if it's a special school for children with hearing impairment or ID children, are all the children homogeneous in our own classrooms itself? So this is something that we need to think about, and that is why I have put up some premise for the inclusive education. I will touch upon the learner diversity from the Maslow's perspective of learning needs. The myth of averages, I have a story for you from the US fighter planes, and the universal learning needs, which I'll again go back to Maslow, and then learning the expressway, as I said, because it was just yesterday itself inaugurated in Mumbai. So inclusion for me and for most of us, I know that it is not just bringing people into what already exists to fit into the systems. It's like in Hindi and Marathi we say that bahu ko shaadi karke ghar mein laya and the bahu has to fit into the systems. It's not that way. It is something, it is making a new space, a better space for everyone in the family, not just the newcomer, but also for the people who are already existing there. And I know how much I had to do because I have 2 sons and I had to, the bahu was coming inside, I had to tell my children how to dress up when there's a girl in the family. So inclusion is no longer inclusion when one child's needs outweighs the rights of other 29 to learn. We forget the other children who are in the class. So when there's a new child in the class or there's a new baby born, we have seen कि जब नया बच्चा घर में पैदा होता है तब जो बड़ा वाला घर में है, we have to really take care of that child also. Otherwise, sibling rivalry कैसा होता है. So in inclusion, we have to take care, and I feel UDL has the answer to all of these. Inclusion is not me first, it's me too within the class. Because you know that in special schools especially, we know that we have, I won't say the word pampered, but they are really taken care like the people are taken care. It's not a good example, but ICU के बाद general ward में shift होना कितना मुश्किल होता है because it's so much taken care for all these things. So we have to prepare the children for all these things, and only then we can think of the inclusive practices. Inclusion without equity is an illusion, and so we always bank upon the need-based practices. Coming to the learner diversity, हम लोग हमेशा we talk of the VARC model, that is the visual, auditory, kinesthetic and the reading, writing. But many a times I feel, and I have heard about the TED Talks also of Michael, that Michael, that it's not just the styles which are fixed, it's the learning preferences. I'm sure the same romantic song, the youngsters here, they would want to sometimes see the video of the song, sometimes just relax और audio सुनना पसंद करते हैं. But अगर आपके सामने वो एक आधा romantic song का गाना अगर printed form में दे दिया, तो how many of you would like to read, isn't it? So more than the learning styles, I feel it is the preferences, and the preferences vary from time to time, from subject to subject. Because science textbooks, definitely you would want to experiment out things and not just read. So, labeling children as print learners, as auditory learners, visual learners, and I have the experience of children who are deaf also preferring an audio mode of learning. So these are all the learner differentiations, or the learners who are different. We have innovative, imaginative children in spite of their being having children with special needs. They are analytic, some of them are so dynamic. We see in the classroom, there are some children who are theorists. They want to know the bottom line of it. Some are convergent, some are divergent. So is it that we only focus on the styles, or there are so many variations in our classrooms? This is the story that I really like, and I really feel that all teachers, whether in special schools or in inclusive schools, should know about this story. How many of you have heard about it? Any hands up? Oh, there's one hand up. So when I read this story, this is of actually the US fighter planes, and it goes back to 1952, where there were lots of fighter planes crashing. Okay? इसको classroom situation से आप relate करके देखो, the failures in your classrooms, the 10th standard board results, or you know, you are wanting your children to go up somewhere, and we always see that जब बच्चों का score ठीक नहीं आता है, तब government किसको blame करती है? किसको blame करते हैं? Be loud. Teachers. और teachers को blame करेंगे तो किसको blame करते हैं? Teacher trainers like us and the teacher training program, the syllabus and things like that. This story has something to do, reflect on this. Are you able to see the slides? I hope I'm not coming in way. So this was the story of 1950s, and in one single day, 17 of these fighter planes had crashed, and it became a big news. कि कैसे इतने सारे फाइटर प्लेन्स क्रैश हुए. अभी का वॉर नहीं था हाँ उस वक्त, so there was no war situation, but still the fighter planes were crashing, and so the introspection started like us कि टीचर ट्रेनिंग में प्रॉब्लम होगा, करिकुलम में प्रॉब्लम होगा. So they all thought that the pilots were ill-trained about it. जब उसके ऊपर छानबीन की और रिसर्च किया, तब ऐसा लगा कि नहीं, ट्रेनिंग वॉज परफेक्ट. देन व्हाई वॉज इट हैपनिंग? सो द आंसर केम टू सी इन द कॉकपिट कि कॉकपिट की जो इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स है, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है, वो बराबर नहीं है क्या? बिकॉज वी देन ब्लेम गेम शुरू हो जाता है ना क्लासरूम में, अकॉस्टिक्स ठीक नहीं है या स्कूल का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर ठीक नहीं है. सो दिस रिसर्च वॉज डन इन हार्वर्ड एट दैट टाइम. And they, the research came out that the cockpits were designed 1926 में जो engineers थे, उन्होंने बहुत सारे pilots का average निकाल दिया था. So what is the average build of a pilot? उसके dimensions से cockpit design किया गया था. And you know, in the cockpits there are so many things out there, isn't it? The gear, the pedals, or even what to, how to manage all those things. So it came to the forefront, and this young researcher of Harvard called as Daniel Gilbert, he was a physical anthropologist, and he said that the measurements of the physical bodies of the pilots need to be studied. So about 4,000 pilots का body studied किया under 10 dimensions, like we do for teacher competencies, exactly that way. So ये dimensions देखने के बाद, the outcome was, what do you feel कि कितने लोग average में pass हुए होंगे? It was 0. So the book written by Todd Rose talks about the myth of the end of averages. He says the average is a myth. So friends, taking this to classroom, including me, when I started my career like Keith, as a teacher, as a head teacher, as a faculty, as a head of the department, researcher, I always used to have the middle path, जिसको हम मराठी और हिंदी में सुवर्ण मध्य बोलते हैं. Neither very difficult nor very easy. Even the assessment will neither be difficult neither easy. बोर्ड एग्जाम, यूनिवर्सिटी एग्जाम में हमेशा कहते हैं कि एवरेज को ध्यान में रख के क्वेश्चन पेपर निकालो. But then the average was a myth because none of them were benefiting from what we were teaching. So coming to it, when we know now that this was my first thing, that we do not always look at average. We should not actually. और individual बच्चे के लिए ध्यान में रखेंगे तो time we'll run out of time, isn't it? So what do? We should look at how do children learn, and from that perspective, I think what is given by Maslow holds good at everything, including our jobs. When we हम लोग नौकरी पे लगते हैं तो सबसे पहले क्या देखते हैं? Physical needs. हमारे सिटी में जॉब है क्या? सैलरी कैसा है? Safety also we look at, not safety कि हम गिर जाएंगे, but it is whether it's safe for women to work. Similarly, it's for children also. Their first is their physical needs. उनको bench, desk सब अच्छे से चाहिए. They want the safety needs so that nobody is bullying them, isn't it? They all want to be in groups, they want to have a self-esteem, they want the teacher to look at them, they want their name up as a head boy or head girl, and last comes the self-actualization. And this is my own thinking about, adapting the Maslow's hierarchy of needs for children with special needs. And I feel that when we have the children in inclusive schools, or children even in special schools, we have to look at the Maslow's learning needs. Children will not be able to concentrate if their physiological needs are not met, and we have seen it from yesterday. People talking about accessibility, people talking about toilets and everything else. The safety needs. We have ramps, but we don't have railings. We have a sign language interpreter, but sometimes the light is not in over her face, so the child sitting in front of her cannot speech read the child. So the safety needs are first, the love and belongingness that yes, I am not singled out in the class, but I should be one amongst them. I should not, we call it red shirting sometimes, so I should not be left out, because हम लोग क्लास में भी ये देखते हैं, the teachers say everybody else has the dictation notebook out and you can do this exercise. So the concessions are not needed there by the child because belongingness hurts there. So when we are giving classroom instructions also, we have to be careful about these things. The esteem needs. We saw yesterday in one of the parallel sessions that the boy was made a head, the boy with muscular dystrophy was made the head of the school. What a great self-esteem it was for the child and the family. All these are motivational factors, nothing it. And then comes the self-actualization, and we have so many success stories of it. So when we want inclusive classrooms, friends, first think of the children, their learning needs, their differential needs, and then talk about how do we go about implementing UDL or the inclusive pedagogy in your class. For those of us who believe that UD versus UDL, UD was architecture, right? It has the universal design because Bahujan Hitay, Bahujan Sukhay. So it is like you go inside a mall and there are sensors, you step in and everything opens for it. My younger grandson, he says, Khul ja sim sim. There's a story, isn't it? Hamare isme that you touch something and it opens. So it is like the UD is the architectural perspective where one size fits all. But in education, we say one size does not fit all because we have seen so much diversity in the classrooms. But some of the principles which the field of architecture has given us are really useful. And I feel they have to be applied to the education. I'm saying applied, not directly applicable. So equitable use, yes. Your laboratory equipments, your teaching pedagogy, and there holds UDL as a great this thing. But we have the left-handed, right-handed flexible use. Think of the spiral-bound notebooks. Think of the classroom arrangements where lefty or righty अगर साथ-साथ में होंगे तो कैसे एक दूसरे को टकराएंगे. The smallest error, the children are afraid of it. So built in the error of tolerance inside your teaching or inside your exam classroom, whatever you're doing, so that the child knows, oh, something has gone wrong in my application of the formula. low physical effort. And I think the government of India is really doing a lot for all these things. We have been hearing from NCERT, from Shilpa, from Vinay sir, and everybody at even at DPWD. Abhi hearing aids bhi, I know, I'll give the example कि पहले तो wire वाला हुआ करता था, BT भी मिल जाता है बच्चों को. So low physical effort पे हम already आ गए हैं. Our teaching should be simple and intuitive. If you would, see the slides that I'm using today, so I have not put text on it because I feel that such should be your teaching, that the picture itself speaks and the things and the concepts get clear. If such things are used in the classroom, I think every child in the classroom will understand what you are saying. It's perceptible information from afar off, and everything that you see at the airport or the malls, that it is size and space is for everybody to use. Then comes this thing of the UD, we talk of the physical spaces, and UDL we say is the networks in the brain are working. ये दोनों का संबंध कैसा जोड़ना है? How do we connect? Because we want both of them. So the first is the affective network of UDL. I feel that your children, it's like, the trailer of a movie, I feel, is the best example for the affective network. You must have seen, na, abhi Dhurandhar 2 dekha ki nahi? Yes or no? Yes. So Dhurandhar ka to trailer dekh ke hi I started घर में सबको ढगड़क चलो movie जाना है करके. Isn't it? वो it is like the UDL का जो first principle is, I feel, झलक दिखला दो बच्चों को क्लास में and they get hooked on. In Marathi we say मासा गड़ाला लागला means वो मछली को आपने हुक में अटका दिया है, अब कहीं नहीं जाएगा. वैसा हमारा होना चाहिए क्लासरूम में कि बच्चों को, छोटे बच्चों को भी you just show the tail of a animal probably and say आज किसका स्टोरी होगा. See, all of them get hooked up. या आवाज निकाल दो किसी जानवर की तो हो जाता है. Then comes the recognition. Once you are hooked on to the movie, I'll give Dhurandhar only. And then this thing is that, the other principle is the what of learning. So the what of learning is then you are perceptible. How many of you have really seen the entire movie? Yeah, how many of you have closed your eyes because you couldn't see much of the violence na thak thak karke maar rahe the usme ya chhawa mein? We have seen these things. So वहाँ हमें सिर्फ उतने ही 2 ऑप्शंस थे, but in classroom you can have multiple means of representation only because now your children have got interested in learning in your class. Now give them whatever is, the story of fox and stork, isn't it? खीर बनाया था और एक को सुराही में और दूसरे को प्लेट में दे दिया, तो the fox could not drink from surahi and the stork could not drink from the plate. So there comes your multiple means of representation. Whatever the child needs, make learning stations in your classroom. And third is, of course, how of learning. We all give henna at home also when the ladies or whoever, even you have seen Ranbir Brar also, that टेस्ट करना सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट है और लोगों को बताना कि हमारा डिश कितना अच्छा बना है. दैट्स द फॉर्मेटिव असेसमेंट वी टॉक ऑफ. In between you do the formative assessment, because if you taste your porridge or your kheer or your payasam at the end and you realize कि instead of sugar you have added salt, वो सिर्फ movies में ही होता है. But to check things in between, that whether your child is understanding, whether the child is with you or not, do formative assessment, and that is nothing but we talk of the how of learning. So how much have I understood? Every child wants to tell that ये मुझे समझा, आगे क्या हुआ होगा story में, the कहानी में twist, isn't it, that we add on. So if You know, give them simple examples that hamesha the khargosh, the rabbit or the hare will not sleep, but the tortoise has to think of different strategies how he is going to win. You know, the kids, they have given answers to us like Jamal gota pila dega aur khargosh ko sula dega. Somebody said no, 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 he will do something else. They gave multiple examples. One smart child told me that, you know, he will use Google Maps so that the tortoise wins first. Jungle mein traffic hoga to ye sab karke. These are the innovative things, and that's the how of the learning. If you can make it interesting in your class, I think all children are going to participate. This is a ready picture. You can Google it and you know it's engagement, representation, action and expression. But I feel that the guiding principles of universal design, please connect it to experiential learning, giving options. You have food options always, isn't it? हमें भी शादी में जाते हैं तो we like buffet, isn't it? We don't want a fixed packed lunch, so that is not very interesting. Cater to the preferences of the children, and that's the time and that's the subject that I'm talking of. And I said, इसका वो जुड़ना हो जाना चाहिए, UD and UDL. UDL cannot happen on its own. I feel UDL has to happen with UD. So the physical spaces becomes your UD, universal design, and the three principles that we talked of, multiple means of engagement, representation and action and expression becomes your UDL. वो दोनों को जोड़ देंगे तो it will be your inclusive classroom. Will be an inclusive pedagogy. It is as simple as that. I'm coming to my last slides, and again going back to the Mumbai-Pune Expressway. I'm very fond of it. And you know, in my mind I had this that okay, I could connect the different learners with the cockpit. I hope it was meaningful for all of you. The story of the US fighter planes, that average का ये ऐसा होता है. मुझे ऐसा लगा that even this UDL के 3 principles भी expressway के साथ बहुत अच्छा fit होता है. So it is the, and for this thing I have this thing from Fitzgerald, who also talks of the universal way for learning as the expressway. How is it? Because the expressway is built for all vehicles. Similarly, the inclusion and UDL is for all children. And believe me, I am of this opinion that UDL is not just for inclusive classrooms. It's also for your special ed classrooms that you are doing, because none of the classrooms are homogeneous. They are all heterogeneous. So inclusion is not for just for the mainstream schools. I feel inclusive special schools में भी UDL use करना ही चाहिए, because वहाँ पे भी बच्चों के preferences होते हैं. So coming to this, the expressway, the mainstream schools, trucks भी है, tempo भी है, बड़े बड़े trawlers भी है, your buses are there, your cars are there. So आपको तो छोड़ दिया जाता है. So safe and efficient के लिए the expressway has done so many things. The speed limits are there, the rumblers are there, and same thing you do in your classrooms. I said safety first, build this thing of tolerance in your teaching itself, that don't see mistakes, make mistakes. ये बच्चों को लगना चाहिए कि it is for learning. So mistakes are not something which has to be, you know, labeled that ये हमेशा गलतियाँ करता है. Take this as a challenge for the children to learn. No special modifications to the road. For हम truck के लिए अलग road नहीं बनाते, हम car के लिए अलग road नहीं बनाते. So the pedagogy is same. Only thing is you have to build in all those safety features and all those learning features that I told you on the this thing. One more thing. The retrofit, like we were also talking, मैं और विनय सर बात कर रहे थे कि बरखा बना हमारा NCERT का, but उसमें retrofitting हुआ था. So the product doesn't become viable to sell in the market. वो बहुत महंगा हो गया. तो अगर starting से ही हम books को inclusive कर दें, हमारे सिखाने की pedagogy को अगर हम inclusive बना दें, तो everybody will learn and we don't have to bring in something extra from outside. Yes, I'm concluding. So the multiple lanes are your multiple diversities or the multiple preferences, because किसी को तो गाना सुन के drive करना है, किसी को fast पहुंचना है. So these are your flexible informations on your this thing, and teachers may not flash this, but from their pedagogy, even the seating arrangement, the children can be paired that way, so that the inclusive practices are this thing. Then this is your multiple means of expression. There could be, as you see, on the ramp and off the ramp. अगर बॉम्बे टू पूना जाना है तो लोनावाला के लिए एग्जिट है, वापस लोनावाला से एंट्री भी है. So some of the children who want to have this type of exit and entry, we should have that. टायर्ड हो गए हमारे ब्लड डिसऑर्डर्स वाले चिल्ड्रन हैं कि उनको क्लास में ये सब थोड़ी थकान महसूस होती है, थक जाते हैं. इवन डेफ चिल्ड्रन से दैट विजुअल फटीग हो जाता है. देयर हैज टू बी अ शोल्डर लाइक हाउ वी हैव इट ऑन द एक्सप्रेस वे ऑल्सो. So UDL provides all these scaffolding for the children, and that's the thing what is there. This is my last slide. Consolidating my key points, what I wanted to put across for UDL and inclusive. So the moderator and the chairperson, madam, this is the last thing. So connecting myth of averages to Fitzgerald Expressway model, I feel we should have these things like designing for averages is like building one lane road. सिर्फ मेरे ही लिए ये रास्ता बना है करके एक गाड़ी नहीं चलेगा, वैसा करेंगे तो नहीं होगा. Jagged profiles, it is like students differ in achievement in their socio-emotional intelligences. No one is average. Designing for the margins, imagine your own notebook जहाँ margins थी और main ये था. Margins में तो हमारा कोई यही नहीं था. But the curve effect, this is the curve effect. The curve effect was actually made for wheelchair users. But you see that it can be used by other people also, isn't it? The strollers can go, old people can go with everything. So what you design for children with disabilities, the pedagogy I am saying, will be useful for all children. And the last one is empowerment over compliance. So moving away from the average, empower students to navigate on their way, just as you can love driving on the expressway. Thank you very much. So UDL has taught us that it is the माहौल create करो, जो मैंने बोला ट्रेलर से. So माहौल create करो, not the students that need to change. It is the environment which has to be very conducive and very happening kind of a thing, so that no child wants to, I won't say drop the school, but even to miss out the school on a single day. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for a wonderful, lucid and crystal clear presentation, and that is the way we should be doing in the classroom as well, with the pictorial and very simple way to connect with you. Now we are open for the questions. We can have three questions quickly. Anyone? So it was very clear. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, ma'am. Ma'am, amazing presentation, one of the most enjoyable ones so far. Ma'am, so I just like a very simple question. You've been talking about how the entire classroom needs to be something that all the students will enjoy, right? So have you come across something like this, or can you give us an example of how teachers can actually incorporate it in their current classrooms?
Regarding have you come across, so I said my career I started from as a founder of a special school in one of the suburbs of Mumbai. I used to like storytelling a lot. I still love it. And somebody if asks me what do you want to do in life, so it's storytelling. And I feel that the biggest thing that that time, this is way back, 30 years back. So when I used to do these sessions in my own class of storytelling, we used to get lots of visitors and donors, So the moment the children used to see some outside people, foreigners especially, visiting, they would want them to, know about their studies, show them their notebooks, or even ask them questions like, "Aap plane se aaye the kya? What happened?" and all. But I was really amazed that when I was doing a session with my kids and there were visitors, the kids itself told them, "We are on the climax of the story, can you visit the next class?" So I have myself experienced this, and if you really generate your interest in the children and make use of, not just the stories but advertisement also. When the children did this, that aap next class mein ja sakte ho kya, somebody told me it was like that Fevicol ka ad. Pakka baith jata hai, you are like that, he used to say, tell me like this. So, children relate their day-to-day experiences like this. The second part I don't remember, you asked something else?
This is about the physical,
Okay, yes, we have seen this in Mumbai happening because I belong to Mumbai, but मुझे लगता है हमारे गांव के schools ज़्यादा inclusive होते हैं. और वहाँ पे भी need based भी होता ही होगा, but they use their local material to make things interesting and culturally also very binding to them.
Thank you so much, ma'am. With the paucity of the time, we will not be able to take more questions. Ma'am is here, so you can interact with ma'am during the lunch or the tea time. So just concluding is wonderfully presented, and when we talk about universal design, it's not about the physical or architectural, structural changes. We have to make the changes in the social and emotional as well. Definitely with learning what ma'am has already spoken about. So as a teachers, as an individuals, the question to ask to self, what you are doing, why you are doing, and how will you do it. If you have the clarity about that, I think you can make the environment very inclusive for the child. And when you were served with the tea here, immediately we'll ask one spoon of sugar or 2 spoons of sugar and all. There we are inclusive. When we go for the shopping, everyone, we do not fit with one size. We come home and we get the order. But then why not the syllabus and the curriculum which we are teaching? We are making it for the average and for everyone. So let's begin with ourselves. More you empower yourself with what, why and how, you can more empower with the others and make an inclusive society. And not only for the special children, inclusion is for everyone. Thank you so much for a wonderful, wonderful presentation, ma'am. And thank you so much for engaging and being here and enthusiastic about the learning. And we are looking forward for the more session. Thank you so much, ma'am. I would like to felicitate you, ma'am.
Request Dr. Shravan Reddy, Deputy Director, NIPED, to kindly felicitate Dr. Sunita Devi on behalf of the organizing committee. Short announcement. In next 10 to 15 minutes, we are about to begin with our panel discussion. So please have your tea break and get into conference hall 1. Following which, I request the protocol officer for Sannyasi sir to kindly escort him to the seminar room.
participants, the panel, we are running little late. The panel session in the seminar hall will start at 12:15. The panel session is in the seminar hall. It will start at 12:15. Thank you. Dear participants, conference hall 4 is now shifted to seminar hall. All the activities of conference hall 4 is happening at seminar hall.
Side. KIIT, a university that redefines scale, vision and purpose, rooted in India and rising on the global stage. With 30 world-class campuses spread across a 36 square kilometer academic township, KIIT offers a self-contained, futuristic learning environment. Home to 40,000 plus students, guided by over 3,000 distinguished faculty members and researchers, it fosters a thriving community of knowledge, creativity and excellence. From 30 vibrant food courts to 18 state-of-the-art sports complexes, complete with Olympic-sized swimming pools, KIIT ensures that every student's intellectual and personal needs are met with precision and care. This is not just a university, it's a city of ideas built for tomorrow. KIIT's mission is to deliver value-based, globally competitive education, foster leadership and entrepreneurship, and instill a spirit of ethics, lifelong learning and innovation. Its vision is to become a world-class center of learning, unfettered by boundaries of nationality, language or culture, promoting inclusivity, sustainability and societal impact. KIIT has been ranked #1 in India for peace, justice and reduced inequalities as per the Times Higher Education Impact Rankings, and it is the #1 private university in Odisha in the QS World University Rankings 2026. KIIT was placed 15th among all government and private universities in India in the NIRF 2024 rankings. A significant position that reflects its excellence in teaching, research, placements and outreach. Additionally, KIIT has been ranked #1 in India by the Atal ranking of institutions on innovation achievements among private institutions consecutively for 2 years. At the heart of KIIT's journey is Professor Achyuta Samanta, founder and mentor, a visionary educationist, humanitarian and a social reformer. Rising from humble beginnings, his dream of using education to drive social transformation led to the founding of KIIT, KISS and KIMS, globally recognized institutions built on principles of inclusion, excellence and compassion, with just rupees 5,000 in his pocket. Under his leadership, KIIT has grown into one of the globally respected universities, empowering thousands of students from across the world. He is supported by a dynamic leadership team: Mr. Ashok Kumar Parijat, Chancellor; Professor Subrat Kumar Acharya, Pro-Chancellor; Professor Saranjit
राष्ट्रीय बौद्धिक दिव्यांगजन सशक्तिकरण संस्थान NIEPID बौद्धिक दिव्यांगजन को गुणवत्तापूर्ण सेवाएं प्रदान करने वाला एक उत्कृष्ट संस्थान है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में भारत सरकार दिव्यांगजनों को सफलतापूर्ण समाज की मुख्य धारा से जोड़ रही है। संस्थान के 3 क्षेत्रीय केंद्र नोएडा, कोलकाता तथा मुंबई मुंबई में स्थित है। वर्ष 2015 में पहली बार संस्थान में प्रारंभिक हस्तक्षेप कार्यक्रम, समावेशी शिक्षा के लिए संसाधन केंद्र और शिक्षकों का प्रशिक्षण शुरू किया गया। संस्थान में स्थित CDEIC में विभिन्न गतिविधियों द्वारा बच्चों की प्रारंभिक शिक्षा की शुरुआत होती है।
मेरा बेटी के लिए यहाँ पे आया था मैं, डाउन सिंड्रोम, मेरा बेटे को डाउन सिंड्रोम था। लास्ट 1.5 ईयर से हम लोग आ रहे हैं यहाँ पे। उनको अच्छा स्पीच थेरेपिस्ट, बिहेवियर थेरेपिस्ट, पूरे थेरेपिस्ट करने के बाद में बहुत इम्प्रूवमेंट आया। अब वो नॉर्मल स्कूल में जा रहे थे।
इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट, नई उपकरणों की खरीद, नई उपचार प्रोटोकॉल का विकास, अनुसंधान, प्रशिक्षण और क्षमता निर्माण, रोजगार सृजन आदि पहली बार इस तेजी से हो रहा है। एडिप योजना के अंतर्गत NIEPID में सहायक यंत्र दिए जाते हैं।
पहले मेरी लड़की जो है चलती नहीं थी, सिर्फ रेंगती थी। अभी मेरी बच्ची को जो है बहुत सारे इम्प्रूवमेंट आया। ये योजना से इतना फ़ायदा हमको मिलेगा हमको मालूम नहीं था। हम जैसे पेरेंट्स जो अफोर्ड नहीं कर सकते उनके लिए बहुत अच्छी चीज़ है।
अपने आउटरीच कैंपस के जरिए संस्थान दिव्यांगजनों के बीच TLM किट्स का वितरण करता है। कौशल विकास और सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रमों के आयोजन के साथ साथ 9वें अंतर्राष्ट्रीय योग दिवस का भव्य आयोजन भी NIEPID में किया गया। प्रधानमंत्री जी के मार्गदर्शन में आज NIEPID बौद्धिक दिव्यांगजन सशक्तिकरण के क्षेत्र में एक शीर्ष संस्थान के रूप में उभरा है और आगे भी ये कोशिशें जारी रहेंगी। अधिक जानकारी के लिए www.niepid.nic.in पर संपर्क करें।
Welcome back everyone. I hope you all had a good tea break. So we will now move to our next session on need for inclusion and a way forward. This session will provide valuable insights into building a more equitable and inclusive future through policy, practice and collective action. It is my honor to introduce Ms. Ira Singhal, IAS, Deputy Secretary, Department of School and Education and Literacy, Minister of Education, Government of India. She is an inspiring civil servant and a strong advocate for inclusion, equal opportunities and social justice. To moderate this session, we are honored to have Dr. Shekhar Sasadri, Advisor Sambat, former child psychologist and Professor Nimans with us. May I now kindly invite Dr. Shekhar Sasadri to take the session forward.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, friends. I am honored to introduce again Ms. Ira Singhal, 2014 IAS batch, President's Gold Medal for topping the IAS training. She's of Army cadre. It will interest you to know that she has a bachelor's degree in engineering and master degrees in business administration before she took the civil services examination and, needless to say, topped. But what is of more interest and relevance to this event is Ms. Singhal's unfailing and extraordinary work towards the empowerment of marginalized communities, including persons with disability, women, children, and transgendered communities and populations. Ms. Singhal, singular honor to welcome you to this conference, and we would be, from the position of a services officer and your own experience, we'd be very keen to listen to the experiences and perspectives that you want to share, especially where government policies are concerned. Ms. Singhal.
Thank you. So I was going through the list of the topics, and I think most of our initiatives would be covered. Towards the end of when we're closing our session, I would talk about the initiatives. But let me first start with what we decided was going to be the issue that I would speak on, which is the need for inclusion. Okay, I'm going to use you as my audience here. So why do you think we need inclusion? We're constantly talking about inclusion, but why do we need it?
Well, it would interest you to know that the whole of the first day of the conference was spent in actually describing the contours of inclusion.
Okay.
But the question ma'am has put is, why do we need inclusion? Because exclusion is an abomination in a community where we are talking about equity and equal opportunity. The whole sentiment yesterday, ma'am, was that exclusion is an abomination, and we have an obligation, to really look at neurodivergence as just a human variation, and then for the state and services to actually then provide the opportunities for all forms of human experience. In fact, yesterday's evening concluded with a fantastic performance. So the whole issue of even aesthetics and art and music to be considered as a birthright only of able people but not of people with disability was quite objectionable. So this was the frame of reference, ma'am, that we discussed yesterday.
So I completely disagree with this. Because this is a charity and a kindness perspective, and I don't think we need that. I don't think we need to be kind and charitable. I'm going to give you an example. Now there is a family of 4 people, okay? And only one person in that family earns. He earns 100 rupees. Now for that singular person, he only gets 25 out of his 100, right? Because it gets divided. So for himself, out of the 100 that he has earned, he gets only 25. And if he is the only person in that family who's earning, who's working, who's going out, then he's also the one who has the burden of taking the decisions. He has the burden of paying the household bills. He has the burden of deciding where to go on holiday, making all the bookings, which means the time he has left for himself to enjoy his own, to be at leisure is limited again. Because everybody else is dependent on him and not doing anything for themselves. And but if we made an environment wherein everybody in that family was contributing. Let's say the second person contributed 50, the third person contributed 30, the fourth person contributed 20. Everybody is not going to earn 100, but everybody can contribute something. Immediately, the amount that this person originally was still with the same level of income has for himself has gone to 50, which is double, right? So whatever I was earning, now I get 50% of that for myself. And if everybody is going out and working, then I don't need to take the smaller decisions for them. They will at least take care of their own thing. So if they need to get a medicine, they can at least get that themselves, right? I don't mean the money part. I mean going out and getting it, or placing an order on an app, right? So what that leads to is that everybody in that environment is empowered enough to do their own thing, which means the time that I, as the original breadwinner, have for myself has also increased now. Because that burden which I was carrying, the extra time I was spending on doing all those tasks for them has also gone away. So let's let's extrapolate this to the country. If every single person in the country is going and contributing, or at least empowered enough to do their to take care of themselves to whatever extent possible, my task as the other person reduces, the amount of money I have for myself goes up, and their contribution also adds to the family income. Which means that the country's GDP goes up because everybody is contributing, so everybody's incremental income gets added. Everybody is working and empowered, which means we have that many healthy people, and healthy people who can at least take their burden, so that the amount of leisure time available for everybody who's working also goes up. And so for me, it is very good that everybody is earning. and that everybody is working, which means that let's not be charitable, let's not be kind and say, oh, you know, we need to help these people and make sure they also contribute. No. Let's be extremely selfish and say that let everybody take their own burden, let everybody contribute, let everybody do what they can. Which means that my country's GDP goes up, each one of us, our level of happiness goes up, because remember the leisure time and the rest time has gone up, and the amount of decisions each of us needs to make has gone down, which automatically will lead to our level of happiness. So I think inclusion should be done because it is beneficial to each one of us personally. It's not about doing something for someone else. Until the day we start keep looking at it from doing something for someone else, we will always fall short of true inclusion. It's only when I am actually saying, oh, it benefits me to have everybody working, and it benefits me to have everybody contributing, because see, everybody contributing means more resources for my country, more resources for my society, more resources for my family, for each one of us. And that's where I differ with everybody else on the inclusion bit. This is why we need inclusion. Let's not say it's charity and it's kindness and it's equity and it's equitable. No, that doesn't work in the real world. In the real world, people will need to make an effort to go out of there to be kind. It doesn't work. What actually works is when I can see that there is something in it for me. People will always want to do a thing which benefits them. So till the day I'm talking of this as a charity, as me being kind, as something that I need to do for someone else, I will always fail. I will always have shortfalls, I will always have gaps. But till the day I see it, that if I create the best infrastructure possible, because that's a one-time investment, and what that does is that makes my life easier in the long term, and not just a vague, far-off long term, it's actually long term of every single day. Because every single day, if I don't have to carry that person up in the wheelchair because there's a ramp, and that person can go up themselves, there's an elevator, so that person can come to the classroom or come to the office, I have actually made my life easier. And that's the need for inclusion, that's the reason for inclusion. Not, till the day we keep looking at it, okay, we need to be nice and we need to push for this and everybody deserves something. We will never get it. Because at the end of the day, human beings are not meant to we always constantly put ourselves first, because that's the survival instinct. So if we DNA and hardwire this as a part of our survival instinct, that for my survival, I need everybody else to contribute. Immediately the way I look at it goes up. Immediately the way I look at it changes, and then I will be more than happy to actually ensure there is true inclusion. Then I will try that everybody who can earn that 20 and who can earn that 30 and who can earn that 50 gets the chance.
I just wanted to say it's a powerful and fascinating thesis to use an economic lens of benefit to everybody. It's a redefinition of inclusion that Ira ma'am is suggesting. And I'm sure, ma'am, that you're going to expand on this in terms of what it means in terms of policy and the actual reality of the feedback.
So is this bit clear? Does this make sense? Has this made sense? Are there any contrary opinions? You have a contrary opinion? Are you agreeing? Agree? Yeah. So till the day we are constantly talking about let's be kind, let's be nice, everybody deserves, we will never get it done. Nobody is going to sit, and when I am going hungry, I don't have time to think of other people deserving things. I will constantly fight for myself, but the day I understand this fight for myself means I need to make sure everybody is fighting for themselves and I don't have to fight for them, my life becomes easier. Again, now I'm going to go step by step. Let's talk about inclusive infrastructure, right? Why inclusive infrastructure? Again, that economic lens. If you see the cost of building that infrastructure versus the amount of manpower that you would have gotten into your system in the long run, it actually balances out and it leans in the favor of you after you have built those ramps and those made that accessible infrastructure, which includes your color-coded buildings and your braille signages and everything. Because what you've done is, okay, I'll give you an example. In this room, we are sitting, and what happens is that an elephant suddenly walks in. Would we not turn around and look at the elephant? And a lot of us will run away? Yes or no? Right? Why? Because we're not used to seeing that elephant. It's not normal for that elephant to come and join us here. But if the elephant was coming every day, and the elephant was coming and sitting with us every day, we would be used to it. We would not blink an eye, and we would say, yeah, he's going to do his own thing. And we would also talk to the elephant, say hi, and give him all those tasks. That's the same thing with inclusion. If you have inclusive classrooms, and if you have inclusive office spaces, and if you have inclusive buildings, you will have everybody walking, and what that leads to is that, and I'm going to come to the second economic perspective, is that once you are used to everybody who's different from you, you stop thinking from a space of fear, and you start thinking from a space of how do I make use of this person also, right? Most relationships in life are in some way give and take. There cannot be sustained relationships where only one person is giving, and that is true. That only works as a charity, right? I am the only person giving, then I am doing charity, and it is not possible to sustain it for long. But if you are a part of my everyday life, I will start depending on you also to do some things for me. Because I understand you, I've lived with you, I've seen you, I understand what you can do, what you can't do, and I will start giving you tasks which you can do. Which, in my personal space also, as a friend, as a companion, as an office colleague, as a classmate, I will understand you, and then I will give you tasks and opportunities which I think you will be suited for. And there could be a lot of things which will be better than me are, and I will never know because I never had you as part of my everyday. Right? So there again, what happens is that the person who was earning 20, if they are in my same classroom, I may understand them well enough to give them that 30. That decision of who will get the 20 rupee job and who will get the 30 rupee job, that will also change the minute I know that person well enough, and that doesn't happen in a day. That doesn't happen in a day. I will need to spend enough time with that person to understand what they are capable of. So to make sure that, whoever we had given that task of 20, once we've started giving them that task, is it possible that they could actually earn 50? Is it possible that if we shifted their role, if we shifted them into something else, they could actually do 100? And that again, leaps and bounds increases my economic standing as a country, as a society, as a segment of population. Right? Does that make sense? Because till I know someone, I will never know their strengths, their weaknesses, and then not be able to actually make that right strategic use of them. Right?
It's also a very interesting twist on the metaphor of the elephant in the room. If you understand what the metaphor originally meant, and Man's very elegant twist on this whole concept to make the point of a different lens with which to look at inclusion. Man, please continue.
Yeah, so those are my main economic perspectives of why we need inclusion. And then again, like I said, inclusive infrastructure also means that the day I break my leg, I also can come to the classroom, and I also can come to office, and hence not miss out on my earnings for that day. And this goes for the teacher as well as the student, as well as the employee and the employer. Because once you have accessible infrastructure isn't just about ramps and this thing. It's if you look at it from, are you all aware of UDL, Universal Design Language? I'll talk about the audience. You would be, but people in the back, are you aware of Universal Design Language? Okay, great. Actually, we had the session has happened. Okay, great. Was that before me? Okay, I thought it was happening. So, the idea of UDL is that once we have UDL, we don't have to twist things to suit a specific person. One of our biggest problems with inclusion is that we're constantly thinking, oh my God, I will need to change everything for that person if I have them here. And that's my biggest hesitation. But I stop thinking about the way that benefits me if I change it, because once we have this inclusion, and I agree that for years and years, we did not have the right kind of technology available with us to understand how we could get away without needing to change everything for every new person. So now with UDL, that makes our life easier. We have a set of parameters, themes, ideas through which we can just make the same building useful for everybody, the same textbook useful for everybody, the same software useful for everybody. So now for us, that burden of, and I agree, it was a burden. As an officer, I have also not had the budget to install lifts and ramps in my offices a lot of times, because it has been something that people kept thinking of a burden. But now that understanding thankfully has come. And let's remember, disability is a function of the technology of that period. As technology improves, disability decreases. And even for intellectual disabilities, to a large extent, that is true. The amount, now we have softwares which directly make the IEPs for the kids, right? Till a few years ago, we were struggling to make IEPs, and it was very tough to have an IEP for every single child and monitor that and implement that and follow through that. And you have the IEP in the school, then parents will not know that. Now we have softwares wherein you just feed in the basics of that. In fact, you don't even need to feed in. You make the child go through that test. Their level, cognitive abilities are evaluated. An IEP is made for them, which has plans for what the parents need to do, what the teacher needs to do, how much time to spend on each activity, and those activities are there systemized into that software itself. Which means that the amount of effort I need to teach a kid with ID or autism or Down syndrome, with any kind of intellectual impairment, I will call it ID as an umbrella term for everything. So that in itself, because technology has improved, so now the ability of my child with ID to learn, to adapt to the society and to actually be productive has increased, which means the impact of his disability on his life has reduced. So disability is always a function of technology. 300 years ago, we were all disabled because we could not have gotten from Delhi to here, right? In 2 days, we could not have gotten here 300 years ago. Today, it takes us to us, which means that as technology has improved, our abilities have improved.
So we have an absolutely fascinating and powerful shift to the lens that Ira ma'am is suggesting. We would need to take some questions from the audience, and then I would like to conclude by requesting you to give us some take-home messages to essentially close the session. Can I have a show of hands of people who want to pose an issue, pose a question, or share a predicament with Ira ma'am, so that I can then curate the... Can I have a show of hands, please? I got one. Can you please pass the mic to this gentleman here? We're just getting a mic to you. Sir, if you could please introduce yourself and where you come from, and then pose your question. Thank you.
Very good morning to you. I'm Dr. Dhanavendra, a special educator.
Okay.
I'm working at National Institute for Empowerment of Persons with Multiple Disabilities, Chennai.
Okay.
My question is, as you belongs to Ministry of Education, what is the measures taken for the neurodiversity and their curriculum?
I'll come to that. I'll close with that. And I'll cover the initiatives that we've taken for almost all segments. I'll cover with that. So if there are no more questions, I will give you the last and final perspective of why we need inclusion. So if you're a corporate sector, right? This is very funny. In India, we don't understand this, but this is how we are losing a lot of our corporate incomes. think about it. In a family, who has the largest amount of money in the family? Generally in families, who have the largest amount of money? Father, right? And generally it's the grandfather, right? And main financial decisions are taken by the eldest male, which is the grandfather usually, right? Who's an old person. So he's a geriatric person whose needs are very similar to the needs of people with disabilities. Now, stupidly, as corporates, we don't make products which are for those people who have the most amount of money and the biggest decision-making pie in any family setup. And why do we not? Because we think of them as retired people. But the minute we understand that they are the ones who actually take the financial decisions, they are the ones with the largest amount of money, access to the family money, and they are the ones whose decisions are never questioned, our income as a corporate will go up by multifold because we are now making products which suit them. And how will we make products which will suit them? We obviously can't have older people employed as in the corporation because, well, they're right, they're retired people. But what you do is you actually then employ persons with disabilities who will have similar problems and who then, as part of your product designing team, will help you make designs which suit the needs of people who don't have perfect bodies and perfect systems which work, right? The cognitive abilities of elder people have slowed down. Again, they will need support. So kids with intellectual disabilities, a lot of products will become suitable to them. Their physical movements have slowed down, their eyesight, their hearing, all of that is going down. So if you design products for them, you have actually captured products for all persons with disability. You have actually managed to get all the money from the geriatric population, which in a context of India actually has the biggest decision-making power and the largest amount of money available. So from a corporate perspective also, it makes a lot of sense to have people with disabilities as part of your thinking. And how do you have that? Once you have them as part of your employees, and that can only happen once you start hiring and you have accessible infrastructure and accessible offices. So, from all of those perspectives, which are purely selfish and money-minded perspectives, that is why I think you need inclusion. Not for charity, not for kindness, not for being nice and inclusive, equitable. Just let's be selfish. Let's be excessively selfish and make sure everybody gets to contribute to the extent that they can.
In short, ladies and gentlemen, inclusion is good economics. Friends, Ms. Ira Singer, IAS, Deputy Secretary, Ministry of Education, Government of India. Please give her a big hand.
I will just cover the initiatives that we are taking at the Ministry, and I will not talk just about. So one of the biggest things that we are doing, we have recently revamped the Prashast app, which is, are you all aware of Prashast app? No, okay. I see very faint yeses, so I will assume you're not, and I get this opportunity to actually talk about it to even one person who doesn't know. Prashast is a disability screening app which is deployed at the school level, and it helps screen out the child. It's not about diagnosis, it's not about treatment, and I know that in India the mentality is that there is something wrong with you, so you know, all parents are constantly trying to get their children with disabilities treated for something, God knows what. The whole idea is disability versus diseases. Disability cannot be treated, it cannot be cured, but parents are constantly on that chain of thought that let me get my child cured somehow. But then what we do with the app is, the first step is to screen every child, and for that we will do a sensitization training for every single school teacher in the country. After that, and we will also be training the admin staff and every single person, non-teaching staff as well in the school campus. So this deals with our sensitization, which we hope will increase the number of admissions we have and reduce the inhibitions that the school administrations generally have on taking up children with disabilities. And this is true not just for private schools, also in government schools. So this will be for all schools across the country. That's step one, Prashast app. Secondly, we will be having block level assessment camps. The data of this app will also flow into the Swavlamban app of DPWD for making of cards, but we will not be making them. The parents have to go apply for that. We don't want to be a part of making of the app. The idea why we need to do the screening is the actual thing that we are planning to do, which is that we want to then give individualized lessons and training and help children reduce, cope with their disability as part of their academic life. So what we'll do is, if your disability in any way hampers your learning in an inclusive classroom, we will then give you that, therapies if needed, that specialized skill training, that specialized ADL training, whatever trainings you need, that will be the second step after that. So once we've identified which children need what kind of interventions, we will then focus on giving them interventions. Besides that, in SSA, we have already been given appliances, we've been giving transport allowances, we've been giving a lot of allowances. We're also going to be conducting accessibility audit as part of the social audit that is mandated under Samagri Shiksha scheme and under RT also. So there'll be accessibility audit which will be encouraged, and we are hoping that in the next 5 years, all schools will become accessible as per the accessibility code which was released in 2024. Third thing that we will be doing is that we will be starting training a 5-day module which was designed by RCI and DGCN team, which is sitting right here, of NCRT, which trains teachers on actually creating inclusive classrooms. So how do you make sure your kids with different disabilities can study in the same class? We will be focusing on that as well. Besides that, we have a lot of small other initiatives that we're taking up. But are you focusing on something specific? So we've added a lot of skill subjects in the curriculum in both CBSE and in NIOS, and we're also, thank you for reminding me, we're also going to mandate that every school that picks up a skill subject will need to have one skill subject which suits children of different kinds of disabilities. So there should be one subject which children with visual disability can take up, one subject at least which children with hearing can take up, one which ortho kids can take up, one which ID kids can take up. So those multiple, we are not really sure how to fit into that, but at least this we will try. And there could definitely be some disabilities, some subjects which could be taken up by multiple disabilities. So, people with 2-3 types of individual disabilities, which we hope then can suit kids with multiple disabilities. Besides that, I think I'm forgetting, but that's mostly the kind of interventions we've planned. We've kind of looked at the whole life cycle of a child within the education system and what we need to get out of that. So yes, skill training will be the academic focus for most of those kids. But before I close, just one thing, and I would like all of you to actually understand this and then somehow make sure this comes out in the way you work and the results that you produce. Inclusion should be about the need of the child and not the social and the ego of the parent, social status and the ego of the parent. Let's make sure that the inclusion bit is for what is needed for the benefit of the child, what helps the child grow best, the child become empowered, the child really reach their potential. And a lot of times we get swayed by populist opinions and by ideas, of what somebody wants us to do, but that wouldn't really solve the problem of inclusion. Because, till the day we're looking at it from charity or from satisfying someone's ego, we will never have kids who are truly empowered. We will never create adults with disabilities who are really producing their best, who are actually contributing, because that's going to be a charity and we have never taught them to be at their best. So thank you so much. I think we've covered 30 minutes.
Thank you, Ira ma'am. So the centrality of the child in this entire thesis is the sentiment and principle that we are left with.
Shishadri sir, may I interrupt? Namrita madam has a question.
I have no issues. Notes are coming to me, so you can deal with the people who are pressurizing me.
Sir, good afternoon. Sir, this is Professor Navnita. I am from the background of sociology. So when you were defining inclusion, it was a very nice definition which actually I was very much, it was very lucrative for me. But another point is that when we talk about a child with disability, it also brings not physical disability, some sort of disability and disempowerment for the mother. Because I have seen, ma'am, in many cases,
absolutely,
mothers who were into very good jobs also, they are being forced to leave their jobs. So in that case, people do not think, is it the mother's responsibility? Is she the only person responsible for giving birth? But why this attitude is not changing? So when we are talking about inclusivity, and we can also give when the mother works, then she can have some sort of psychological gratification, she can bring ideas, and she can know how to better mainstream the child.
I completely agree with you. We did not touch the topic of parents because that wasn't my theme. But really, the biggest bit in India that we are missing is not recognizing the trauma of the parent the day they have discovered their child is not perfect. We do not address that as a country yet. That is something that I hope we can address at some point. But that is true. We have not yet managed to understand and help the parent deal with it. Because it's a trauma to suddenly wake up one day and understand, oh my God, my child is not perfect. My child has a thing which they will live with forever, all their lives, and all the activities that other children do, my child will not be able to do. And you know, but ma'am, the day we understand inclusion from an economic perspective, that day we will start creating social systems for helping that mother out. If I think that it's economically beneficial for me to have a therapy center wherein that mother can leave the child all day, the child is given that care, the child is given that training, and the mother can go work, I will start setting them up. Till the day I'm looking at it from a charity perspective, it's something that I will do when I have time. But the day I think, oh, that gives me money, that helps me earn, I will do it immediately. That's why I'm saying, let's look at it from an economic perspective, let's talk about it in terms of selfishness, how it benefits me, and this is how it benefits me. Because that mother will go contribute, wherein if the mother was staying home with the child, I've lost the income of the mother and of the child. If I have this therapy center wherein the mother can get trained, I have earned both their incomes.
It's also a stark reminder that patriarchy is alive and kicking.
It's there in the thing. So there is a Supreme Court case going on due to which, and there's been a notification of this thing on KV recruitment has started. Special educator recruitment has started. Thank you.
Ms. Singhal, kindly allow us the honor of felicitating you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for this activity. Now, I would like to invite our chairperson, ma'am, KIT International School, Mona Lisa Ball, to the stage to felicitate our esteemed speaker, Ms. Ira Singhal, as a token of respect and appreciation. I would also like to request ma'am to kindly felicitate Dr. Shekhar Sasadri on behalf of the organizing committee. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to invite Professor Vinay Kumar Singh and Dr. Varsha Gatu to the stage. We will now move to the next session. I would like to remind everyone that the panel discussion will start in the seminar hall in the next 10 minutes. We will now move to the session on equitable and inclusive education in India, policy guidelines and frameworks. This session will offer important perspectives on policies and frameworks that support inclusive and equitable education in India. It is my privilege to introduce Professor Vinay Kumar Singh, Head Design NCERT India. He is a respected expert in inclusive education, accessibility and policy implementation with significant contributions to teacher capacity building and inclusive curriculum development. To moderate this session, we are honored to have Dr. Varsha Gatu, former HOD, Department of Education, AYG, National Institute of Speech and Hearing, Mumbai, with us. May I now kindly invite Dr. Gatu to take the session forward.
Hello. I think we'll start with Dr. Vinay's presentation and then wrap up. Welcome, Professor Vinay.
So, this is a session on equitable and inclusive education as recommended in the National Education Policy 2020. And yesterday we were talking about what are the policy and acts were there in India, and so much enriched policy we have in India. Only the implementations is the main issue, how it will be percolated down to the school, to the classrooms. So if you will see here in this slide, our constitution is the guiding framework. So constitution guides for equality, freedom, justice and dignity of all individuals. The fourth one is very important, dignity of all individuals. All means all individuals. So the constitutional obligation of an equitable, inclusive and plural society is guiding the Indian education system since beginning. And in if you will see the NEP 2020 page number 14, it is written there how we are taking the theme of the constitution into our education system. How the NEP is vision of the education system of India. You see transforming India by providing high quality, equitable and inclusive education. Earlier it was the quality education that was mandated to us. Now it is high quality education. High quality means our children, whoever in the school, they should have that standard that should match at the global level. Wherever they can go, they can meet out the standard, whatever is provided at the global education system. And this should be ensured all students with diverse learning needs are able to thrive the education system with equal learning opportunity in an inclusive environment to realize their full potential. This is mentioned in the NEP. So two things are mainly important in our inclusive school, inclusive classroom. Teaching all children together. Teaching all children together means the accessible infrastructure, accessible curriculum. Curriculum includes the three or four things: the content of the curriculum, the pedagogical part, the learning material and the assessment system. So all should have in such a way we should provide so that we can teach all children together. Suppose we have a kind of globe, tactile globe, and we have to teach children with a disability and without disability into the same classroom, so everybody can get benefit of that globe having actual kind of map and other like a spatial thing. Equitable and outcome-based learning is another thing. Equitable, though we all understand now. Outcome-based, what NEP is demanding, we have provided so many things like incentive, classroom, recruitment of teachers are also going on, the curriculum materials are there, learning resources are, so many incentive inputs are there. So now NEP wants output. उससे बच्चे कम से कम कुछ क्या सीख रहे हैं. So, and that is being implemented through Sabak Shiksha Abhiyan. I have given this picture. So what, this is the outside premise of a school, and you can see the needs of each and every child is being taken care of. See, in the school, every child is, it is mandatory in the school to take a school bag, that is sling bag in the for the school. But a child who has using crutch, she has taken the backpack kind of thing. That signifies the specific needs of that particular child, and that should be taken care in their school. And you can see all like children from the different religion, different background, they are happily coming to their school, and there is a welcoming atmosphere. So that kind of things we want in our inclusive school. So this thing earlier covered by the earlier speakers also. In NCERT, since 1995, we have a Department of Education of Groups with Special Needs. This does not only take care of education of children with disability, not only making the framework and other guidelines only for the children with disability, but other disadvantaged group also, that includes all these things. And now in 2020, NEP has coded this in para 6.2, like socio-economically disadvantaged group, and under that all the 5 categories are there. So including the 21 disability mentioned in RPWD Act. So if you will see the educational profile of children with disability, as per UDI's data 24-25, enrollment of all students are around 246 million children are there in the school. Around 1.5 million schools are there. So enrollment of children with disability, if you will see, this is 2.1 million, and it is coming out 0.86%, so low. And expected is 2.5 or 3% of the total population of a school is. That means around 6 to 7 million children should be there in the school. So I have given the data also. Up to middle class, around 16 lakh children are there. Secondary stage, that stage 1, that is in 9th class, it is around 3 lakh, and secondary stage 2, 11th, 12th class, the children are 1,49,022. So altogether it is 2.1 million children are there in school. So क्या हो सकता है? So it is reflecting that हो सकता है students with disabilities, all the students with disability in the schools may not be covered. Like the children going to a special school, children going to madrasas which are not recognized, children going to some rehabilitation center, children going to some clinical setup, so they may not be covered under this UDI's data. Children with disability are not in a school due to multiple barriers also. Drop out हो जाते होंगे, शुरू में गए और drop out हो जाते होंगे, leading to early dropouts and unavailability of disability wise data. Once in I think 2022 or 23 data, they have the disability wise data. Disability wise data are also available at the state level, but at the center level it is not reaching कि उस 21 disabilities में से कौन-कौन से disability कितने %, so that data is not available. If you will see, these are all some chronological things of policy and acts, how it is going about. So since RT Act went to, in 2009, it is enacted. So from there, it was a significant change in the education system. So up to 18 years, the children with disability can get education. There is still lacuna for the early childhood period. And at the secondary stage, the free education is not there in India. So that should be extended both sides. And if you will see in RT Act 2012, the Amendment Act, so there they have mentioned one group, that is children with disability under disadvantaged group. So the disadvantaged group was the category, and at that children with disabilities there. So that now the children with disability under section 12(1)(c), they can get education in private schools also. 25% reservation is there, so they can get their education. And in 2022, now the pupil-teacher ratio for the special education teacher, that is mandated. So if there is 10 children in a school, or it may be around, in one school there may be 2 children, another school 3 children, so like that, if 10 children are there, one special teacher the state has to recruit. If there will be 11 special 11 children, so they have to recruit 2 teachers. So it is like that up to 5th class. In upper grade, it should be 15:1. That is the ratio. Earlier in RT Act in 2009, only people-teacher ratio with the general students and general teacher, that ratio was mentioned. So here you can see in NCFTE 2009, so every professional course in education, professional course in teaching like BA, diploma, so in that it is mandatory for all teachers to have orientation or training about inclusive education, what are the environment should be there, how learning material should be handled, how classroom transaction will happen in the classroom for all children. And this is the global phenomena. अगर ये global phenomena नहीं होता तो sustainable development goal जो 15 है, in that the agenda item 4, so they have mentioned that ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunity for all. ये नहीं आता, है ना? So it is a global phenomena. Everywhere it is happening. The children with disability or disadvantaged category, they are not coming into the system. So dropout rates are much more. So this agenda is there कि by 2030 we have to work upon it to meet out this goal of the agenda. See our RPWD Act, it is very comprehensive act. मैंने ये बॉल के ऊपर डालना चालू किया और ये पूरा बॉल भर गया. तो अब देखिए, so many provisions are there. Respect for inherent dignity, full and effective participation, individual autonomy, independence of person, respect for differences, equality of opportunity, accessibility, everything is there mentioned in the RPWD Act, and it is a right-based act. So every child, every person with disability, they have the right to get all these provisions, all this recommendation. Niti Aayog has made action plan in 2017, and these are 3 years action plan, and in that also it takes care of, like indicates measure for ensuring health, education, safety, security and welfare of different sections of society, including children with disability and persons with disability. That means in every schemes and program there should be policy towards building an inclusive society. So these are some of the highlights of NEP 2020, and in different chapters these things are mentioned, like universal access to high quality early childhood care and education, foundational literacy and numeracy, including nutrition and health, curtailing dropout rates by different means like providing incentives, schemes and other things, residential schools. There should be inclusion fund, gender inclusion fund, Indian Sign Language, and in Indian Sign Language means there are subcategory also how to promote Indian Sign Language, that is standardization of Indian Sign Language, popularization of Indian Sign Language, all the learning materials should be in Indian Sign Language, and Indian Sign Language should be treated as one of the subjects. So these are the 4 dimensions to tackle Indian Sign Language. So curriculum and pedagogy in the school, the teachers should use, teachers has the autonomy. If you will see the para 5.1.4 in NEP, teachers should have the autonomy to use whatever pedagogy could be implemented in the classroom. So that autonomy should teacher have. A scholarship, single window system, a special education teacher, resource center services. So all these things are described in chapter 6 of NEP 2020. So if you will look into the teacher education program, so simple like diploma and BA teacher education program, and if somebody wants to do a specialization in some of the courses like vocational education or ICT or any other specialization, if they want, they can have shorter post BA certification courses. So that is not yet implemented, but it will come down through NCT. Then building capacity of in-service school teachers, we all are doing that. School complexes, hub of resources, that means our block resource center should be in such a way, they should have different kind of resources, either material resources or human resources, and if some schools in that catchment area, if they want, they need some kind of resources, they can approach to that block resource center and they will provide such kind of resources. So that kind of concept is there in NEP. Efficient resourcing and effective governance. Thank you. Then mass sensitization, harnessing of natural talent, and we have national assessment centers. Always we have like a complaint from the parents कि मेरा बच्चा कैसे 10th करेगा, मेरा बच्चा 12th कैसे करेगा. So we have a PARAC set up in NCERT. So they are working with CBSE and all the education board. In India we have 65 examination board, school examination board, and with those boards, no, PARAC is working ki how we can do 360-degree assessment and the report card of the child. So overall development of the child, not only on the academic area. So then involving social worker and counselor. So these are multiple options are given in NEP 2020. It is not only restricted to the special school or something. The main focus is on inclusive education, but there is a system of transfer or shift in between different schooling system or learning centers. So in Samagra Shiksha 2022, if you will Google that, in chapter 8 and chapter 9 is particularly on inclusion, chapter 8 is on gender and equity, and chapter 9 has inclusive education, learning for all, with focus on children with disability or all the student related components and other components, those are there in the Samagra Shiksha scheme. So NEP is being implemented through the Samagra Shiksha scheme. So now you see NCF Foundational Stage 2022, and it is focusing on mainly on the developmental delay, then disability and the children who are at risk. So teachers should be empowered to, we should make the competency of the teacher, how they can recognize this developmental delay and disability, and what are their roles, that is mentioned in NEP NCF Foundational Stage 2022. This is NCF for a school education, and here also the 4 sections are very important: 4.1, 4.2, 4.3 and 4.4. So these sections are on principles of education, what are the practices should be there in inclusion, what we can do for the gifted children, and gifted children also include gifted children with disability. They are known as 2E, twice exceptional children. So for them also what we can do. There is no, till now there is no program in India for children who have giftedness. So these are the guidelines. Morning में भी हम लोगों ने बात की, and this guidelines has 5 guidelines. Guidelines for foundational stage, how we can promote, what are the implementation barriers are there, and how we can make it happen. So those things are there. Very small guideline. If you will Google it, it is on our NCERT website. Only just around 66 pages. Then guidelines for creating inclusive school, how the atmosphere will be there in the inclusive school, how we can carry out home-based education. You all know that in RT Act, the children who have severe disability or multiple disability, they should out for home-based education, but it is not happening at the ground level. So there is what are the problems are there in implementation and how we can accelerate it, that is there in this guideline. Then guidelines for teacher education, how we can revamp our in-service program as well as pre-service program, and how we can collaborate and why we can collaborate, for what we can collaborate with the different organization, agencies and individuals, that is there in this guideline. So these are the 5 or 6 benchmark is there in this guideline. All schools need to be prepared for accepting diverse group of children. All schools need to be supported through well-organized support sharing mechanism. All learners need to have opportunity for participation in learning activity. All teachers need to have an access to flexible teacher education program, and all stakeholders need to recognize potential of diverse learner groups and support their learning in whatever way they can. So these are the main benchmark of this guideline. We have to reach there. And this is the last slide. So this is for how we can analyze our policies, act, etc. to implement at the ground level. If you will see, the access and quality issue is there, educational process is there, educational outcome and provision of services capacity. So different dimensions are there. From each dimension, if you will make a checklist, so I am giving you just for the scholars and and the person who can do the PhD or other research. So various dimensions are there, and you can take such dimension and you can do the research. You can analyze the policies and acts. How much it is at the ground level, it is functional. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Vinay. That has been a real, I would say, a combing exercise. That the entire policy, the NEP, and also its seeing where it has come from. That is from RTE, and taking that this thing of the RPWD Act, because we know that NEP is in complete consonance with the RPWD Act also, and I think the very highlights that Professor Vinay has given, he has underlined the word, the high, expectations, and even leveraging the educational outcomes. So the last slide, I think, is the most crucial slide, which he has pulled out from the guidelines also. And I know that DGSN, especially in NCERT, whatever is made as a policy or framework, the things what we need, like whenever we take a new gadget also, the manual is very important, which is the guidelines of how to implement it. And that is the work, and I have seen a couple of projects what Professor Vinay has undertaken, and I feel that that is the work that DGSN, especially in NCERT, is doing, that जो पॉलिसी को प्रैक्टिस में कैसे उतारना है, वो जो मसला है, और if the things are done, whether they are done appropriately or not. So accountability also of SMCs, teachers, and even parents, and also seeing whether what is written in the policy, वो सिर्फ पॉलिसी में बंद होके ना रहे, it should reach to the I won't say the last learner, but every learner. So every learner matters and matters equally. This is the kind of work that is put forth by Professor Vinay and Shilpa Madam and all their team under the guidance of Professor Vinay in DGSN. So we saw the glimpses of it in his presentation. The floor is open for the questions if there are in respect to the policy or its implementation.
Thank you, sir. It was a very nice presentation. And the NEP 2020, can you please elaborate on Inclusion Fund? What does it mean?
This is Inclusion Fund, or in that it is like there are two types of fund, Gender Inclusion Fund and Inclusion Fund. So whatever the fund flow will be, there by the ministry. So this should go to the inclusion of children with disability and disadvantaged group, except the gender one. So genders will have another fund, and that will cater the needs of all the genders, the male, female and transgender children, if they are coming to the school. So how the system is working, so, we have Kasturba Gandhi Balika Vidyalaya for the gender thing. So if the children with disability who is supposed girl or transgender, because main focus in the on the girls and transgender, so they will be included under gender inclusion fund, and other all will be in inclusion fund. So if governments want or system wants to establish a new residential setup like Navodaya Vidyalaya, Eklavya Model School, so they can the fund will be from inclusion fund, or it will also include like under inclusion fund or the Samagra Shiksha scheme of chapter 9. So that will be from this inclusion fund, and chapter 8 ka the gender part will be under gender inclusion fund, and other part will be under inclusion fund. So that kind of system has been made in NEP.
Thank you, sir. And you also mentioned that some vocational courses will come up post BA. How early it can come? Any idea?
Actually, this is the specialization courses, no? So specialization courses, it depends upon NCTE. NCT is like working on that, and if like suppose a teacher, because we do not have like a specialized course for how to deal with gifted children, how to work with ICT, a specialized kind of course. So that kind of course can be done after post-BEd, and that they are working on that, and I think within 2-3 years that will come.
That should be for the in-service teachers?
No, that will, that can be for the in-service teacher as well as for the BEd pass out.
Thank you, sir.
One more question.
Sir, good afternoon, sir. I am Vinay Kumar. I would like to ask you 3 questions regarding to policy guidelines, sir. Number 1, every government school is having school development management committee. Across India, all government schools is not inclusive our parents of disabilities or parents, teachers, students who are with the disabilities. Are there any guidelines or policy related to the school development management committee to inclusion of these disabled Divyangan children or parents? That is number 1. Number 2, about there are institutions which are running for the children, like child care institutions, juvenile homes. Also, they have Divyangan children who are not excluded for general academic education. They are given in correctional society. So that for them, are there any policy or legal guidelines from the NCRT? And number 1, third ring, PM Bachelya, those the parents who are orphans or semi-orphans of Divyangan children, are there any NCRT steps to taken for those children who are for the semi-orphan or orphan children? Thank you, sir.
So 3 questions were there. The first one is SMC. So NCRT has already developed in 2021 guidelines that manual is called Inclusion in Education, a manual for a school management committee, because in RT Act, if you will see section 21 and 22, that is specifically on a school management committee, and they have the legal right under RT Act to develop the school, and they have all the how this constitution will be there for the school management committee, because your particular question was on the parents of the children with disability. They should be the representative member in the school management committee. So after this RT Act, the rule has come from Ministry of Education how to constitute the school management committee, and there should be representation not only for the children with disability but also for other disadvantaged group. like tribal children are there coming to the school, or the children who belongs to scheduled caste, so their parents should also be there in the as a representative member of SMC if they are constituting in the school. That is already there in the system. Second was on what was the second one? On juvenile home. Yeah, child care institution or juvenile home. They have the system, but there is some legal things are there. So these children are getting education already if they are in the juvenile home or child care institution. So they are getting the education wherever they want. Some legal things are there. If they want to go to some school in the nearby area, so they can attend those schools. That is under JJ Act. So it is there already. And like I mentioned in this NEP, there are so many options are there for getting education. So there is no boundary of learning. So learning centers may be anywhere. So it may be under the child care institutions, or it may be like nearby area of the child care institution. So they can go there. The third question was on the orphan. So it is well included under the disadvantaged category in NEP 2020. If you will go to para number 6.2, and under the socio-economically disadvantaged group, if you go in different circumstances, the difficult circumstances, so under that the orphan, the seasonal migration wale jo parents hote hain unke bacche, so these all are already included in NEP. So that kind of thing we are doing, and the department, this department of NCERT, they are taking care of all disadvantaged group, so that giving training to the teachers, giving like making modules, doing research in the area, ki how all the children, whoever are from out from the school, they should come to the school. Thank you.
How much time do we have? Can we take a...
Namaskar. The disability children as a population in India, the percentage of award in the education system is not so high. But actually, what is caused by it? And second question, the disabled children needed in education age group, not covered, not so high. What is causes by it? And
children are not covered under
disabled children education के लिए not covered, not in covered by education system.
Disability is not covered under
disabled children who need education.
No, I am not understanding your question.
In the number of population of disabled children in India is also big. That's all the percentage of education system that is covered, not much, so much. What is causes by it?
Actually, for this only, if children, whatever population is there and disabled children are not covered under...
Not covered in the education system, special education system.
Actually, what sir wants to tell is, there is a DBT providing scholarship or what you call it, disbursement, pension. Divyangjan students are getting pensions. Every day, monthly, some social security scheme. So, if the government is having the social security scheme to the Divyangjan children, why can't you include, why can't this NCERT can include those children also coming to the regular education system? Because there are children with this special education are getting DBT benefits, are not included into the education. He wants to point to that one, sir.
Okay. Actually, education is the state matter, and this scholarship is also being provided by the state, but it should be mandatory, because I have mentioned one point, the single window system in NEP slides. So under single window system, this was the only thing to do that. There should be a tracking thing. Whoever we are giving the scholarships, either children with disability or any disadvantaged group, so they should come to the school, and that's the kind of mechanism should be there. NCERT does not fund any student, it does not give any scholarship to any students. It is an advisory mechanism, advisory body to the government of India. All the scholarships and benefits that are given by the either by the central government or by the state government. So the children who are going to the school, it should be linked. Your point is very right. If the children are getting some scholarships or something from the government or the state government through social welfare department or social justice department, so they should be enrolled under the school, and then they should get this kind of benefit. So that kind of linking is very important. Very good question, sir.
Second question, dropout children, disabled school पे जाते हैं, the dropout number is high, too high. So what is limiting for dropout?
Yes. So dropout children are high, and that is more in this area, the children with in the area of education of children with disability. So if you will see in our school, some children who got admission in the school system, and if they are not like coping up with the curriculum and all, so they are getting dropped out, or for the services also they are getting dropped out, but now they are going to the special school. So there they are learning, or they are opting for some home-based education, or going to the NIOS system. So our curriculum, the NCF National Curriculum Framework, that is very comprehensive framework that has the provision to include all. But what is happening, whatever there in the curriculum or the textbook, the competency we have to build up class-wise for each children, वो competency जो है बच्चे में किसी तरह से वो डेवलप नहीं हो पा रही है, because it is the teachers are not that much trained. So there is a lack of coordination between the teacher who are teaching the particular subject and the special education teacher. So उन दोनों के बीच में अगर बहुत अच्छा coordination हो जाए, so then the children who have disability, they can also go to this normal school. Now these things are little bit increasing, but बहुत अच्छा नहीं हो रहा है. So I am agree with that. So reason इसके यही है कि teacher trained नहीं है, बहुत बार हमारे services ठीक नहीं है, बहुत बार हमारे जो उनको support system चाहिए वो ठीक नहीं है, but the advancement of technology now it is increasing.
Actually, sir has asked a very good right point, the dropout of discontinuation of education of special children. I have a suggestion, sir. Suggestion is my idea. There is a National Council for Vocational Education. Why can't the convergence of NCERT or National Council for Vocational Education Forum together, if the students who are discontinued their education can get a skill of either hand tailoring or fashion designing or preparing of any photo framework, so that this can be helpful to the student. At least they can get a skill. After their discontinuation, they will start their own self-employment. When the children get 18 years, this NCERT or social vocational education certificate jointly will help them to sustain on their own feet by getting the social self-employment schemes. So this can be helpful.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, we have in the curriculum, that is what I was mentioning. We have a vocational curriculum also, and we have the institution called Pandit Sundarlal Sarma Central Institute of Vocational Education. They have made all the career cards also on different skill education things, and that is now a component of regular education system. After class 6, आप अगर Google करेंगे Kausal Vikas, Kausal Praveen after 9th class, these books are there, and some skills have been suggested, and that is not being separated from the like जो stream एक mainstream जो subjects हैं like science, maths or other things. So vocational is मतलब वो एकदम equivalent है. So it is already there. So if the child, not only children with disability, but दूसरे बच्चे भी अगर चाहते हैं कि हम vocational वाला skill करें, so that kind of vocational exposure they can get from the school only. But अभी learning material launch हो गया है, लेकिन I am very much agree, टीचर उसको कैसे क्लास में करेंगे, कैसे उसे करेंगे, वो अभी लैकिंग है. So NCERT is already thinking on that, and हम लोग अभी टीचर्स की पूरी all over India में टीचर की कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग करने जा रहे हैं, in which कौशल विकास कैसे करें या कौशल प्रवीण कैसे बनाएं उनको, उसके लिए वी आर वर्किंग ऑन दैट एंड दैट विल बी वेरी इफेक्टिव फॉर चिल्ड्रन विद डिसेबिलिटी बिकॉज करिकुलम लोड 5th क्लास के ऑनवर्ड्स इतना ज्यादा हो जाता है, सो दे कैन नॉट कोप अप विद दैट, लाइक फिजिक्स और साइंस है, इस तरह की जो चीजें हैं सो उसके साथ नहीं कर पाते हैं, सो दैट विल बी वेरी बेनिफिशियल फॉर चिल्ड्रन विद डिसेबिलिटी।
थैंक यू सर।
Thank you very much, Professor Vinay, as well as for all the thought-provoking questions. So, as he said, our everything is there on our platter. The government has given us in terms of policies. It is only the practices which we have to now imbibe. For which he has said कि अभी कौशल विकास का rollouts होने वाले हैं. So we should also make the most of it. What resources have been provided. So thank you very much and thank you organizers.
Excuse me, ma'am. He wants to ask one question. I'm giving. You can ask it in Hindi also.
I think the organizers have got some time limit. Okay.
नमस्ते सर।
Yeah, last question.
मैं पूछना चाहता हूँ कि डिप्लोमा इन स्पेशल एजुकेशन और स्पेशल बीएड जो हमारा NCT 6 month ब्रिज कोर्स है वो आफ्टर जॉब या बिफोर जॉब करना है, वो थोड़ा क्लियर कर दीजिए। 6 month ब्रिज कोर्स इन प्राइमरी एलिमेंटरी लेवल में करना है जो आफ्टर जॉब या बिफोर जॉब?
NCT का पूछ रहे हैं।
NCT का।
हाँ, ये जैसे उसका इस तरह से प्रोविजन है, आई डोंट नो मच अबाउट दैट बट इट इज द पर्सपेक्टिव ऑफ NCT। इसमें क्या है कि इसको इक्विवेलेंट जब बना रहे हैं प्राइमरी लेवल टीचर्स को, और उसमें जो डिप्लोमा स्पेशल एजुकेशन किए हैं या जब TGT के इक्विवेलेंट कर रहे हैं तो वो बीएड जो स्पेशल एजुकेशन को कर रहे हैं, उसके बाद दे हैव मैंडेटरी टू डू दिस ब्रिज कोर्स ऑफ 6 month। सो वो 6 month का ब्रिज कोर्स जो है वो it is again depend upon the recruitment procedure of that particular state, कि स्टेट ने उसको क्या किया है। कभी कभी वो कहीं वो क्या कर रहे हैं, उनको जॉब में ले आ रहे हैं एंड देन 6 month के अंदर उसको कंप्लीट करने को कह रहे हैं, मतलब ज्वाइनिंग कराने के बाद, या फिर कुछ लोगों को कह रहे हैं कि आप पास आउट हो गए एंड 6 month का ये कोर्स कर लीजिए, देन यू विल गेट द ऑफर लेटर। सो दैट काइंड बोथ काइंड ऑफ थिंग्स आर देयर इन द सिस्टम।
सर वहाँ तो लिखा है आफ्टर जॉब में करना है।
स्टेट का थोड़ा सा डिसीजन, क्योंकि रिक्रूटमेंट प्रोसीजर पूरा स्टेट का मैटर है, तो वो स्टेट पे डिपेंड करता है कि वो कैसे करेंगे।
थैंक यू सर।
Thank you so much, sir, for such an insightful session. I hope our audience also learned something. Now, may I kindly request Dr. Varsha Gatu to felicitate our esteemed speaker, Professor Vinay Kumar Singh, as a token of respect and appreciation. I would request the audience to clap. I would also like to request Dr. R.C. Sarita to kindly felicitate Dr. Varsha Gatu on behalf of the organizing committee. Now, along with Professor Singh, I call on stage Dr. Ambadi KG and Mr. Rishi Amit Nayak to the stage. We will now move to the session on bridging assessment and diagnosis in Indian classrooms, the input glares for specific learning disabilities. This session will focus on strengthening assessment practices and supporting early identification in inclusive classrooms. It is my honor to introduce our speakers, Dr. Ambari KG, Nipid, and Mr. Rishikesh Amit Nayak, Daria Tech. They bring valuable expertise in special education, assessment, research, and innovation in the field of inclusive education. To moderate this session, we are honored to have Professor Vinay Kumar Singh, and now I kindly request Professor Singh to take the session forward.
Yeah, this is the session we all know that, and since yesterday we are seeing the slides of like this grade level assessment scale. So we will more here to learn about how it is working and how you have developed this scale and what are the components are there, and we are eagerly we're waiting for your presentation, so how it is working, because it is very much needed in the field. So thank you. Over to you, Dr. Ambadi and Rishikesh.
Thank you, sir. So good afternoon. I know that it is running late. We are running late by half an hour. So as Sir started giving an intro regarding our grade level assessment device, which has been instrument which we are using for assessment of learning problems in children in the primary schools. So we are coming out with a new assessment aspect, like for a specific learning disability. It's not just the assessment component, it is coming out with a diagnosis component also, where a grade level diagnosis aspect for specific learning disability, especially when we talk about the reading, writing and mathematics component. So that is one thing which we have come out. So I'm not going to talk much about the theoretical aspects of specific learning disability as a mandate, as a legal mandate, especially RPWD Act recognizes specific learning disability as a disability from 2016, and our NEP 2020 talks about children with special needs, especially the services a child with special needs should get in the mainstream classrooms or inclusive classrooms. On that aspect, we are coming out with how the grade level component can be included in and assessment, screening, assessment and diagnosis of specific learning disability. That was the main objective of research. So as we know, this is one thing which we should always think about when we think about children with specific learning disability in the mainstream classroom. There are a huge number of people, huge number of children who are there in the inclusive classrooms. Most of them we are not able to identify. That's one thing, especially identify at the early stage, where we are identifying them at the age of 13 years, 14 years, 15 years, when they are in the grade 9, grade 10. That is one thing which is happening. And because of that, where they are not getting the intervention at the right time, they are not able to continue in the school system, especially when we see about the dropout rate of children with special needs, especially when it comes to grade 12, like in the senior secondary and all, dropout rate is very high for children with special needs. The major reason is that they are not able to get the intervention at the right time. So that is one major thing which happens with that. So we are coming out with the solution. Basically, how we will be able to identify children with special needs, children with specific learning disability at the early stage. That's one thing which we are talking about here. So it is not just an instrument for screening or diagnosis. It is like how we can provide educational equity in the inclusive classrooms. That was the one major aspects which we are trying to bring out with this. So basically the objective of developing these instruments was to come out from a framework which is moving towards an academic, from a generic academic failure to precise actionable learning profile. That is one aspect of a instrument which we are coming out with. So it is like a comprehensive screening leading to diagnosis of specific learning disability, which is in par with the grade level content curriculum. That is one thing. So I think I need not explain about the different conditions of specific learning disability, because everyone here is either a teacher who might have heard about specific learning disability. It's not, I don't think so anyone is there who don't know about specific learning disability. So our idea of this assessment instrument was like it should be curriculum grounded. That is one aspect which we were thinking about. Curriculum grounded in the sense we are coming out with an assessment instrument where what NCF is talking, like what NCF 2023, NCF for school education 2023 talks about the learning outcomes. So we started working from the learning outcomes of NCERT, which has been given by NCERT in 2018. When we started working, NCF has come. Then we started focusing on the NCF component, what all things a child has to achieve in each grade. That is one component which we have included. Along with that, we have included the component of neuroscience-based component of specific learning disability. It is not just, you can see the worksheets which we have developed for specific learning disability, for starting from grade Balavadiga towards grade 12. So our worksheets will be from Balavadiga, which is being introduced as a part of our education system post NEP 2020. Earlier, before introducing NEP 2020, preschool education was not a part of education especially in the mainstream education system coming with the government school system. But post NEP, Balavadiga got introduced. So starting from Balavadiga onwards, what has to come in the. So our worksheets has been designed in a way that it will capture the components or the characteristics of specific learning disability through the grade level assessment. That is one thing which we have captured in that. So when we talk about each worksheet has been mapped with certain characteristics of a child with specific learning disability, either cognitive processing or orthographic processing or executive functioning, whatever it is there with the characteristics of a child with specific learning. So that is one thing which we have captured. Then another aspect is like it is a psychometrically sound. Psychometrically sound in the sense we have done a mass field testing. It's a very huge field testing has happened for developing this, where we have collected data from across 16 states in the country, covering around 14,000 students, school-going students. So that is the strength of this tool, where considering their language background, linguistically background has been considered while collecting data. We have given the representation of all the linguistic aspect, where we have given a balance in that aspect, balance in the rural-urban aspects, where most of the data has been collected from the rural area rather than the urban area, because majority of the children are being educated in the rural area. So these all things has been considered while developing the test. So that is why we call it as psychometrical sound. Then the different educational context has been considered, even though NCF, we have taken NCF 2023 as the base for developing the worksheets, like the learning outcomes has been selected from that, but the content has been selected in a way that it is culturally responsive. That is one. So this is one major thing which we are coming out with, starting from foundational stage onwards. So as per the Government of India guidelines, the specific learning disability assessment starts at the age of 8 years. That's the first stage where we will give the certification. So before that, that is one thing. Before that, whether the child can be, it's not a diagnosis which is happening, whether we will be able to find out whether the child is facing issues. Because earlier, as per the DSM-5 or DSM-5 TR criteria, the child should have minimum 2 years of school exposure. Now when we talk about the school exposure, school starts at 3 years. 3 years or onwards, a child is going to school. And sometimes before that also, that's happening. And they are getting enough school exposure when they reach at the age of 5 years. So this is one thing where in the foundational stage, Balawati worksheets are the grade 1, grade 2 worksheets, which talks about how we will be able to identify whether the child is exhibiting features of specific learning disability, starting from there till secondary grade. That's the critical aspects which we have included in this. So we have the worksheets starting from Balavatika to grade 12 coverage. That is one aspect where core academic pillars, it is majorly the worksheets are developed in English, Hindi and mathematics. That's the three core areas where we have not done in the vernacular languages. That is one extension which we have to do with the vernacular languages. Then it is in the area of like the complexity is like in a progressive manner. We have developed the complexity of the worksheets, and each and every grade level we have mapped the worksheets which we have developed with the NCF 2023 learning outcome as well as the core features of specific learning disability. So when the tool comes out, you will be able to see that every worksheet is being mapped in two ways, where it is mapped with the learning outcome framework as well as it is mapped with the specific learning disability characteristics. So that's one aspect. Then these are the major areas which we are trying to address through this diagnosis worksheets, like linguistic and verbal processing, cognitive listening, visual perception skills, major aspects which is coming with the specific learning disability component. So it was, the primary objective was to develop a comprehensive directed assessment instruments fully aligned with NCERT learning outcomes across Balavatika to grade 12 in the area of English, Hindi and mathematics. And another component is like it is majorly for early identification. That is one aspect which we should always think about. When a child with a specific learning disability approaches a professional at the age of 12 years, 13 years, it is too late for that child to get intervention. And when we talk about a specific learning disability assessment globally, majorly it follows an RTA framework, like a response to intervention framework is there for specific learning disability screening and identification, which is being followed globally, where when a child comes with like suspect of having learning disability, they will be exposed to do intervention, like through RTA framework intervention will be given. And if we are not able to overcome their difficulties, then only we should suspect for specific learning disability. The same thing happens here also. So our framework is coming in that way. So we are having a three-tier approach in assessment. First thing, the same worksheets can be used for screening of children with a specific learning disability in the classroom. That can be done by the teacher. So because it is being aligned with the learning outcomes, the teacher will be able to screen the child, where screening happens at the grade level. So if the child is getting admitted or promoted to grade 8th grade, and at the beginning of the grade, the child can be assessed for grade level, grade appropriate assessments where the grade level competency is not there or not. If the child is not achieving grade level competency, they have to be referred for diagnosis. That is one thing. So screening can be, like massive screening can be done by the school teachers, and the diagnosis component can be taken up by the professionals. So both the aspects will be taken care. And when it comes to diagnosis, there is a lot of aspects which we are coming out with the diagnosis. Diagnosis is not just basic following the score which they have got in the assessment. It is following a error analysis pattern, where that's why I told that it is not just for diagnosis. It talks about how we can provide intervention also, because it talks about in which all area the child is facing difficulty. So it is the diagnostic trigger which we are coming out with. So if the performance of the child in grade level, if the performance of the child is in grade level, if the child is getting 81 to 100%, which is the grade level performance which we have marked, it will be like proficient performance is there, then developing, then we are marking it into at risk, and below expectations, below 40%. So this is the grade level, and if the child is getting below 40%, below expectations, then the child has to be referred. The child has to be referred for diagnosis. So that is the framework which we are coming up with, and after the child has to be referred for a diagnosis, the diagnosis part has to be taken care by the professionals, where the professionals will again do the assessment with the 2 grade level below worksheets, and when their performance is educatively low, then they will map that with the 20 distinct academic domains, which are the basic aspects of specific learning disability. 20 distinct academic domains are there, where the error analysis will happen over there. And we will get a score for each domain separately, where we will be able to see that in this area the child is finding difficulty. And it has been mapped, that each worksheet has been mapped to this 20 distinct domains. So, for example, the worksheet 1, which we are giving at the 2 grade level below, is mapping to attention problems in the child. So, like that, there will be multiple worksheets where the error calculation pattern is there, how many errors has been done by that child, we'll be able to map it. And we'll be able to get the, in each area, now the things which is happening with the specific learning disability assessment is like, it is like a overall score which we are deriving, and when from that we are diagnosing the child has a specific learning. That is the practice which is happening with the system over there. So here, in each area, which area the child is facing difficulty, we will be able to get it. So this is basically what happens with the specific learning disability assessment through our instrument, starting from identify information, then we will get the data with respect to assessment. In assessment, we will get data, like screening data will be there, and diagnostic data will be there. Then we will be able to do the analysis. From the analysis and patterns, we will be able to find out the strengths and abilities of the child. So, by finding out the strength and ability of the child, we will be able to come out with the intervention also. So, each level, the intervention can be done. So, then the result will be integrated. The research part will be like grade level assessment scores, whatever which we are getting, that scores will be there. The analysis components will be there. Then the intervention aspects, in what all area the child will require intervention. So this is part which happens to, in totality, which happens through that. One is universal screening through, as I said, a response intervention framework, then the targeted assessment, intervention planning, and progress monitoring. So it is not just we have done for diagnosis. Apart from diagnosis, we are talking more about intervention, and especially the early intervention, early identification and intervention. That is one component which is missing in our school system. So this is all aligning with the RWD Act, Equitable Identification, Resource Allocation and Professional Development. And when it comes with the tool, so I'm very happy to inform everyone that this the development of this tool, what we naming it as grade level assessment instrument for schools, GLACE, has been approved by Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, and we got the approval day before yesterday. So we are happy to share that it will be rolling out very soon for a diagnosis. So that is one thing which is there. So one thing which happens is like it is feasible for a classroom where the teachers in the school teachers will be able to do the screening part with the respective grade level assessment instrument, where the periodic screening can happen, where we will be able to find out the progress of the child happens through this. Then it is structurally appropriate and clinically talking about the psychometric validity. And what we want to recommend to the policymakers, schools and teacher education is like policy makers should adopt it as across boards for early screening, identification and diagnosis. That's one thing. Then integrate the data with the existing system. That is one thing which is required because we don't have specific data. When we are looking into the data of children with specific learning disabilities, we have a lot of confusions in the data in some places. For example, there are some states, they are saying that specific learning disability, there are 16% of children are having specific learning disability in school going age. Some data which is showing that 18%, some data is showing as 8%, but through certain meta-analysis and research which has happened in India, we are coming to a conclusion that 8 to 11% of children with school-going children have a learning disability. So it is a huge number. Like 10 to 15 million of the children are facing that. Then what to do? School has to, regular assessment has to happen, regular screening has to happen as well as specific learning disability committees. Then organize regular teacher training workshops. That's one thing schools should do to empower teachers. Then only they will be able to understand. Majority of the times teachers are also not able to identify the children in the classroom. They don't have proper awareness about specific learning disability condition. That is one. Another challenge which we are facing because they don't have awareness. Majority of the times if the child is not performing well in the schools, what happens? We used to blame them as they don't want to study, they are not good at studies, or they are lazy. This is one thing which happens in the school system where we are not able to figure it out what actually is. So this is one. Then teacher education. Institutions, the teacher education curriculum, especially the government has to integrate this as a part of curriculum in the upcoming revision of curriculum in teacher training program. So it's not just in the special education program.
Dr. Madi, there is just 2 minutes to conclude it.
Yeah. So this is things which are asked to. So we have done the development. We have to do the implementation. That's one next task we are going to take up. Then we have to find out that. Thank you. And I welcome my co-presenter to continue with this.
Hello. Thank you, Ambadi sir, for a detailed presentation of the NIPET GLACE framework, which is coming up in the upcoming time. So we are from Daira EdTech. We are a partner with NIPET, and I believe somewhere in India, a child is sitting in a classroom right now and she understands everything what the teachers say. I'm just simplifying what is LD looking like in real life classrooms. So when she writes, the letters won't behave, or when she reads, the words jumble up, and when she goes back, she feels she's not good enough, or the parents make her feel that she's not good enough. And nobody ever checked on the child because we don't have a compulsory framework yet properly implemented where we check upon the learning curves, we keep on checking on the learning outcomes. And by the time someone finally says, maybe we should test her, she's 10 or maybe she's 12. And she has lost the years, not because the signs weren't there, but because nobody was trained to see them and nobody had the right tools. So I'm Rishikesh, founder of Daira EdTech. Over the last few years, we have been working closely with schools, non-profits, parents, and the National Institute of Empowerment of People with Intellectual Disability to build something meaningful out of it. And we took our time and we worked on our ground since last 2 and 3 years, where we have been listening and closely beta testing our application on the learning disability framework itself. And here in the event, we are trying to publicly launch it so that whoever schools, teachers, whoever are present from the education ecosystem can adopt it from the next level onwards. So, Jinisha particularly is Bharat's first neurodivergent screening ecosystem. And I say ecosystem because it's not an app. It's a connected platform that works across 3 pillars. We screen, we support, and then we sustain. We screen at mass scale, so we focus on mass screenings, particularly in schools and Anganwadis as a sector. And then we connect them with supporting interventions depending on the case, for teachers and structured referrals for clinicians depending on the case of the child. And we sustain them through continuous monitoring, learning curve trackings, and long-term developmental data. One child and one record at a time, from classroom to clinicians, we track everything in an ecosystem. So how do we actually screen? So it's, I guess the framework has been already explained by Ambadi sir, so I'll just continue with what do we do with the software and what's the unique parts that we have already integrated. So we focus on training of teachers first of all, and that's the first phase that we go around. It's not, then we focus on the phase 2, which focuses on clinical teacher-based observations. Is the child able to tie his shoelace, or is the child coming to the school regularly? Simple observational questionnaires, which helps us understand what is exactly going on the child's end on the classroom level. Then the second layer starts with the teacher photographs the child's handwriting. The platform analyzes letter formations, spacing, pressure alignment, and when the handwriting reveals about how the brain is processing. The third layer, that's an interesting layer where we enable speech for the children who have this ability to speak. The child reads a passage or describes a picture. GVShap captures fluency, articulation, rhythm, and estimates the cognitive reading age. We try to take these bio insights from these two major layers, and then comes the third phase where we have the Nippert Glaze framework and the ASQ. So we focus on specific learning disability in primary, but we also are trying to integrate other neurodevelopmental disorders for screening them in the school ecosystem. After all this, the system classifies a child under 4 categories: excellent, average, below expectation, and at risk and higher risk. So for children with at risk conditions, we create intervention cards that can be enabled in the school ecosystem. And then for higher risk conditions, we enable reports that can be generated for referrals to a particular clinician. So this can be integrated in any classroom ecosystem. And so these are our policy partners and government partners. We have been recognized variously before we have been a partner to Nippert. And along with Nippert, now it's a larger ecosystem that we are trying to push for, where we will be able to go for a mass training system. So I'd like to take a moment about something that makes GVShap fundamentally different from all others. So Nippert is the main clinical framework for the entire software. Apart from that, we are recognized under India mission under the Ministry of Electronics and IT for the trust and proof of the technology that we have been building. We are also sponsored by Bhashini for enabling it in multilingual. So we have been deploying it in Odisha, we have been deploying it in Tamil Nadu, we are deploying it in Madhya Pradesh, Karnataka, and we have been enabling the teachers' observation in their own languages. So that's something that we're thankful to Bhashini. We are deploying into Samagra Shiksha Abhiyan in 2 districts, Keonjhar, Odisha, and Dharwad, Karnataka, where we have enabled mass training in the last 6 months. This is a major school implementation framework of Keonjhar, Odisha, where we have implemented and screened more than 11,000 children across 2 blocks, Banswara and Harichandrapur, and have been trained more than 90+ teachers in those regions, where they have been now enabling our software to their students. So what exactly we have done? So over 18,000 children in total pilots, 3 states covered, 20+ languages currently supported. In Keonjhar, we have trained teachers more than 90+ and worked with CRCs, trained non-profit implementation partners. So we have 3 large-scale non-profit implementation partners ranging across 11 states. So once the platform now it's ready and available for the public, it will be implemented across 11 states in wherever regions the non-profit partners are. So non-profits play a very important role for us to enable it in government schools. So ultimately I'll just skip this. Okay. So I'll close with this. India doesn't have a shortage of brilliant children. It has a shortage of system that does not see them. GVShap exists to be the system to ensure that no child is missed because they were born in born in the wrong village or a wrong school or a wrong time, or they don't know the particular language. We are enabling it in every school, everywhere. We are coming up with a parent ecosystem. So every parent who is anxious about screening their children, or they're worried about what to do the next steps after they have a clearer diagnosis, a parent's application is coming across in the next month. And for clinicians and all the special educators and professionals present in this auditorium, we are coming up with a portal in the next 2 months where we are launching for a diagnostic frameworks, so that we will be able to clearly integrate the entire ecosystem and create a simpler funnel. So we start with the basic close screening, then we support them through proper interventions, diagnosis, and then we continuously monitor. So that's what we are building for India. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ambadi and Rishikesh ji. So you have given us all the brief about how this scale will work, and it is also launched by the, I think it is launched or it is cleared by, it is cleared by some of the authorities. So it was good to know that this scale is free from cultural barrier and I think language barrier also, because generally we see in the literature हम लोग सब पढ़े हैं B को D कर दिया, D को P Q कर दिया. So it is mainly they focus on the English language. So I think it is based on other Indian language also. So that is very good thing. I have, before taking the question from the audience, I have just one suggestion. If it can be incorporated now or later on, the pervasive deficits. So that deficits is not I'm not very much convinced about that deficits, because we are coming up from the deficit model to the diversity model. So somehow this terminology will be changed in the scale. So because this is the psychological processing or neuropsychological processing through which we learn. So, and it is not we are coming up from the medical model to the diversity model. So if something some diversion from the if the child is learning something and it is not as he or she is learning as we are learning, so there is some other way that the child is learning, and that is from the, if you will see from the perspective of the child, so it is right from his perspective, whatever he is perceiving, and the child is learning from his or her own perspective. So it is somehow a correct perspective from the child point of view. We are in the mainstream people, we are not seeing it from that perspective. So somehow this terminology should be changed. So I think the audience will be agree with me. So if any questions are there, so you can raise your hand. Yes, sir.
Sir, good afternoon. My question related to two points, sir. First point is, are you covered sports school, Sainik school, Rashtriya military school or cultural schools for the disabilities in your study? Number one. Number two, related to, you are doing an assessment for the disabilities. So are you following any state bodies or national bodies for assessing the children for awarding the grade level certificates like secondary school or senior secondary? So in your assessment, for assessing the students of disabilities, what are the mechanisms you are using for assessment? Thank you, sir.
Basically, this assessment is not just giving any grade level certificate or thing. This assessment is basically to find out the gap in the learning. That is one component where a child with a specific learning disability comes to a school. So how we will be able to identify the gap. That is one aspect, and by identifying that, how we will be able to intervene in that. And it's not just anything for certification or at the grade level performance, like secondary or higher secondary certification. That is not the purpose of this assessment. Basically, to screen and find out whether the child is performing at the current grade level, and if the child is not performing, how we will be able to intervene and how we will be able to go with the diagnosis as per the diagnosis guidelines of specific learning disability. That is one thing. And regarding the first question, regarding schools, integration of schools, we try to integrate almost all the type of schools while collecting the data. Not everything has been included because with related to permissions, and especially we are talking about army schools and all, where it was difficult to get the permission. We tried, but it didn't work out. Even in our own place, like in Hyderabad also, it didn't work out. So few things, like not every schools has been integrated, but majority of the schools has been integrated, including the residential and all.
suggestion. Parents who are having this disabilities children, are you having any assessment for the parent side? How do parenting for the children with having disabilities?
So, actually, this is a tool coming up for children who have learning disability, and whatever he has explained all about the methodology they have adopted for developing this learning this tool. So across India, as per their sample, as per their research methodology, they have selected some sampled school across India. So in that, the government school, private school, residential school, and all kinds of school, if they are coming in the sample, that has been taken up. And they have developed this scale. And this scale is not for the parents, not for anybody. It is for the school children who are from the foundational stage to the upper level. But the suggestions, after getting whatever I have seen in the slide, so suggestions, whatever or recommendations I can say, that on the basis of this screening tool, that may be suggested to the parents. Am I right?
Yeah, suggested to the parents and educators as well. Both the aspects, like intervention component is for the parent aspects also. So we are trying to come out when Mr. Rishi was talking about the assessment platform, the online platform. In the online platform, even in the other aspects also in assessment, just you have to enter the score, all the things will automatically calculated, because I have already developed an Excel sheet. Programming has been done to find out in which all areas the child is facing challenges. That has been done. So that will be digitized by the system.
We considering the parents application, so basically the platform entirely, once you have screened, it should be screened in the school system. Once the child has been screened and you want to understand what exactly is going on through the child, or you want to get the after support, or if it's whatever category of risk the child is falling into, there is a support in the parents application, but we don't have exactly a screening mechanism for parents. It should be done within the schools.
So I think I should close this session because lunch time is also there. So thank you very much, Dr. Ambati and Rishikesh ji. Okay, so now we are like all the audience and all, even the school system, we have to make them ready for this new scale. So that the children with learning disability, there is a very much, this is the need of the hour in the school. Okay, so thank you very much. So
before just closing, I want to thank my team for this. That is one thing which I should always remembering, and I should always acknowledge my team who was developed this. Because people used to say that it is very difficult to manage me. Even my colleagues used to say that it is very difficult to manage me. They worked with me for 2 years. That was a wonderful thing. Especially my team members, few of them are here. Mr. Niveda is here, Niveda Singh is here, and Mr. Ajmal is also here. Other team members, Mr. Soumya and Mr. Magana. These were the pillars for developing, and along with my co-investigator, Dr. Sunita Devi. So they managed me well. That's why we should come on. Thank you so much. Thank you everyone.
Thank you so much, sir, for a very exciting and captivating session. Now, I kindly invite Professor Vinay Singh to felicitate our esteemed speakers, Dr. Ambati and Mr. Rishikesh Amit Naik, as a token of respect and appreciation. Please give them a big round of applause. I would also like to request Ms. Chinmay Patnaik, Deputy Director Admissions Supervision and Events, KIT International School, to kindly felicitate Professor Vinay on behalf of our organizing committee. Thank you everyone. Thank you everyone. We'll all break for lunch now and meet soon again at 2:30 for the next session.
podium से invite कर please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. I hope everyone has had a hearty lunch and is engaged with all their concentration and focus for the final sessions of the day. And we promise you that these are going to be promising, interesting, invigorating papers and presentations that's coming your way. We'll begin with a paper that's titled Pedagogy for Inclusive Education, Lessons Learned in Teacher Preparation, School and College Education. I think the interesting part about the topic is that it's lessons learned, and I'm sure the speaker has made ample effort to have gone through the experience of picking up from the field essential insights that she has to share with us. It is my privilege to introduce the speaker, but prior to that, I would like to call the moderator of the session, which is Dr. Lalita K, faculty NIPID. She has been working with us since yesterday and she's been tirelessly giving us her time and contributions. I'd like you to welcome her with a round of applause. Moving on to the speaker, it is my honor to invite Dr. Renu Malviya, former professor and head of the Department of Education, Lady Irwin College, University of Delhi. She's a respected academician with rich experience in inclusive education, teacher training, and creating equitable learning environments. Welcome, ma'am. I shall now request Madam Lalita K to take over. Thank you.
Welcome to the dignitaries and delegates for this wonderful session on pedagogies on inclusive education, for inclusive education. So, inclusive education is just not a policy, but it is not a strategy. It is a commitment for all the children with different modalities to get an accessible education. So, without any late, I would like to introduce our resource person for this session, Professor Renu Malviya ma'am. She is a director and a former professor, retired professor from Lady Irwin College, University of Delhi, and Madam has 4 decades of experience in research, particularly in the area of learning disabilities. So I request Madam to take the session on pedagogies for inclusive education. Thank you.
Thank you so much for giving me the stage. May I have this slide here? So what I'm going to talk about is how there are these connections that we have. There are lots of gaps, of course. But if you're looking at inclusion, inclusion cannot be only at a particular stage. It has to start from pre-service to in-service to school thing and so on. So when I talk about equity, diversity, participation, empowerment, learning for all, right? We are talking about where is that equity? Are we getting equity at when we're in pre-service training? Do we have how many departments of special education and departments of general teacher training work in the same department, are under the same banner? I don't think there are many. I was fortunate to be a part of this department, where both special education and general education were together. And wherein we were able to do that little inclusion, which doesn't happen when you go into the school system. And you find special educators really do not know what the general teacher is doing. The general teacher doesn't know what the special educator's abilities, capabilities are. So, coming to the next question, I have to do this. So when we're talking about the conceptual foundation of inclusive education, all of us know this, that it's no longer a deficit-oriented special education model. It's a right-based, equity-oriented framework. And it comes with the global, it's grounded in the global commitments. And we are not fixing the learner. That means every child has an ability. So the spaces that we worked in, we realized those institutions where it was clear they were not fixing the learner, the child tends to do better. And teaching strategies that maximize participation, learning for all students. And that means that labeling is limited. For example, I come from the field of neurodiversity, so maybe my examples will be more from that side. So when you're talking about this is a child with dyslexia, as compared with that, this is a child who has difficulty in deciding when capital letter has to be written, when small letter has to be written. This is a child who has problems with where is the full stop and where is the comma to be put. Now, as soon as we change this, the labeling is there. The screening has to be done. The assessment has to be done. The diagnosis has to be done. But on a regular basis, the development of peer group and buddies in the class increases. When it's not a regular labeling that is happening. So we are already aware of this. Traditional method was deficit, segregation, teacher as expert. In this, the teacher is a facilitator or a co-learner. First thing we realized when we went for our observations, in the junior classes, we still have what is teacher-centered physical arrangements. So they're sitting in circles, they're sitting in semicircles, everywhere else you have this straight line. So this is very teacher-centered. So first of all, we talk about the ramps, we talk about accessibility, are we talking about teacher-centered accessible student-centered accessible classrooms? We observed in some schools, but of course, India is a country where we have very large numbers in the school system. So some of the schools we found where in grade 9, 10, 11 also, they were sitting in semicircles. So the teacher's empowerment as the center of everything, the demigod was not present. And therein it was the inclusive pedagogy. The students had more voice in these classes. And therefore, the learning was, it was not information giving, it was knowledge construction, each child constructing knowledge in a different way, as they think their knowledge should be. Because even now when I'm speaking, each sentence that I say is being constructed. I'm saying the same sentence, but what is emerging in your brain is very different. So when we ask the students after the class, ma'am ne kya bataya, sir ne kya bataya, everyone had a different perspective to it. So that was knowledge construction. So are we talking about content giving or concept development? Of course, this is what we got from the review of literature. I do not have to go into details of this. Two important things that emerged was teacher belief and attitude. There's been a lot of work done on teacher belief, and it was observed that when the teachers were able to empathize and not consider that they know everything, they were learners, and they were looking at, they would ask the question, इसने ऐसे क्यों किया था? Non-judgmental. In those cases, the learning was better in the classroom. I'm talking about inclusive classrooms, where we had children who were the so-called atypical children. We had children who were neurodiverse, on the spectrum, Asperger's with ADHD. We had children who were on the SLDs, they were SLDs, and we also had children who were VI, and 2 or 3 children who were hard of hearing. So these were some of the variations that we had. And wherever we found the teacher's belief and attitude, मैं कैसे पढ़ाऊँ? So that was the thing. How do I get this through? A current example which happened. After so many experiments, we found out the mother said, "Isko pani bahut acha lagta hai." This was a child Asperger's, but ADHD. We started, I mean, there was no way, we'd been going on for almost 10 days as to kaise kuch kare. And ultimately, we started with the motor game in the OT classroom, room. And it was not such a large room. And suddenly, the learning started. So, the attitude that we got. Of course, so much has been spoken about the universal design and the universal design of learning. So first of all, is the design universal? Can I get up and leave the class? Can I get up and say, "Mujhe bahar jana hai"? Or that particular child in one of our study who would get up and go to the last table, desk, और उसके नीचे जाके बैठ जाता था. And teacher had a big problem with this. And then we asked the question, what is the problem? The problem, the teacher की पढ़ता नहीं है, नंबर नहीं आते, अपना काम नहीं खत्म करता है, सब कुछ करता है, पर मुझे इरिटेट होती हूँ मैं. आपके इरिटेशन से बच्चे की अंडरस्टैंडिंग में, I mean, why should it affect the understanding or the learning of the child? So ultimately, when the teacher was able to understand that it was causing irritation to me, and here was a bright child who would take out his time out in the class itself. But then again, are we able to do this in large classes? Are our teachers actually, are there enough in-service programs where these continuous in-service programs, not those 2 days programs, then another one after 3 years. So the issue is coming here. So when we're talking about here, research highlights significant gaps in the teacher preparation. And I'm taking the example, we are very aware of the teacher preparation gaps. I've been a teacher educator all my life. But at the same time, where we had Department of Special Education and the Department of General Teacher Education together, the inclusion was more. I'll show you in the slide that comes in. If we look at the 2-year syllabus, of course, there is more in-depth of disability in the teacher special education in service, pre-service. But in the general teacher pre-service also, there is adequate amount of in-service, about disability and the pedagogies. Then, why is it when they go into the school system, they're not able to work together as a team? Because they are not together in an inclusive setup when they are in college. So these were training quality. Teacher self-efficacy is shaped by the training quality. We also realized that pre-service teachers and in-service school teachers get training. But the teacher educators are not given any in-service training. I've been a teacher educator, except one training which was given to me, after which I was given my permanent job in the university. There's never been any other in-service training. The issue that we realized was that in any organization, the number of in-service teachers who churn out 200, 300, 500 teachers every year, there will be only a good 5 to 10 of them. So nobody is going out of the way to give them training further. It is not cost effective. But they are the ones who will bring about the change. So the other one, direct interaction with persons with disabilities. Whether it is the teacher educator, and this applies to general teachers also. A general teacher who is supervising classes of grade elementary school, say grade 8, 9, 10, 11, doesn't really know what it is to sit in a class of preschoolers. So that awareness is not there, the bandwidth is not there. Same applies for the teacher educators of special education. They're going for inclusive observations. How many children with inclusion are there? Have they actually had the opportunity to go and teach in a school where their pre-service teachers are teaching themselves? Writing, supervising, giving comments is one thing. Being there itself is another thing. So there are no spaces for this. Teacher education must move from knowing about inclusion to doing inclusion. Here again, the pedagogical adaptability. NEP 2020, UDL, differentiated learning. All of them are saying you have to have the holistic 360 development, which means cognitive, psychomotor, and social-emotional. Go to any, not to any, for a large part. Even if you know about UDL, are we really doing UDL in the classroom? It's worksheets and worksheets. So many schools that we went to, in the special education section, is क्या तुम्हारे पास content है, क्या पढ़ाते हो, क्या TL material है, कुछ रखा होता है जो use नहीं हुआ. The first thing that they churn out is the worksheets. And there are lots of those worksheets. So what UDL are we talking about? So the lesson learned is not to be a one-time training. This is what I was talking about. You look at the core topics in disability inclusion in B.Ed children. Look at the core topic in disability inclusion, B.Ed special education. Almost everything is there. Only thing is that they need to be sitting together, having their assemblies together, talking about their teaching in school together, understanding that IEP is one IEP and lesson plan are 50 IEPs which have very little variations. And now we have the inclusive plan. So how can the IEP strengths and limitations be incorporated into the inclusive plan? And should special educator be doing everything? Remember the pyramid that we have, the 4-layer pyramid. The lower part has to be increased. The general teacher can take it themselves. We were going for lunch just now. The stairs have all those different things there. And so that is what are we talking about. Majority of the schools did not have BALA, which is building as a learning aid. Then what I teach in the class, and I talk in the class mostly, I'm not meaning me, anyone, or maybe I show a PPT, is all there for those split seconds. It is not continued in the whole school system at all. Which earlier, if you remember, we used to have the star pose, we used to have the 4 corners, and we used to have so many other things, which somewhere have gone away. इसको हो क्या रहा है? If I go, that's it. you see, is almost the same. Eyepiece, one space you call it audiovisual aids, the other place you call it TNL, but the same thing there. What inclusion in mainstream education? Welcoming every learner. Are we able to welcome? The labeling happens immediately. The non-judgmental does not happen. Focus on concept development, but what are we focusing on? Content development. Pre-nursery 1 से लेके 10 तक उसको गिनती आ जानी चाहिए. Numberness आए या ना आए. Corresponding one-to-one correspondence आए या नहीं आए. Those are the concepts that we have to develop. Why are we focusing on the content? So where is the mistake? Is it in the pre-service, in the teacher pre-service, or are the trainings not effective enough? Adapt teaching to learners' need, promote participation, is the high expectations from all. The 360 is cognitive, psychomotor, and socio-emotional. I think that gentleman who asked the question just now earlier, have we taken the schools such as the sports school, the army schools, the schools which focus more on psychosocial? It's not important enough. The teachers believe, the school belief does not take that into consideration. Remove barriers. The only barriers that we're talking about is the physical barriers. We're not talking about the classroom barriers. So if this child wants to come every time in front, go to the blackboard, see, and then go and write, why is it wrong? Because it is a teacher-centered classroom. It's not a learner-centered classroom. I'll just try to take one which I've been experimenting on. I've done a couple of these which are based on universal design of learning, where we have in the classroom children who are so-called 90%ers or 100%ers. We have children who will not be doing very effective in cognition. So if we have, this is, I think, grade 8. This chapter is from grade 8, vitamins. Now if you look at this, first of all, we're giving a larger holistic thing. कि हम ये सब करेंगे और इसमें क्या vitamins होते हैं? So the one child who will not go beyond being able to read out A, B, C, D does that. The other gets to understand A is this much, B is this much, in the same classroom. But the teacher has to be sensitized enough whom to ask what question. So both feel, जब घर जाएंगे क्या बोलेंगे? हमने आज विटामिन्स के बारे में सीखा था. एक विटामिन ए के सारे डिफरेंट एग्जाम्पल्स बता पाएगा, उसको लिख भी पाएगा. दूसरा वाला जो है वो खाली ये बताएगा. पर वहाँ पर बहुत सारे बी थे, पता नहीं बी क्यों थे इतने सारे. So you see how the other point will come in. एक और था इसमें जिसमें वो is gone. Now look at here. If many schools now have breakfast, if idli, this is the breakfast table. Is this information put on the wall somewhere? The child, now this is an inclusive classroom. The child with a higher level of cognitive levels or being able to take in this much of information gets this information. The other child also realizes, आज हाँ इसमें विटामिन A था, इसमें C था, D था, E था, K था. A, B, C, D, G तो था ही नहीं, कोई विटामिन होता ही नहीं है जी. We talk about India is a country of storytelling. We tend to read stories in the classroom. Experiential narrations of stories. पहले क्या होता था? So it's the whole class doing this. बच्चों को ऐसे उल्टा कर दे देते हैं जिससे कि उनके, और पता है वर्ड क्या होता था? बेरी बेरी, उसका मतलब पता क्या होता है? आई कांट। और वो कहाँ से होता था? जब हम उसको राइस को ऐसे पॉलिश करते हैं ना। Which child when they is going with the parents to buy rice will not be able to say polish वाला rice नहीं लेना हमको? Here, when we talk about UDL, Universal Design of Learning, we're talking about all VAKT and beyond. Music, art is a very important component. So the same thing has been put into this, that rhythm. Are we using the teachers, the liberal art teachers, the arts teacher, the sports teacher, and the other teachers? Now this goes something like B1, B2, B3, no. B5, B6, B7, no. B9, no. B12. Now, blue, yellow. So they still haven't said that these are fat soluble and these are not fat soluble. These are made by my students. So each of them is going in. Fat soluble होता है ये पानी में जो होता है ये बॉडी में ज़्यादा दिन नहीं रुकता है, ये चला जाता है। कौन से हैं? खाली बी और सी। देखो फैट में क्या है? ये कीड़ा है। इफ यू लुक एट इट, KEDA। उससे पहले वाली स्लाइड एक चली गई थी, उसको मैं दिखाने वापस जाऊंगी तो और टाइम लग जाएगा। तो वहाँ कीड़ा था और ये फेक विटामिन है। Non-narratives here. They are these difficult words. Can we make them into mnemonics? I'm not talking about the very severe children probably here. We put in gender also here. Okay, sorry. It has to go back. The role play. All nursery classes have role play. Are we so easy to do this? The sources, the getting, and we don't need only certain level of whatever we like to call the children, the diversities in the children. All of them can do it in the classroom. So the child who has to have a worksheet has a worksheet, who has to write the entire paragraph, writes the entire paragraph, who is going to go and do research from the computer, does that. But are our classes ready for that? And are our special educators and general teachers able to coordinate here? I see so many times it comes up, we need a special educator who knows science for grade 10. Why? The job of I mean, you know it very good, I know it's a big debate in RCI also, but the strategies have to be for being able to use those strategies according to the characteristics of the child and convey them and work in coordination with the general teacher and if we have shadow teachers. Again, shadow teachers is something that we really need to be able to work out. What are the characteristics of a shadow teacher? What should be the training of a shadow teacher? I think, to the best of my understanding, the few universities that I have asked, we really do not have an appropriate curriculum for shadow teachers. What did you eat today? This is the round table activity. आज हमने ये खाया, उसमें ये क्या था, इसमें विटामिन था, फिर वो कोई कुछ और बता रहा है. We're taking it out. Where is the difference between which child? But the observation by the special educator and the general teacher has to be more coordinated in this case. And the same here, we're taking out the K's and the A's and putting them at the appropriate places. The summarization, now look at this. You UDL. Would you consider this UDL? No. It's not effectively colored. It's not attractive enough. But the kida is there. That's all. And children at that age love this. Now, is this better? Or is this only for the student with VI? Or is it for all neurodiversities? If anyone is wearing a wonderful sari and the pallu is lovely, I mean, I really have to control my hands not to touch it. So, this is good for everyone. Why don't we have it? I made the slide, the whole thing, many years back. I keep refining it. The same thing can be done in the classroom. And why isn't that resource room that we are talking about going to have all this? This is now for the students who are going to be those so-called 90, 100%ers. It doesn't have to go to everyone. The others will be doing their worksheets and their concept has developed at an earlier stage. They don't have to go into details of riboflavin is B2. So coming here, the issue that we found was, of course, I've used AI to help me with this. I gave them the commands, what I wanted, and it has developed that for me. The teacher preparation is to understand, include, support, and empower, and learn about learners' needs, strengths, and what concepts, what content has to be taught. School education has to be, these are the arrangements. Why does the senior class not have an arrangement like this? When we go for conferences, forget about this hall. Isn't the arrangement like this? We also get coffee there, we also get sweets to eat. What is the problem? I'm not saying start giving sweets and coffee as of now. Many Western countries don't mind that. Probably we cannot do it as of now. Because we, the teachers, are not skilled enough to handle that. And the last is in the college education. How it is going, but we have the concept of Think College. It may go in a wrong way, but Think College started in the West where the children could go into college, because college is not only about academics. College is also about learning for the transition to jobhood. So most of your learning, if you remember your college, you're not remembering what was taught in the classroom. It's the canteen, it's the cafeteria, it's the lawn, it's everything that you did there. So they do not get those degrees. But is that happening in the right way in our country? One classroom, many abilities and limitless possibilities. So I think that is it.
Thank you very much, ma'am. It was a very insightful session. We got a deeper understanding regarding the pedagogy behind inclusive education. So many of them think that inclusive education is just including the children with disabilities, but it is not including all the children with all socio-economically and disadvantaged groups. And also, right, Madam has stated, when we think about inclusive education barriers, just we think about the physical barriers. It's not only the physical barriers. Madam has explained clearly regarding the curriculum, environment, and how to cater to the needs of different modalities of learners, and how should be the teacher preparation for serving the inclusive classrooms. Really, I thank you very much, ma'am. Any questions from the audience?
Ma'am, it is a start a question, asking suggestion.
We have STEM curriculum. Science, technology, engineering, mathematics.
STEM.
When to start the STEM in the classrooms? Where we supposed to start by early classroom or should be in higher classes only?
The STEM curriculum, see again it is a matter of content over concept. Water flows from a high level to a lower level. The concept is that if I put water here, agar ye nahi hota, supposing this part was not here, any child should be able to say, "Pani mat girao, niche chala jayega, mahtaj pe hai." As soon as the child is able to say that, the concept of water flows from the higher level to the lower level is clear. The child, now CBSE also, but when it comes to writing, the point is that child able to write that? Is able to articulate it in the sentence which is required for the board examination. So the STEM actually starts from day one. I've done another experiment on Machli Jal Ki Rani Hai. And now you start with Machli Jal Ki Rani Hai with a 3+. Now when you're doing that, it is your finger position. This is an exercise for fine muscular coordination. Bahar nikalo, mar jayegi. So it is again water, it breathes in air. Abhi nahi batayenge usko bhi breathe in air. By grade 2-3, they will start asking the question, क्या ऑक्सीजन होती है पानी में? मैं जाता हूँ तो मैं तो नहीं कर पाता हूँ. Then you come in with उसके लिए जो ऑक्सीजन है उसमें से निकाल लेते हैं. And see, so the STEM is starting from the 3+.
That's what I want to know about. Because UDL treat like that, engage, express, let them do that. Because UDL, everywhere UDL is supporting the teacher. So why don't be there the base? Because children, the inductive and deductive is there. So let them do experiential learning. There you can provide the opportunity to learn, then only I sustain.
Exactly. But the school system has to change. Because initially when this is happening and the principal is not trained, or the headmistress or the administrators can peep in and say, "Aapki class mein shor kyun mach raha hai?" And believe me, I've experimented with this also. If you give them an activity, there is a whole period, they will start making noise, then the noise will put 0. And as soon as the noise starts coming again, that means they've understood what they were supposed to do. Immediately you have to go to the next. But you have to have so many things ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
It's always great to hear you. Great presentation, ma'am. I have 2 questions basically. Since you talked about teacher education programs, so the thing is that we talk much about inclusive pedagogy in the group of special educators and rehab professionals. But what about general education teachers? Because special educators are less than 1% in the country. So that is one thing, ma'am. And second thing, like you also compared that now B.Ed general education curriculum is at par with B.Ed special education in terms of matching in terms of inclusive pedagogy and all. But the faculty, those who are in general education colleges, they are not exposed or trained with children with special needs. So how they are going to do that, in the general B.Ed programs?
When I was in college, smart boards came in. I was in a position to see those smart boards are what. You know why I got those smart boards? I kept asking my juniors, प्लीज मुझे बता दो कि स्मार्ट बोर्ड कैसे यूज करते हैं. वो एक दिन आते थे, समझा देते थे, पर मेरे लिए एक दिन काफी नहीं है. It needs to be done. I need to do it at least 10-15 times. Nobody had the time. And when I said to those smart people, about people who had come to install that, lakhs of rupees, I said, can you have a training for us? They said, no, but you're going for training to the schools. They're going to the school. They didn't say anything, but I knew. Because school there were 100 teachers trained. Here, there would be 5 teachers and, should I use the word,
literally clues. We did not understand. It was something which was very alien to us. Now this is what's happening. When we talk about inclusion, of region, people from different region, categories, the general teacher is able to do it. But nobody has had given them, besides that one lecture that they might have seen in the YouTube, nobody's actually explained to them what are these different types of disabilities. What to do with that. The general teachers, the B.Ed special education teacher educators know about it to an extent. But now the same problem is coming. The HI doesn't know VI. Why doesn't the HI know about VI, and why does the VI not know about SLD? Because I am not a lifelong learner. I've got my job. So the problem is coming that nobody is taking the attempt to teach the teacher educators. And they are the ones who are, and that's my understanding after so many years. This should be the last one.
Good afternoon, madam. I want to say that this evening with Ms. K.
I'm slightly hard of hearing.
Good afternoon, madam.
Good afternoon.
See the scheme, the multivitamin food for the children, I think. And what I want to say that the idea, most of people are poverty, below poverty line. Henceforth, they are not supplying the food 2 times to them and to their children. How it is possible to provide their child with the cereal or vitamins food? It is possibly not possible all.
Why don't we have
to provide the vitamin food, multivitamin foods to the children?
No, we are not asking them to provide any vitamins to them. By the way, midday meals are there. And all children are getting...
The vitamin, the children, ID children and disabled children, is the vitamin, multivitamin foods. But it is not possible in India, all providing what was the government step.
No, I'm not talking about providing multivitamins to schools. What I'm saying is, even if you don't, am I on the right track? He's asking that we can't provide multivitamins to everyone. What I'm saying is, even if supposing radish, gajar cannot be given, certain children cannot afford to eat gajar. But they can know that gajar has which vitamin? Vitamin A. Right? We're not talking about in this case. Okay. Now, for example, there's another chapter, it's gone away. I think still is there in grade 2, 1 or 2. मेरा घर. उस मेरे घर में 3 कमरे हैं, 1 ड्रेसिंग रूम है, और मेरे जो बच्चे आते हैं जो कि झोपड़ी में से, उनका एक ही कमरा सब कुछ है, उसी के अंदर किचन भी है, बस एक पलंग है, उसके नीचे कुछ सामान रखा जाता है, उनकी किताबें ऊपर रखी जाती है, एक टूटा हुआ शीशा लगा होता है कहीं पर, राइट? तो हाउ डू यू टीच दैट? यू टीच विद चेंज इट, यू टीच इट एज मेरा ड्रीम घर क्या होगा. जब वो बच्चे आते हैं, जब हमने ऐसे उनको पढ़ाने की कोशिश की, तो वो क्या, उसमें स्विमिंग पूल भी आ गया उनका. ड्रीम घर है, तो उसको ऐसे चेंज करो. अपनी बच्चों की कमी क्यों दिखा रहे हैं आप उनका कंस्ट्रक्टिव लार्जर इमेज डेवलप करो ना, तो ड्रीम घर शायद बन ही जाएगा किसी दिन. Does that answer? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for diving deep into the strategies and methods that we can adopt as educators in the classroom, making it more inclusive. I would now like to request Lalita ma'am to kindly do the honors of felicitating our speaker, Dr. Inu Malviya. A round of applause for their insightful session. Devi, a psychologist and faculty in NIPED, to kindly come onto the stage and felicitate our moderator, Dr. Lalita. A round of applause for the moderation of this central session. Thank you. Without further ado, we shall now move on to the next session that has been scheduled. Inclusion Reimagined, Asset-Based Pathways for Higher Education Transformation. In what sounds a little heavy on the ears at first, what this session simply tries to achieve is that it offers valuable perspectives on creating equitable and strength-based approaches in higher education. In order to moderate this session, I would like to invite Dr. Varsha Gattu, former head of the Department of Education, IIT, Mumbai, to the stage and take her place for the moderation. Ma'am, could you please? She's left. Okay. All right. Okay. So Dr. Ganguly has told us that he is sufficient all by himself to moderate and conduct the session all by himself. So I would now like to invite Dr. Rahul Ganguly. We had a moderation session from him yesterday, and he did a great job, and we are happy to have him from Charles Strutt University. He's recognized as a scholar and practitioner with rich experience in inclusive education reform, policy advocacy, and equitable access to higher education. Thank you, sir. Over to you.
I would like to invite Dr. Ganguly. I would love to be moderator of your session, sir. Thank you for being here. And sir has been, the experience in inclusive education and in the field of special education, a long experience, and very happy to say that he's alumni of NIPED. So very, very happy to be here, sir. Stage are all yours. Please.
Thank you all. आपको निद्रा सोचेगी ना मैंने तीनटा चारटा बच्चे ना सिर्फ इस पर अच्छा anyway I'll try to finish on time. My name is Rahul Ganguly and I am at Charles Strutt University in Australia. Phone number email support in case you want to contact me after the session, just take down the number and the email address. Happy to talk to you during the tea break also. What I'm going to talk today is about inclusion in higher education. So far, you all have been listening to inclusion in schools, early childhood centers, and in the community. Today, I'm going to talk to you about how students with disabilities can be supported at university. I have received a couple of funds from the Australian government to look into these issues, and this is a study that was funded by the Australian government to support students with disabilities. Okay. If the English is difficult, I could speak in Odia also. So anybody here doesn't understand Odia? Is there anyone? Okay, so we'll do Hindi, English, Odia, everything. Three languages. Okay, so the challenge is, this is for most places in the world. Students with disabilities access, completion, and retention at university courses. That's a big challenge. A lot of the students are able to access universities, but they don't graduate. You go to US, UK, India, data. I don't have data from India, but it's also very relevant in India that students with disabilities are also going into the universities, but they're not able to complete because of So that's a big issue that we're going to talk today. Second out is the inclusion today, as you have heard, inclusion doesn't just mean access, it means participation, belonging, being part of the society. So these are the two issues that we are going to talk today and how we can make this one happen. Okay. Because it's a research grant, no, so we had to do some literature search. We looked at some of the literature around the world, in US, UK, India, New Zealand, Australia, and these three things came out. Okay. One was a lot of the research focused on barriers. If you had listened to the University of Sussex presentation yesterday about universities, they talked about barriers to students entering universities. Okay, they also talked about some of the limitations that students faced while completing their degrees. And the main thing that a lot of the university studies that has focused on students with disabilities have focused on fixing students. Like giving accommodations, giving adjustments, so that they can compete with regular students. So, this is the model that today Professor Malhotra also talked about, deficit model. A lot of people have been talking about deficit model. So in the field of higher education, a lot of the research focuses on these two questions. Why are students with disabilities not getting access to university? Or how are they underprepared? Like, why are they not able to complete? That means they're not prepared to enter the university. Okay. This is the general trend in most research. So, what I am suggesting here, if students are not the problem, what if the systems are the problem? Okay? Systems means here university systems, the community, the transportation. So we are not blaming the students. What I'm trying to look into is, let's not blame the student first. Let's look at how the systems are geared to support them. How are the system helpful for students? So this is the model that we will talk about. It is called anti-deficit model. This was done in the US at University of Pennsylvania for black students. A lot of the research on black American students focused on why they were not successful. They didn't look at the students who were successful. So this anti-deficit model came from that focus. And I have used that model to understand that why some of the students who enter the colleges don't complete their courses. Okay. So, the main question in anti-deficit model is, see, there are some students who pass, get, very good average, go on to do jobs, but then there are some students who are also not able to complete. So in the anti-deficit model, we are going to look at students who are succeeding, who are thriving, so that we can look at some of the strategies they have used, some of the techniques they have used, so that we can train other students coming in those skills. Okay? The second one that we looked at, what are some institutional changes? For example, Professor Malhotra talked about attitudes. One of the biggest attitudes that hinders inclusion is the attitudinal barriers. Talked about different barriers, right? So attitudinal barriers are one of the biggest ones. Then there is also, classroom barriers. If, for example, if the class is on PowerPoint and there is no closed captioning, that's going to affect students with hearing difficulties. So the second question that we are going to look at is, what are the kinds of support institutions can do to support students with disabilities? So again, this is a very new model. You are the first one in this conference hearing this in India. It's called anti-deficit model. It's been in place in the US for some time, but mainly with marginalized groups like Asian Americans, African Americans, Hispanic Americans, okay? So, but not in the field of disability. So, If you don't take anything from this next 45 minutes lecture, just know this model, anti-deficit model. We are making sure that the students have voices. We're looking at students who are succeeding so that we can learn from them and then use it to support students who are not succeeding. So, couple of three, four things that we are going to talk about this anti-deficit model. One is we're looking at strengths of the people. We know what the deficits are. We don't need to do any research, and there's a lot of research available. What are some of the challenges? What we are looking at are the strengths. What are some unique abilities people have that's going to help them to succeed in an environment? The second one is looking at systemic issues, so we're looking at systemic fixes. What can the university do to support the students rather than fixing the student? You all heard about inclusion, UDL, differentiation. It's not about fixing the student. It's about modifying the system, amending the system so that they can better support students. And then challenging the deficit thinking. Like one of the folks in the presentation mentioned about how the academic didn't have expectations about a student with disability. Remember, there was a video yesterday, I think Professor Harper showed that, Herrera showed that one, of Stephen Hawking, the smartest person in the world at that time. He still was, he's passed away, but the only movement he had was this eye movement, okay? And they devised a computer that actually made his thoughts into words. So think about this one. If the teacher or his parents didn't have those expectations that he's not going to be successful, we would not have had such a brilliant scientist. We would not have known about black holes and stuff like that. So challenging deficit thinking is another one. And then we're going to talk a little bit about what should the research look like, rather than looking at why people are not succeeding. We're looking at, for example, how are parents of successful university students with disabilities building university expectations among their children? Okay, so little bit information I will give you, but happy to discuss with you later during the break. So this is my research team. We have two collaborators from University of California in the US. I was the lead investigator because it was an Australian government grant, so obviously an Australian person has to be part of the grant system. We are working on a few more papers, and what I'm going to present next is one of the papers that has been recently published in a journal. If you're interested, email me, I'll send you a copy of that one. Okay. So, this is, again, I don't have Indian data, so this is, but I'm pretty sure if we get this data, it will kind of align with this information. So in Australia, there has been an increase in the number of students with disabilities at university level. So when we talk about students with disabilities, that includes neurodivergent students, students with psychiatric conditions, students with locomotor issues, with physical conditions. So there has been a significant increase in the number of students with disabilities accessing the university systems. Anxiety and depression are very common among university students. It could be typical students, or it could be somebody with the label of disability. Okay, so if you look at the next point, about nearly 10%. So 10% means 1 in 10 students in Australian universities have a disability which has been identified. They have identified themselves. Of the 10%, 1 in 10. There is also another 1 in 10 who have not identified themselves. So it's a big number, And in India too, we have this, but then I don't have the data to share. So regional universities means that are not located in Sydney, Melbourne, or Brisbane. So I'm in a regional university. So the regional universities have a higher percentage of students with disabilities because there's a little bit more flexibility. You don't have to come to the campus. A lot of them have got hybrid models, face-to-face or online. Okay, so these are some real data. Academic success rate, 5 to 10% below the typical peers. And then the retention rate among students with disabilities is lower than students without disabilities. So that's the reason we did this study. You know, like why we needed to do this study. Similarly, students with disabilities had lower grade point average. The rate of withdrawal was higher. That means attrition rate was higher. A lot of them withdrew after the first session of the subject. You know, first session of the course. So within 1 year, about 20 to 25% of the students with disabilities drop out in Australian universities. Okay. And a lot of them take subjects that are, you know, satisfactory or non-satisfactory grading is not like A, B, C. So we have a grading system A, B, C, D. So a lot of them take subjects which are very basic subjects, and this was corroborated in another presentation from the UK that they talked about students taking less challenging courses. So what we did was totally different. So this is the first study, let me tell you, the first study in Australia that looked at the success stories of successful students. We didn't focus on what's not working, we knew what's not working. We looked at how our students were getting a high GPA. So in my university, GPA is 7 GPA is high distinction, and then 6 is distinction, 5 is credit. So we looked at students who had 5.5 and above GPA. So they were really high functioning students. And we looked at what are some strategies they used to succeed. We also looked at the reasons for enrollment. You know, we looked at what kind of supports they used. So we did a survey as well as a qualitative interview. So the survey, we got 273 respondents, and then there were 48 interviews, but for this particular study, we just did 24 of them because they were in that high functioning 5.5 and above. Okay, and I'm going to talk about this study, the qualitative part only. Okay. So a lot of the, as you can see, a lot of the folks in the sample had psychological and sensory disabilities. This was self-identified. We didn't do any testing. We just asked them what kind of disability you have been identified with. And psychological disabilities, mainly anxiety, depression, OCD, bipolar disorders were really, really common among the participants. And other thing to know is, a lot of, like, there was not just one disability. So people who had, say, autism also had anxiety. People who had, say, physical disability also had OCD. So none of them had just one disability. It was more than one disability. So these are the 3 questions that we are going to look at today. So why did participants decide to enroll in the university? What support services and programs did they access to facilitate their academic progress? And then what internal attributes and coping skills did they draw upon to successfully negotiate? Again, the idea here was, if we could identify some internal attributes, that we could devise a training program for all incoming students with disabilities, train them into that, so that the chances of success is much higher than what the research tells us. Okay, so first question is motivation to enroll. Think about this one, the first one, career opportunities and pathways to stable employment. All of you have done university education. How is this different for people with disabilities? It's almost the same, right? So a lot of the students who enter, successful students who enter try to enroll in the university programs in the specific courses are based on their career opportunities and pathways. So if you look at the quote that I put on the side, so that was basically it. I had to study to do something to give myself a future. So again, people are enrolling in the universities because they wanted to have a better future. Then for some of them it was personal fulfillment and self-realization. One of the presenters talked about self-actualization in the Maslow's hierarchy. So a lot of the students that we talked about mentioned that fact that they wanted to do something so that they felt good about it. This was something that they were really interested in. Okay. And then a lot of folks chose career to support other students with disability. Like in the sample, we had very few teachers. Most of them were nurses, psychologists, engineers. So so this one with the disability one, so this was a psychologist who had been seeing a psychologist from age 6, and the way the psychologist had been informing her diagnosis, she wasn't too happy. And so she wanted to do a psychology degree so that she could actually help other students going through the same difficulties as she had in a better way. Okay, so if you look at the motivations, it ranged from career to their own personal experience growing up, and also self-actualization. So this is another quote which I think captures the essence why they needed to enroll. So this stage of my life seems the one with the most importance, simply because I'm finally getting to put all the pieces of my whole life together slowly. It seems that I have waited my entire life to have a life. So again, a lot of folks, in the program, they had gone through some challenges, and it's like a time when they realize that, hey, I need to do something. And this reflects that, the determination that they have, that I need to do something to succeed. And in many schools in the US, they have self-advocacy programs, but not at the university level. In Australia, I haven't seen any self-advocacy programs for students with disabilities at university level. In India also, I think there might be few for students with visual impairments, but others I'm not really sure if there are any self-advocacy or self-help groups within the university to help students to make a career choice or course choice. Okay. So these are some resources that help them. Library, tutoring services. So in, I think Delhi University has it. Delhi and some southern Pondicherry University also has this. So in all Australian or even in University of Sussex, there's a learning support center. People have to declare that, they have to disclose that they have a disability. Once they have a disability, the disability support officers work with that student, come up with a plan, give it to the academics, so that they give extended time or some kind of adjustments. So a lot of them have used that tutoring or study groups that was facilitated by the student learning centers. Okay. Then generally in Australia, 4 subjects is a full course load, so people might take 1 subject at a time. And again, that's a choice that the student makes. Rather than doing all the 4 subjects at a time, they might do 1 or 2 subjects. And we have 3 semesters, so you could do like 1, 2, 1 or 1, 1, 1. So again, so that's the successful students where they knew how much course load needs in each subject. So, think about it. You have 168 hours a week. 56 hours, people sleep. Maybe 7 to 8 hours, I'm hoping. So of the 112 hours, there's work. And in Australia, a lot of the students also do part-time job. So job, study, plus they might be a parent or they might be a caregiver. And we had in the sample, few caregivers were also there. So planning how many subjects to take each semester is really a good decision. And the Disability Resource Office or the learning centers, if you look at it, 58% of more than half of them used it. The condition of using Disability Resource Center is you need to disclose your disability. A lot of folks, don't disclose that. They feel uncomfortable, particularly if you have a psychiatric disability, they may not come up. So if they are able to manage, they keep on going, unless of course there is a reason for them to disclose. And what we found in our study was, it's in the 4th semester, so they have completed 1 whole year. It's only in the 4th semester that they think that they need to access the Disability Resource Center because they're finding it challenging. Okay? The informal support system, really important. Partners, parents, very important social support network. And one of the things that, like each incoming student now in the Department of Special Ed or in the School of Education, the master's program, I have a form where I basically ask them that, who are the people in your support network, because they are the ones that are going to help you motivate and keep you focused on your study. Okay, so these are some support services, internal and external, that has helped students who are successful. And if you look at some of your own experiences, I mean, you will find that it's your parents, your peers, who are really helpful in making you go through that program, even if when at times you feel like giving up. Okay. So all of our master's program, undergraduate programs have a hybrid model. So that means it's a face-to-face as well as online. A lot of students with disabilities choose to do online because they don't have to travel long distances. In Australia, it's a vast country. I mean, it's 4 times the size of India. So traveling time is huge. So people generally try to have online, and all in online subjects. All the lectures are recorded. All the reading materials are available. So people prefer to do online, and then there are discussion forums where you can post questions. So if you look at this quote that is in this slide, that being online, I have been able to listen to them and go over them as possible as I'm able to. Time allows. If you read the slide, it gives you the meaning. So because the lectures are recorded, which is not in a face-to-face settings, you can go back and listen to them again and again. So, and again, access to recordings is a big facilitator for them. And one of the things that we try to do is that for all lectures in our university, it has to be closed captioned, or it has a plain text also for people who have difficulty reading, like on a high contrast slide. So there's a learning division that helps people to design their slides. So really important that even if they are listening to those closed captioning options, the slides are done in a better way. So what are some skills and attributes? Again, these are some things that folks in the sample mentioned this. Study skills, really important for people. I mean, they had, one of the things that we looked at was that people had specific study skills, in the sense that they studied from particular time every day, like 6 to 8 in the morning or weekends. Plus, it was consistent unless something happened, they didn't study. Then managing, the other thing was disability awareness and advocacy. So for example, if they were having difficulty with the subject, they actually went and talked to the instructor. A lot of people may not have the confidence to go and talk to the instructor about this. But what we found was a lot of the students who were successful went to talk to the instructors when they were facing difficulty. And then, this amazing resilience amazing resilience they had. For example, coping, like a lot of them they were taking medications, but at the same time had been able to bounce back and study, submit the assignment on time. So it's just fascinating, when I read those interview scripts, sometimes I felt that we are sometimes so lucky that we don't realize that some of the challenges students with disabilities go through just completing one reading. Opening the reading article, because most of the readings at master's level, undergraduate levels are research papers, So research papers, if you have seen, are written in small print, so you have to magnify it properly, read it. So it's amazing just to listen to their stories, and so the resilience part came out really big in the sense, how do I manage my life, even though I might have a disability, okay? This is a term that we really like. It's called diffability. I call it diffability because I have different abilities than others. And it is, so the paper that we are writing right now, that's the title of the paper, Diffability, which is like looking at different abilities, but than others, and I'm not useless. And this is the message that I think some of the speakers spoke about in their presentations, that everybody is useful. It's just people, even if the other community members think that they may not be of any help, but they are very useful people in the society. A lot of the things that we are using now have been designed by people with disabilities. How many of you have got Facebook pages? Facebook, anybody who doesn't have Facebook page, anybody? I don't have a Facebook page because the American government wants every all data before you go there. Okay. So Facebook was designed by Mark Zuckerberg. Mark Zuckerberg is a neurodivergent person. The reason he came up with Facebook was so he doesn't have to meet people on face-to-face basis. So you can text and things. So if you start looking at things around you, a lot of the things have been designed by people with disabilities. Okay, so we just don't know it. If you look into the old text of Ramayana and Mahabharata, there are people with disabilities in a very leadership roles. So we don't talk about it. But if you read properly, you will see, there are people who have special people with disabilities, but in a leadership positions.
You, Dr.
Yeah.
If you can just conclude in next 5 minutes.
It's 45 minutes, oh yeah. 45 minutes. So this is some of the discussions that, rather than focusing on strength-based approaches, ensure that the learning environments are accessible, online platforms are accessible, and fostering a culture of acceptance and inclusion within the community. And so these, again, one of the things, I was planning to talk to the ministry at some point, or UGC, because Professor Vinay is here, is can we devise an inclusive education program for university academics? Because a lot of people in science, maths, and other STEM-related areas, they have not been teachers. They have got directly from school, not even taught anything, and then went straight into research. So coming up with a training program for academics who, at a mandatory, as a mandatory entry point would be something really good. Because universal design is being used in the universities, but a lot of academics have difficulty putting their thoughts in your lecture and using universal design concepts. Okay, and then the last one, which is empowering students with disabilities to advocate for themselves, rights. And some universities in India do have the disability learning centers. University of Delhi has, I'm pretty sure they have, and Pondicherry has, that much I know. The other ones I'm not sure. So that's the presentation, and happy to take questions.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lamli, for insightful and quick presentation. We would be happy to have a few questions. Anyone? Yeah, ma'am, please.
Opportunity cell, which any university can take up. But I think it's only Pondicherry, Delhi University, which has taken. Delhi University has a central EOC cell, Equal Opportunity Cell, and there are about 80 to 90 colleges. Each of them has this. So what we are talking about, that help to each, support to each child is given there.
And two, three private universities also, ma'am, in India, we know that like Ajim Premji University,
yes.
Ashoka University is there,
yes.
They are having separate section altogether for persons with disability and equal opportunities.
And UGC gives that guidelines and money also for it.
Yeah, because it's mandatory in most countries in the Western world to have a disability learning resource center to help students.
Yes,
Tamil Nadu, Bharadas University has separate.
Any other question?
You said the dropout rate is very high among the person with disabilities. Did you try to find out the reasons, positive factors?
See, a couple of things. One is financial. That's a big issue. And I think the main is also like depending on which specialty they are. So for example, if they have to come to the campus to do their practicum, it may not be feasible for a lot of them to come out. And but the primary condition is again financial, and also like if you are on depression medicines, assignments, people are flexible up to 1 or 2 weeks. But sometimes this medication takes such a long toll that you might have to drop out the whole session. And the way they calculate the attrition level is if you have not completed the course within those 4 years. So they might come back after 4 years and then complete it. But then that data is not captured. But in general, what we have seen is financial resources is one, lack of support from the institution, from the university that they are doing. And the third one is medication. Because medication sometimes messes people's sleep, daily life patterns. And the university has a 7-day extension policy. You can apply for extension maybe 1 semester, but people find it very difficult to complete it even with 1 semester. So attrition rate can be attributed to those 3 things: finance and their medical condition.
Thank you, sir. Any last question, anyone? Okay, Sannyasi sir wants to have.
Thank you for insightful presentation on higher education of students with disability. So our Rights of Persons with Disability Act has a mandate for establishment of Disability Studies Department in each and every university of this country. It's a mandate of the law. We have overcrossed 10 years of implementation. But even in our state, not a single university, we have set up a Disability Studies Department. Equal Opportunity Cell was the initial arrangement under PWD Act. But under PWD Act, it's a mandate that every university should have a Disability Studies Department for making inclusive curriculum, making research on different areas of disabilities. So only one rehabilitation university was planned in Assam by Government of India. The officers from MSc, DPWD can better speak about the present status. But one university was exclusively planned by Government of India, Rehabilitation University. And I have visited one university in Japan, University of Shibuya. It is an exclusive university for persons with disability. And that's also need of the hour, that we can have special university for training, research in the field of empowerment and rehabilitation of disability to fulfill the mandate.
Thank you so much, sir. I would like to conclude this session. I have 2-3 takeaway from this session. Number one is we can also plan a research to identify how many people are there in the higher education and the reason for their attrition rate, why they are not able to continue. Number one. Yesterday I was be a part of one of these sessions which I was moderating, and there very disappointing data which I got is less than 1% persons with disability is going to higher education. And when RPWD Act came in existence in 2016, unfortunately we work in isolation and silos that we do not interact with each other. And in spite of being in 2016, the UGC guidelines for the disability and all came in 2022. And CBSE and other, they have come after 3 years of implementing or coming out with the guidelines of RPWD Act. It took almost 3 years for the school education to have the guidelines for the disability children in the school, and 6 years for the higher education. That's a very, very alarming and very disappointing thing. So we need to work in collaboration. And the last thing which I can see, what I can take away from your session, sir, is that when flower is not blooming, we don't, fix the flower. We have to fix the environment in which the flower is blooming. So in order to create that inclusive society, not only in school system, but the full society, higher education, and other areas as well, in all the aspects, whether it's attitudinal, environmental, social or emotional. Thank you so much. so much, sir, for being here, and it is a wonderful to be a moderator of this session, and you have given lots of ideas for us to do one more research in our institution. Thank you. Please, we would like to facilitate you, sir.
Yeah, I would request Dr. Sunita Devi to kindly felicitate Dr. Rahul Ganguly. Thank you, sir, for being such a great support and giving us those insights from Australia. I would request the volunteers a round of applause for sir. I would also request Dr. Yatindra Kumar, faculty NIPID, to kindly felicitate Sunita Devi, ma'am. Just take 2 minutes to set up the stage for what will be the final session for the day. Thank you for your patience. 2 minutes.
Already.
Yes, the programming of the conference has been such that the final session for today has been given to the organizers, the organizing team that has come from the National Institute for the Empowerment of Persons with Intellectual Disabilities from Secunderabad. Their session is titled NIPID Initiatives in Rehabilitation Research. So they are not only the organizers, but they have got their research over here as well. And they, as a team together, shall be presenting to us their collective work. And I, along with all of you, should be looking forward to this final session. And to introduce the panel, the distinguished panel from NIPID, I would first like to call upon the moderator. And the moderator is none other than the chief patron of the conference, Major Dr. B.V. Ramkumar, sir, who is also the director of NIPID. Sir, would you please take a seat? Among the speakers, we have Dr. Sunita Devi, who has been with us since yesterday. She's the head of the department and assistant professor, rehabilitation psychology, NIPID. We have Dr. Ravi Prakash Singh, officer in charge and assistant professor, NIPID Regional Center at Navi Mumbai. And we also have Mr. Himanshu Verma, who is the faculty of speech pathology and audiology at NIPID Secunderabad. Over to the distinguished panel and Dr. B.V. Ramkumar to moderate the session. Thank you.
I know this is the last session and will not take much time, but we thought it's pertinent that as professionals working in the area of rehabilitation, it's very important that we acquaint ourselves with each other with what are the latest happenings and what are the newer initiatives in terms of Government of India, which actually is more or less implemented by NIPID being under DPWD MSGE. So, in fact, also the need actually arises from the fact that we as rehabilitation professionals are doing a wonderful job. Whenever I go to any such conferences, whenever I go and meet any of the national institutes, be it AIMS, or IVAS and all these organizations, we see a lot of work is happening. And at a grassroots level and at tier 2, tier 3 towns, the message or information percolating is not very even, actually I would say that. So it's very important, and especially conferences like this make a huge difference, where even 500 people sharing this information with 500 odd means it's going to around 2,500, 3,000 professionals. So here we have a team, actually a very young and dynamic team of NIPID faculty, who have been leading a lot of projects as part of the mandate and also as part of the necessity. See, NIPID being a national institute, research is one of the core areas of NIPID, and having a pan-India mandate, NIPID has been taken up a lot of initiatives, and especially the need for Make in India tests and tools and intervention models, and also curriculum. So here we have three eminent faculty of NIPID, Dr. Sunita Devi, who is the head of the Department of Rehabilitation Psychology, and she's also the chief coordinator for research and development projects in the institute. And we have here Dr. Mr. Himanshu Verma, who's a faculty in speech and audiology, and is also heading our various coordinations, including setting up of NIPID's first journal. Actually, this has been mandated again by DPWD to start this journal on Indian Journal on Rehabilitation. See, this will be dedicated to all the latest happenings and papers in this area. So we already asked for an ISBN number and all, and once we get that, this will be activated. The first journal has already been released, but again, that is a mandate for seeking any ISBN number. So he's also looking after library and information services. So any of these products, any of these things which you may need at a later stage for your own library or institutions, any of the publications, he's the man to contact. And then we have Dr. Ravi Prakash Singh, and who's actually heading a regional office in Mumbai and is a faculty in special education. And he himself has been doing a lot of research projects. And as I said, being all these projects being pan-India, he has been involved in a lot of research projects, including the Indian Test of Intelligence, Adaptive Behavior Scale, SLD test, and he himself has been the PI for one project which is a study on the mortality rate of among the person with intellectual disabilities, which is a pan-India again research project. So with this introduction, maybe we can start.
Thank you so much, sir. A very good evening, everyone. You need tea break. A very good evening, everyone. Wonderful. So it's I won't take much time. I'll just take 10 minutes, and right now it's 4:35 in front of my the watch, the clock, and I'll be finishing up by 10 minutes. So initiatives and work of NIPID I would like to share. So this is our institution, which is under Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, and we have Department of Persons with Disabilities, and it is headquarters is based in Secunderabad. So if we see, the institution has been in existence since 1984. Many of you were not even born that time, so it's been more than 4 decades we are working in the field of disability. Earlier it was known as NIMH, now the name has been changed and it's a beautiful name, empowerment. So until unless you empower yourself, you cannot empower others. So the empowerment we are doing for persons with disability as well as the trainers and the teachers. So we have headquarters in Secunderabad, which is catering to all India, but specifically in the south. Then we have 3 regional centers, which is located in New Delhi, Noida. We have in Kolkata as well as in Navi Mumbai. We also have a like model special education center based in Secunderabad as well as in Noida. We have 3 regional CRCs, composite regional center, and 4th one is coming up in Bangalore. We have in Nellore, Andhra Pradesh, Davangere, Karnataka, and Rajnandgaon, Chhattisgarh. So the vision and the mission of the institution is, that we need to have inclusive and empowered society for persons with intellectual disability. So that is the mandate given to us by the ministry. And our objectives, these are 6 major objectives which we are working towards these objectives since last 4 decades. Number 1 is human resource development. Under this we have number of academic courses which we are running. I will go through with that. Research and development of models of care and rehabilitation. Then documentation and dissemination of information. We are also doing consultancy and technical support to NGOs and other government organizations. And we have more than 50 MOUs with other organizations. Extension and outreach programs, extensively we are engaged in reaching out to the not only the country but outside as well, different countries. So these are the human resource development activities. It means we are building up the trainers, master trainers in the field of rehabilitation. And under this human resource development, we are running almost 10 courses in NIPED, which is long-term and short-term courses. So if I quickly go through, we have 2 years diploma in vocational rehabilitation. We have diploma in early childhood special education, diploma in education special education, BEd in special education. The new course we have started with the integrated special and inclusive teacher education program. In next slide I will talk about this little bit. Then we have postgraduate diploma in early intervention. This is one of the institution which is giving a specialized course in early intervention, which is the need of the hour. Then we also have master program in special education, MAd ID, and MPhil in rehabilitation psychology. For the last 2 years we are also running diploma in Indian Sign Language interpretation and a certificate course in caregiving for parents, because empowering parents are also very, very important. Because if we do not empower the parents, we cannot work in isolation with the child. So it's that is the course where they get the certificate course in caregiving for parents and parents. This ICTF, this is the first batch we are having, which is 4 years course recognized by RCI. And the first 2 years is covered by psychology, because we are dealing with the human beings, and basic understanding about the psychological principles will help you to integrate the child or include the child in the the society. So understanding of psychology, and then BEd in special education. This is 4-year program which is designed to prepare inclusive educators under India's NEP 2020 framework. And NIPED is the first one which is starting this particular course. Under the second objectives which we have shared is research and development, and we are very, very proud to share that under the leadership of Dr. P.V. Ramkumar sir, we are working almost 24 hours to bring certain new tools, new research, new manuals, intervention programs and all. So far 75 plus 3 which we have just recently submitted research projects in the ministry, and we have book published, almost 221 books are published, and they are free of cost available on our website. So if you just go and see, you can download the PDF as well. We have pamphlets, booklets which are 37, we have different posters, we have screening tools, we have radio spots, service model, there are a number of video and film for awareness creation. If you have NGOs or school or universities, you can download these and you can display for the awareness in the society. So this is the research and development program which we are running. Then if we talk about services of care and development in NIPID, we are providing services to the public, general services, where we have special education services. So from the cradle to grade, we are covering all age group in our institution, and it is multidisciplinary approach we are using. So we have special education services, we have psychological services, medical services. In medical Cross Disability Early Intervention Center from 0 to 6, and we are very happy and proud that the NIPID is the first one of the first which have started the Early Intervention Center. We have vocational training and rehabilitation, so we do not leave the hand of the children after the education of till 18 years. We handhold and we give them the training, and then we also place them for the job, because until unless you earn, you don't earn the respect in the society or in the family. So we try to make them financially independent as much as possible. We have referral services, and there are EEG, EMG, nutrition counseling, hydrotherapy unit. One of the biggest, largest hydrotherapy unit we are coming up, and very shortly we'll be inaugurating that particular unit as well. We have a separate department of adult independent living. We have special education center, mobile bus services. If people are not able to reach out to us, we are reaching out to them in the community. So we have 3 bus services, 3 mobile therapy bus services in Secunderabad, as well as in all our regional centers we have mobile therapy bus services. We do have the facility of family cottages, so people who are coming from far off the places where they cannot come regularly every day, so they can avail these family cottages for 1 week or 10 days, get through all the services and then go back, because we believe that if you train the parents, because we do not give the therapies in the closed rooms, we empower the parents, we give them the therapy so that the parents know how to do. They practice at home and then come back, how much improvement is there or not. That is why we have family cottages. Then we have respite care services, because respite working for the child is very difficult at times. So parents also need some rest and respite. So we have respite care services. We have sensory integration therapy. We have Manoranjanam, which is resource room for individuals with profound intellectual disabilities as well. And we have NOIS, children who are able to study little further. So open schooling, we help them. And then we have a resource center for the autism. So these are the services. And then these are the key research initiatives we have recently taken up. We have come out with comprehensive assessment tool for adults with intellectual disabilities, and CBAT, that is comprehensive vocational assessment tool, and it is not only used in India. There are 7 countries, sir will give the exact number, European countries which they have adapted our CBAT, the comprehensive vocational assessment tool. So we are reaching out beyond the boundaries of India. And like USA, Germany, Singapore, UAE and China, they all have come out for their adaptation of this tool for vocational profiling and training of adults with intellectual disabilities. The key research initiative, I would like Dr. Ravi to talk about NIPID Disha. Once I'll cover with this. Then NIPID Indian Test of Intelligence, it is the first indigenous test which we have come out for the Indian population. Till now we are using and relying only on the Western tests, which are very old, 75-year-old, not, even if we have adapted, that is also 40 years or 50 years back we have adapted. So the contextual thing is not there. So we have come out NIPID Indian Test of Intelligence in 2023, and almost more than 1,000 people, rehabilitation and clinical psychologists we have trained all over India. We are giving intensive training to use this particular tool, and if anyone is interested, any psychologist or any NGOs or any organization who are working with the children with disability, if they want to buy this particular tool, it is available, the kits are available, you can buy as well, which is at very nominal cost. For government organization, it is free of cost. We have already sent this tutu kits to all the government medical colleges and government institutions who are working in the field of disability. It provides culturally relevant evaluation for intellectual disability and is officially approved by Government of India and has been gazetted in the Gazette notification in 2024. Then we have e-Sanidhya, which is e-support for autism, neurodiversity, integration, development, home care and you. Because until unless we reach out to each and every person, we cannot create the inclusive society. So it's very important to train the grassroots workers like Anganwadi workers, Asha workers and all, so that they can identify, they can see the red flags and they can refer and start interventions as early as possible. So this is the initiative which we have done in collaboration with Tata Power. So you can go through on website, so you can just have the link and you will get to know lots of videos and awareness material also. Just 1 minute, I'll just finish. E-Sadhyas I will talk about, that we have given the separate presentation also. This is about training the master trainer in the field of special education to support the children with disability. These are the research projects which we have finished and completed in last almost 4 years. These are the major recent key initiatives. GLAS we have already spoken about. Dr. Ambadi has given you a very detailed idea about the grade level assessment instrument for schools from grade Bharatiya to 12th class. And NIPID Indian Adaptive Behavior Scale also we are coming out and we have already submitted in the ministry. Very soon it will be available for the public use. Then we have NIPID assessment tool for adults with SLD. Children with SLD, many times in the rural areas and small areas, they are not get screened or they do not get to know, they go out of the system without getting screened and diagnosis. So people who are having this, but later on they identify that, oh, I'm having this. So there was no tool till now. So NIPID has been the leading leader in the field of developing this particular tool. We have again submitted this to the ministry. Then development of indigenous augmented mobile application, which Dr. Himanshu Verma is taking care of, because there are many children with ID and autism who are non-verbal, who are not having the language to communicate even their basic needs. So by this particular tool they can communicate. So we have mobile app as well as the hard copy. The detail Dr. Himanshu can give you. And then again the last project, Dr. Ravi Prakash is the PI. He will be able to speak about what is the mortality rate among persons with intellectual and developmental disabilities in India. So we have community outreach program, lots of extension programs we are doing, lots of international conferences, CRE programs. In 365 days, we almost do more than 300 CRE programs in NIPID. So you can give a round of applause for that, because almost every day it comes that we have some or the other CRE program. So awareness campaigns on intellectual disability, consultancy services to NGOs and schools. Anyone who wants to learn from us or who wants to share their best practices, we are very open and we are ready to collaborate in whatever way we can learn from each other. And as we have discussed, mobile bus therapy. So community outreach program, recently we have done more than 17,000 children screened in Telangana state, and it has reached to 18 lakh children, making Telangana a model for early childhood disability screening in India. Catch them early. So if you catch them early, you can work with them. There are lots of achievements and impact. Sir is giving me the signal to conclude, and I'm sure Ram sir is with me, the director, the main leaders who are pushing us through all these so that we can, reach out to each and every person and every child with a disability. So I will request, if whatever I have skipped or left, I would request sir to cover up in that. So thank you. I have taken 5 minutes extra. I would like to conclude with that. We believe in NIPID that by embracing diversity and understanding, we can create a more compassionate world for everyone. So let's put together the work, and let's see how much happy, just and inclusive society we can create. Thank you so much for listening, paying attention, and thank you so much, sir, for giving me extra 5 minutes time.
Thank you so much. Now I'll request Himanshu.
So good evening everyone, this is Himanshu, faculty in speech pathology and audiology over here. So today I'm going to talk about the IAMA app, which is indigenous mobile application app for the facilitation of the communication basically. So let's say we want to say something, I want to talk, I know what I want, but I'm unable to say. I want water, but I'm unable to say. I feel frustrated. Or let's say another way, I came from Delhi to Karnataka, I don't know Kannada. I want something, but I'm asking Hindi, they're not able to understand. The communication gap came. Now what happened during that time that led to frustration, that led to irritation, that led to behavioral issues. So what is the problem here is communication, the gap over here in the communication. So to overcome that gap, we have a lot of mechanisms, and one of the mechanisms is AAC, Augmentative Alternative Communication. I believe most of the delegates sitting over here, they might be aware of that process, right? So we do have multiple mobile applications already available in the market. However, there is a problem with that. They are not fitting culturally to us, linguistically to us, or if they are over there for Indian population, they are very complex. Complex means the people with intellectual disability, they might not able to navigate properly over there. When navigation got affected, the independency get compromised over there. To overcome to that, we come up with an idea, let's develop an app which is more precisely for the people with intellectual disability. So with that, we came up with an idea called Augmentated Mobile Application IAMA in Indian language. And presently, we have developed this for Hindi and English. Based on the problem of a child, we have several levels over there, level 1 and level 2. Level 1 is divided basically for the severe and profound ID, where it's only one word, no customization. In that level 1, we further divide level 1.1 and 1.2. In 1.2, it's again word level, but customization part is there. Whereas level 2, example, a mild ID, the moderate ID, they are verbal, they speak. However, the grammatical, syntactic part is affected over there. To overcome to that part, we do have a level 2. Level 2 is basically talk about how to form syntactically correct sentences over there. So in this, whatever child want, it's go from point by point. Example, I want apple. I want banana. So there are different categories we have. In the categories, we have different items. And in that, the customization option is given. Example, I'm from northern part of India. I love to eat aloo paratha. Culturally, the things are different. When I move to southern part of India, they have dosa, they have idli, they have pulugulu. So because of cultural, because of linguistic, things get varied. So the customization part is given over there, so they can customize and then use it. So at presently, we have done the pilot, we have done the validation part, and we found it's basically facilitating the language. Not only the communication part, but language part also. Because what's happening, the motor planning is targeting again and again. Because so the motor planning part is targeting again and again. Because we are showing the visual part is there, the hearing it part is there, and the association going to happen with that. So that's what we are doing with IAMA. And soon, in future, we're going to planning with some regional language also. So that's from my side. Thank you.
Now I request Dr. Ravi Prakash.
A very good evening to all of you. With the permission of Chair, I'm going to present and talk about Nipit Disha curriculum. So basically, Nipit Disha curriculum is the commitment for bringing quality education for students with intellectual disability. The whole curriculum was designed by Javakil Foundation as well as NIPID. NIPID has approved this curriculum. So I thanks to Dr. Sunita who made my work little easy because he already talked about NIPID. So I'm just going to tell a brief about Javakil Foundation. This is the first special school for children with ID in the country, established in Mumbai in 1944, and they are having 3 campuses and they are operating from 3 places and serving so many children with intellectual disability. As far as this Disha curriculum is there, what we see that there is a gap because there is no relevant curriculum for children with intellectual disability, those who are going to special school or even to the inclusive school. If we look at the curriculum, then most of the special school, they are restricting 15 to 20 goals, which is red color concept or 1 to 10 counting or something like that. And children, they spend their whole school education in those 15 to 20 goals. Now, some schools are using the NIPID, FSCP, Basic MR and other checklists also. But again, program planning and goal selections are very different and people have their own ways of doing things. So to fill those gaps, we need to have a standard curriculum, and that is why this overall NIPID Disha curriculum was designed. So need is that there was absence of uniform checklist and content. Multiple learning levels are there, particularly because children with intellectual disability, they vary a lot from each other. As well as differing abilities of teachers also is a very big challenge because those who are trained with children with special need or intellectual disability, some of them are teaching in special school, some of them are teaching in inclusive schools. And also this lack of uniform assessment. So that is how this NIPID Disha curriculum was initiated and by Javakil Foundation, and it was implemented in Maharashtra state in 2019. And after a learning experience of 5 years with NIPID, now Javakil Foundation came to sign an MOU under the leadership of our director sir and in the presence of our secretary sir at that time, Sri Rajesh Agrawal sir. We signed an MOU on 18 July 2025 to take up this curriculum out of Maharashtra and implement in the whole country. So this is a huge task. This NIPID Disha curriculum is a holistic curriculum which covers activities of daily living, communication, education, recreational, behavior as well as life skill curriculum. It is a uniform checklist which talks about multi-sensory ways of teaching, and it is available currently in English, Marathi and Hindi, but we also translated in regional language including Telugu, Bengali as well as Odia. The curriculum is applicable for children from 3 to 18 years of age, and this digital portal is the specialization of this curriculum because NIPID Disha portal, which is the key. We have all the checklists, all the curriculum available on the portal where teacher can do the assessment at the baseline level, and then they can do quarterly assessment and they can plan their goals, select their goals. So it makes things very easy for teachers also to keep the records as well as to select right kind of goals. As far as domains are concerned, it is having activities of daily living, communication, academic activities, recreational, social behavior as well as life skill. Life skill curriculum is for 14 to 18 years of age students. The key feature is that it is a teacher-led curriculum as well as multi-sensory observation-based skills are there which we can easily assess, and we can select the goal for IP, and also we can track the progress. So monitoring is the key because the IP which is made by the teacher is approved by the school administrator, and they can monitor whether the goals are taken properly, whether the target is met or not. So this is a very good thing, and then the same curriculum results progress report can be communicated to the parent in the form of PDF. NIPID Disha curriculum is at different levels, so there are 6 levels. Nursery level is 0 to 3 years, then we have, 3 to 6 years, then 6 to 14 we are having 3 levels, level 1, 2 and 3. Not necessarily every child will reach to the level 3. If the child completes level 1, then they are promoted to level 2 and then they are promoted to level 3. And there are different subjects for that. And after that 14 to 18 years is the pre-vocational level, which also includes future basic skills and life skills curriculum, which is need of the hour for making persons with intellectual disability independent in their life. Benefit of the portal is that, as I said, it is very handy to the student, parent as well as teacher and school administrator. Disha curriculum is implemented now. This is the letter of appreciation by Honorable Chief Minister of Government of Maharashtra, Sri Devendra Fadnavis. This Maharashtra government has made this curriculum mandatory with the GR which came on 19th of December to implement in all the special schools of Government of Maharashtra. We started because training of the teacher is initial component, and that is where we started 3-day CRE programs for teachers across the country. And this is one program where our directors and secretary sir is there. We started in Goa, and till date we conducted more than 25 teacher training programs with CRE status 3 days each. Out of that, we conducted 2 in Odisha, 1 last week only we conducted, and yesterday only our directors asked me to do 1 more for KIT, International School, so we are going to take up that. Apart from that, this Niti Disha curriculum, this is the program this will be conducted in Balangiri. The curriculum, student workbook and teachers manual, they are available in PDF on the portal, but the schools find it very difficult to take so many printout and giving to the student on daily basis. So they requested, and then our sir has get it approved. Now the books are getting printed under National Plan Fund. It is not just student workbook, but we also have teachers manual. So this year we targeted 50,000 children with intellectual disability and more than 13,000 special education teachers, and we are giving this workbook for free under National Plan Fund. And till now we distributed more than 35,000 children already received before the beginning of the academic year. They have their book in their hand. And this was released by Honorable Minister of our ministry, Dr. Virendra Kumarji, during International Purple Fest in Goa. Now the distribution is ongoing, and you can see the smile on the face of the child who is receiving this Disha curriculum book. So this is for the first time which is happening that children with intellectual disability are having their own book in their hand. So thanks to directors and their duty of making it possible. So at the end I would say that Nai Disha, Sahi Disha, and that is Nipit Disha.
Thank you so much, and I will just sum up. In fact, again, I won't be saying too much because they're all my colleagues, and I was also part of this. But notwithstanding, you see, the very importance is Make in India, as our Honorable Prime Minister has been saying. We have been adapting everything international and foreign, and now we have been doing it. And apart from this, we have a lot of initiatives, and we have one small startup here, sitting here, which we have done an MOU. We are developing an app on learning disabilities, and we already had an MOU. They have developed it, and we will be shortly releasing it, and you will get all the details. So what I would request is, see, as professionals working, especially the professionals from neurodiversity, because neurodiversity is a multidisciplinary approach. It's not that we only need psychologists or special educators. We need speech people, we need OT, we need PT, we need medical doctors, pediatrics, neurologists, psychiatrists, and also development orthopedicians, also endocrinologists, ophthalmology. So we have a huge big medical team which is covering apart from the rehabilitation professionals. So I would request all of you people kindly go through our website on regular basis. And when the last speaker asked how many people are not there on Facebook, I think the only one person raised. So we are also on Facebook, and we regularly follow up. Just like it, go through that, you will get all the updates about our programs. And thank you so much for all your patience hearing, and I would like to congratulate all my colleagues here who are doing a wonderful job and making the nation proud by making India products. Thank you so much.
So this is our website and the email also. So anyone can go and get back to us if any queries there.
Okay, as per Director Sir's request, he has told us that they have been felicitated several times, and since it's their own team and they're organizing this, they don't need the formality of felicitation. However, due to his work and dedication, they would like to felicitate Mr. Himanshu Barma. So could we please have the felicitation token for Himanshu Barma? Thank you. That brings us to the end of our sessions. However, what has been an engaging and stupendous conference for everyone over here. I'm sure the educators, students, scholars who presented their papers here are eager to know the winners, and also a fitting valedictory ceremony is due. So could you please give us 5 minutes of time to set up the stage? There would be no tea session right now. We would have tea together once the valedictory ceremony is over. So please, thank you for your patience. We just need 5 minutes. Thank you.
3 seats forward. It's too scattered. The photos aren't coming well, to be honest. So help us take good photographs for all of us memories. So could you please shift forward? I request the volunteers to do the needful and guide the audience accordingly. Thank you for being a good audience and listening to the words. Even the last rows, right at the end, please come forward. Chancellor, you're requested to come forward. Once again, thanking you for your effort. But still, there are many who are sitting right at the end. Could you please come forward? There's enough space for you to accommodate yourselves. Please move forward. Chancellor, along with the team, would you please be seated? We exactly have 5 minutes to begin the valedictory. I still can see some beautiful ladies sitting right at the end. If you could move forward, the pictures would come good. There are very known faces who are sitting right at the end, very familiar faces. Could you please come forward? Rakesh sir, could you please guide that entire row to come forward, please? Sanjukta ma'am and team. That entire row. Moshmi ma'am, please come forward. People are hiding their faces because in case I know their names, I'm going to take it. Sorry for that. I should ask the photography team, is it fine? The participation certificate has to be collected from the registration desk. You have to show your registration number or share the registration number, and accordingly the certificates will be handed over to you. Please do not forget. Yes, after the valedictory, not now. So namaskar, and yes, a very good evening to all of you. As we all know that all is well that ends well, but end is not the right word, because the takeaway is certainly, or has certainly been enriching. I'm sure you all will agree with me. So the beautiful memories that you've woven in these 2 days, it's going to be cherished for a lifetime, I'm sure. So with that note, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the valedictory ceremony. May I have the honor to invite on the dais the dignitaries to grace the dais. May I call upon the patron of the conference, Dr. Monali Sabal, Chairperson, KIT International School, Dr. B.V. Ramkumar, Director, NIPIT, the Chief Patron of the conference. May I also take the opportunity of inviting on stage Ms. Ira Singhal, Dr. Navneeta Rath, former Chairman, PG Council, Local University, Mr. Rahul Bajaj, Lawyer, Supreme Court of India, Shri Sannyasi Behra Sir, Deputy Secretary, SSPD, SSEPD, Odisha, Dr. V. Shravan Reddy, Deputy Director, NIPIT. Yes, and for sure Dr. Sanjay Swar, Director cum Principal, KIT International School. The conclusion should be with a lot of energy, as I said, taking back great memories. On that note, may I request Ms. Vijayata Patnaik, Coordinator ICBBI 2026, to address the gathering.
Respected distinguished dignitaries on the dais, eminent speakers, delegates and participants, good evening to all. It's a matter of great privilege for me as the organizing secretary to present the 2-day proceedings report of the International Conference on Building Bridges for Inclusivity, ICBBI 2026, held on 2nd and 3rd May 2026 at KIT Auditorium, Bhubaneswar. This conference, organized collaboratively by National Institute for the Empowerment of Persons with Intellectual Disabilities, Secunderabad, and KIT International School, Bhubaneswar, in academic collaboration with University of Sussex, UK, aim to promote dialogue, research, and collaborations towards inclusive education and employment. The conference received an overwhelming response from across the country and abroad. I'm pleased to share with you, we had 82 oral presentations and 39 poster presentations. These presentations reflected diverse research, innovative practices, and real-life experiences aligned with the theme of inclusivity. On day 1, the conference commenced with delegate registration, followed by a grand inaugural ceremony setting the tone for 2 days of meaningful deliberations. There were insightful keynote addresses on inclusive pedagogy, educational justice, and experiences of teachers with disabilities. Post-lunch, the conference continued with the plenary sessions and panel discussions addressing critical themes such as safeguarding neurodivergent children, inclusion beyond intent, community-based inclusive development, policy framework supporting inclusivity, and mental health. The day concluded with vibrant cultural programs celebrating diversity and inclusion in spirit. The second day began with renewed enthusiasm and continued academic engagement. The sessions included plenary sessions on NCERT initiatives, universal design for learning, and inclusive education practices. Keynote addresses focusing on EdTech challenges, policy frameworks, and higher education inclusion. Important discussions were held on bridging assessment and diagnosis in classrooms, inclusive pedagogy and teacher preparation, rehabilitation, research, and institutional initiatives, and panel discussion on inclusive workplaces and meaningful engagement of persons with disabilities. These sessions provided a rich platform for knowledge exchange, collaboration, and policy dialogue. In these 2 days, we had 8 keynote sessions, 17 plenary sessions, and 2 panels. On behalf of the entire organizing committee, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our three patrons and conveners for their visionary leadership and for giving us a chance to organize this conference. Thank you. On this platform, it is important to acknowledge the inspiring work of Special Education Needs Globe at KIT International School, under the leadership of our founder, Professor Achyuta Samant, and able guidance of our chairperson, Dr. Monalisa Bal. SEN Globe stands as a shining example of inclusive education by supporting neurodivergent learners through multidisciplinary care, empathy, and innovation, reinforcing the very spirit of this conference. We have 300 children who are getting equitable space in the mainstream segment, and in near future, we aim to give every learner a chance to thrive and showcase their potential. Over these 2 days, ICBBI 2026 has truly fostered dialogue, collaboration, and commitment towards building a more inclusive society. The conference has not only shared knowledge but also strengthened our collective resolve to ensure dignity, equity, and opportunity for all. Thank you so much.
First of all, a big round of applause for the organization. Many congratulations. May I now have the privilege to call upon the patron of the conference and chairperson of KIT International School, Dr. Monalisa Bal. Ma'am, please.
Good evening. Participants, delegates, special educators, speakers, practitioners, dignitaries on the dais, namaskar. And we'll take very short while now before we wind up. So as we come close to the close of International Conference on Building Bridges for Inclusivity ICBBI 2026, it truly feels like not the end of an event, but the culmination of a journey which we have taken together. It was a new thing for all of us in KIT International School, and we felt these 2 days are extremely special for us because of not only the richness of the sessions but also of the people, those who are behind it. The opportunity to interact with eminent practitioners, speakers, those who are from the field actually brought depth and authenticity to our lived experience, and listening to them felt like not listening to theories, but we kind of connected with our experiences at home. And the scientific sessions and discussions opened new doors and windows for us in our understanding. It reminded us that inclusion is not actually a fixed idea. It can evolve, grow, adapt, but depends on how we choose and what we are looking at. The research scholars who presented papers and posters added immense value to this conference, like the works reflected inclusion from multiple perspectives. Classroom challenges, interventions, and the meaningful successes, little successes which gets overlooked, but are truly meaningful. Interesting was the discussions around UDL, EdTech, and the definition of inclusion through economic theories by Ms. Ira in the morning. It was very thought-provoking. They echoed ideas that inclusion exists within complexity and that there are no one-size-fits-all solutions. What works in one context may not work in another, and therefore inclusion practices must remain flexible, responsive, and deeply human. I extend my gratitude to Director NIPIT, Dr. P.V. Rajkumarji. Thank you so much, and our collaboration with NIPIT, it reflects a shared long-term commitment towards building inclusive systems through capacity building, resource sharing, and meaningful community engagement. As we move forward, may the conversation continue, may the ideas take shape, and may the bridges we have begun to build continue to grow stronger. Thank you so much, everyone. Enjoy.
May I now take the opportunity to invite over Dr. B.V. Ramkumar, Director NIPIT, the Chief Patron of the conference, to address the gathering. Sir, please.
Very good afternoon, respected dignitaries on the dais, eminent speakers who have actually patiently held back and still be here with us. Thank you so much. All the participants, paper presenters, and poster presenters. In fact, I have been through the posters and I've seen really amazing sort of initiatives, research initiatives, thought-provoking ideas actually, and maybe parents who are also here as who are registered for this conference. And one and all, thank you so much. In fact, as it happens with any conference, it has been really very great learning experience for me personally. I have been through most of the sessions, and some sessions when there are parallel, I have been selectively moving there and right. So in fact, I got a lot of ideas. In fact, it also shows us where we are and where we need to go in terms of empowerment of these people and creating an enabling and equitable platform for these people. And as you all know, government initiatives have been excellent. In fact, the government has been working tirelessly, and especially MSGE, DPWD. And very happy to see, like last time when I met my secretary madam, she was talking about the need for us to collaborate with the Department of School Education. And because you see, when we are talking about rehabilitation and inclusivity, it is a collaborative approach, not just of between DPWD, education departments, health, and also women and child departments, which are in the state. Like I'll tell you a small instance. In fact, it has been shown on the slide there. When we did that screening for early intervention, about 18 lakh children in the age group of 0 to 5 years in Telangana. The screening was done by Women and Child Development and through the Asha and Anganwadi workers on a smart checklist developed by NIPET. And subsequently, we had to move it. In fact, the state government moved it to the health department, where through the PHC doctors, the second phase of screening would be done. And subsequently, we would be actually NIPET along with our collaborators in terms of Indian Association of Developmental Pediatricians, and also through our CRCs and DEICs actually, would be going for a detailed checking or assessment for the people who still stand at risk after the PHC doctors done. So it's a very collaborative approach, even though I was also listening to Madam Ira Singhal here. She very rightly said, we don't need charity, we don't need sympathy, we need empathy, we want equal rights, and we want to be standing on equal footing and contributing towards the economic growth of the country. That should be the spirit, and actually she is an embodiment of that spirit. Congratulations, madam. And I think she is at the right place in the Department of School Education and dealing with inclusive education. So we are very sure our country's future policy is in safe hands, and certainly we at NIPET and through the DPWD we will be collaborating. In fact, tomorrow I'm having probably a meeting with the director NCRT, where we have been doing a lot of inclusive education programs across the country. See, when the NEP came and before that the RPWD Act came, a lot of parents used to come to us. Sir, the Act says that our children have an equal footing and they can go to regular schools, and whereas the principal is not giving us admission. And the parents are taking an objection to that a child with neurodiversity cannot sit with our children in the same classrooms with our students. And these are actually schools which are actually private and the so-called mixed schools. So from that stage, now we have seen with the Supreme Court intervention and the governmental interventions, a lot of changes are there. See, any policy when it has to translate into practice, it takes time, and especially in a huge country like ours. But again, it's amazing to see the pace at which we are able to implement, especially through the Supreme Court, in a small way, whatever it is, having special educators, having resource rooms, then having also shadow teachers in many of the schools in the urban areas at least. So things are moving, and we know for sure it will take time, but with, the sort of professionals who are sitting here, happy to see a lot of young professionals actually who are here, who have listened to all the international speakers to understand an international perspective. See, again, I always say, in fact, NIPET very clearly understands that we need to adapt and we have to come up with models of care or intervention and for inclusion based on our socio-cultural and economic conditions. We can't, blindly emulate whatever the Western models are, but certainly they have a lead. They have been doing this for some time, so we have to understand their, challenges. In fact, I was listening to one Professor Rose from Northampton University,
who actually in 2020 we actually called him for a lecture on inclusive education, especially for the principals of the private schools after listening to all those parents. He said, and he actually narrated the challenges with UK had faced, when actually they were planning to implement inclusive education. So, and in such small countries with at least few millions of population have such sort of trouble in bringing everybody on the same platform. Yes, we are also working very tirelessly, and you all people are also working in the communities and various organizations everywhere. So I'm very sure our country is in safe hands, and we will certainly work towards creating an equally, equal or maybe better platform, and where we have person with special abilities leading us actually, as is an example here of Ms. Ira Sindel sitting here, and I'm very sure we will be creating a wonderful and equitable platform for everyone. Thank you so much. And again, lastly, I would like to thank Kids International School, their founder. In fact, Samantha ji actually was here with us yesterday, and it's really amazing the type of efforts and one individual has put in creating such a wonderful, educational setup here in a city like Bhubaneswar actually. Wonderful, and really pleased, and also seeing the professionalism of the special education center here, having so many teachers, and one of the best inclusive models I've ever seen actually, where the regular children and also the special children are working together, and their cultural program actually is a testament of their efforts and the way they have performed wonderful. And I'm very sure we will be working more closely with Kids International School and Kids University in future also. And I would finally like to request all of you people, NIPID, as has been told by my faculty, we do a lot of programs, and we have been working on many areas. And next conference of ours is in IIM in Bangalore, in collaboration with them, with the IIM Bangalore. And also we have an Learning Disability Conference which is coming with AMTZ, AP Medical Tech Zone. We have an MOU with them where we are setting up our satellite center there, so we will be having that. So just follow us on our Facebook or Twitter or even our website for further updates, and all the literature, all the curriculums what we have developed, like we are told about NIPID Disha. This is the first time a curriculum for children with intellectual disabilities has been developed in the country, and it has been a very badly needed curriculum, because we have many teachers in the rural areas who actually didn't have access to really very good schools, and colleges for the special education also, and don't get even time for CRE programs. This will be a very big facilitating factor. And with this, intervention of our ministry, we already implemented in about 10 to 11 states. Now we have a lot of requests from Northeast and other states also, which we are taking them across. And I'm very sure you people who also is a special educator would be interested, and has been informed by my faculty, we'll be doing one more program in kids. Thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity, and look forward to coming back to this. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. If I can take the opportunity to request all of you to give a big round of applause to NIPID and the International School. With that, we will now have the exchange of MOU between DERA Tech and NIPID. For that, may I call upon DERA Tech founder, Mr. Rishikesh Amit Naik, and I would request Dr. B.V. Ramkumar sir, Director NIPID, to exchange the files. May we have the files on the stage. This MOU is about
this MOU is about transforming our research into a technological platform. So we have developed our research assessment tools, which we are transforming into a technological platform where we will be having an automated assessment and scoring and report generation. So our specific learning disability tool, grade level assessment instrument for schools, NIPID Glaze, is being transformed to a technology platform where it is making available for the teachers.
So SLD being transformed into tech, that is what the MOU talks about. Many, many congratulations. Thank you so much, dignitaries. With that, we move ahead with the prize distribution. May I request the dignitaries to be center stage for the prize distribution. Over to you.
Thank you. Now for the most anticipated part of the ceremony. Before I announce the name of the winners, I would just like to reiterate the dignitaries on the dais. We have Dr. Monalisa Bal, Chairperson, KIT International School, Dr. B.V. Ram Kumar, Director, NIPID, Ms. Ira Singhal, Deputy Secretary, Department of School Education and Literacy, Ministry of Education, Dr. Navanita Rath, former Chairman, PG Council, Utkal University, Mr. Rahul Bajaj, lawyer, Supreme Court of India, Shri Sanyasi Behera, Deputy Secretary, SSEPD, Odisha, Dr. V. Shravan Reddy, Deputy Director, NIPID. And of course, at the end, we have Dr. Sanjay Kumar Suwar, Director cum Principal, KIT International School. Now moving on to the round of applause. Thank you. Any conference, any academic conference, the effort or the crux or the foundation of that conference is the scholars who travel from far and wide and come and present their ideas and scholarship at the conference. We are honored to present these prizes to them. The paper presentation professional category first prize. The name of the paper is Participation of Girls with Disabilities in Special and Inclusive Educational Settings, goes to Ms. Niharika Singh, the winner in this category. Professional category second prize goes to Ms. Monmeet Malik. Her paper is titled as Effect of Therapeutic Listening Program on Visual Motor Integration and Handwriting Skills Among Students with Autism in Inclusive Classrooms. Ms. Monmeet Malik, please come on to the stage. Present here right now. We will move on to the student category. The paper presentation student category first prize goes to Ms. Navjot Singh, whose paper was titled as Development of Home-Based Special Education Services for Parents and Intervention Program. Congratulations to Ms. Navjot Singh. Could she please come onto the stage? The paper presentation in student category second prize. This goes to Muhammad Ajmal AP. His paper was titled as Teachers' Efficacy for Inclusive Practices Among Elementary Teachers in Kendriya Vidyalayas of Hyderabad and Secunderabad. Ajmal, could you please come on to the stage? move on to the poster presentation category now. The first prize in the poster presentation category goes to two people, Sushmita Kumari and Barsha Priya Das. Effectiveness of universal design for learning in inclusive classrooms. That is the title of their posters. Could the both of you please come onto the stage? Thank you. Prize of the day for the poster presentation category, second prize goes to Kiran S, whose poster was titled as Awareness of NEP 2020 NCF SE 2023 among prospective teachers in Malabar region, Kerala, a special education perspective. Kiran, could you please come onto the stage and collect your prize? A round of applause for Kiran. All for the prize distribution ceremony. Could we all have a large round of applause for all the winners, for all their achievements?
Thank you, Inclusive. Thank you, seated. Thank you so much for doing the honors. You know, we are Indians, like we are from India, from the land of yogas, and we should use our palms in the rightest way. I'll say how? By clapping loud. Louder, so that we know we've done it well. And congratulations to all the winners for that note.
I would now like to invite Dr. Sanjay Kumar Swar, Director cum Principal, KIT International School, to deliver the vote of thanks for the conference. Over to you, sir.
I know you will all clap louder after this is over. Good evening, everyone. Honorable dignitaries on the dais, all invited participants, and all the staff from school as well as the university as well as our NIPED team. At the outset, I extend our heartfelt gratitude to the Department of Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities under the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, Government of India, the Rehabilitation Council of India, and SSCPT Odisha for their unwavering support, encouragement, and belief in the vision of this conference. Your commitment to inclusion and empowerment continues to inspire all of us working in this field. I feel honored and deemed a privilege to extend my vote of thanks to the Chief Patron of the ICPBI 2026, the founder of KIT and KISS, Professor Chitra Samanta, for providing and guiding us with this wonderful venue in making the International Conference a grand success. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Madam Mira Singhal, IS, Deputy Secretary of School Education and Literacy, for her powerful insights in gracing this occasion. I also extend my vote of thanks to the Chief Patron of ICPBI 2026 and Director in NIPED, Dr. B.V. Ramkumar, for supporting us in organizing this international conference. I extend sincere thanks to Madam Navnita Ratha, Dr. Navnita Ratha, former PG Council Chairman, Inclusivity, for her valuable guidance in maintaining the quality check of this conference. I extend the summer heat dominated by showers of rain has dispelled itself with inspiring accolades of the patron ICPBI 2026 and chairperson of KIT International, Dr. Monal Sebal, who has been a constant source of inspiration and guidance for all of us, without which this international conference would not have become such a roaring success. I extend my heartfelt gratitude on behalf of all the participants to the patron ICPBI 2026 and Deputy Pro Vice Chancellor, University of Sussex, Professor Simon Thompson, for coming all the way from London and sparing his precious time and stars. I also thank Professor Keith Pereira of University of Sussex for sharing his invaluable thoughts with us. I do thank the convener ICPBI 2026 and Deputy Director in charge, Dr. Ghishavan Reddy, NIPET. I would like to acknowledge the remarkable efforts of the entire NIPET team, the both academic and evening team, whose dedication in curating and conducting insightful technical sessions has truly elevated this conference. And your tireless work has not only ensured academic excellence, but also attracted an overwhelming participation from across the country and abroad, making ICPBI 2026 a truly global platform. My special thanks to Dr. K. Lalita, faculty NIPET, for initiating this entire process. I thank the Special Secretary SSCPD, Madam Rajni Jani, and Deputy Secretary SSCPD, Sir Sandersi Behra, for their presence to motivate us during the ICPBI 2026. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all our distinguished speakers, both offline and online, from reputed national and international organizations who so generously shared their knowledge and insights. Your contributions have truly enriched this conference and reminded us that meaningful change begins when knowledge is shared openly and collaboratively. It has been a privilege to listen to each one of you. I am equally grateful to all our delegates for their inspiring presentations in both the oral and poster categories. Your work reflects dedication, innovation, and deep commitment to the field. A special note of thanks to all the CRE participants for your active engagement and enthusiasm throughout the sessions. Your participation added immense value to the learning experience for this conference. I sincerely hope you had a wonderful stay in Odisha and experienced the warm hospitality at KIT. Please do forgive us for any shortcomings. We truly value your feedback and will strive to improve and do even better in the future. Thank you for making ICPBI 2026 a truly enriching and memorable experience. It is time to appreciate, of course, the entire amazing team of Keats International School. I extend my sincere thanks to the admin officer, Mr. K. Chan, and Assistant Admin Officer, Mr. Chinmay, and the entire admin staff for ensuring all kinds of logistic supports to make ICPBI 2026 a grand success. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Quality Control Head, Madam Shivani Mahanti, and her team for the wonderful food and hospitality. My special thanks to the Deputy Director Academics and Event of Keats International School, Madam Chinmay, for her guidance in anchoring all the sessions of the ICPBI 2026 and entire meeting. I am deeply grateful to the IT team led by Mr. Chitra Digal for the smooth technical conduct in all rooms. I would like to extend heartfelt gratitude to the following teams: Finance team, led by Mr. Manidata Champatirai, Cultural team led by Mr. Santosh Lekha, the Art team led by Santosh Patnaik, and the HR team led by Madam Shanta. I thank our ATO, Mr. Sahu, and Transport Department led by Mr. Ketis and Mr. Nihal. My deepest gratitude to all the teachers of Keats International School who were present all the time. Running from such distinguished speakers, my heartfelt thanks to the senior leadership team and all the academic coordinators of Keats. I extend my sincere thanks to the organizing secretary of ICPBI 2026 and coordinator Centro, Madam Admin Centro, Supervisor Sukanya, Notice Supervisor Madam, and the entire team of special educators, therapy, psychologists, admin, and customers to implement minor details of these planned technical sessions and the wonderful cultural segments so during the conference. My special thanks to Dr. Sitakant Tripathi for his thoughts during the implementation of the planned sessions. To all our Central parents, thank you very much for your participation and for encouraging the children, especially in the cultural events. Your support strengthens our collective mission. I also extend my gratitude to all the staff of KIT University, especially the working team of Campus 6, for their seamless coordination and support to our vision. I thank our special sponsor, Tata Power, for sponsoring this program. Also special thanks to Lears Metal, CSM Technology, NALCO, OPGC, OP, HC, IOCL, and ICCI for their financial support in making ICPBI 2026 a grand success. I thank the representative media for their timely presence and encouragement to ventilate the message to all people in general. This occasion could have become dull and drab had not been this colorful presence of the students and staff of all the institutions from all around the country. And of course, my dear students from NIPET who stayed with us at Keats International School Hostel and helped us in arranging the logistics on both the days of ICPBI 2026. I heartily thank you for all the pain you have taken to be with us on this occasion. At the same time, I do express my sincere thanks to all the sign language interpreters from West India staff. As reflected in the spirit of the conference and echoed in acknowledgements, this gathering has been more than just an academic event. It has been a celebration of collaboration, dedication, and shared purpose. As we conclude, let us carry forward not just the knowledge we have gained, but the values we stand for: inclusion, dignity, and opportunity for every individual with special needs. At St. Globe, we believe that inclusion is not an act of charity, but a shared responsibility, which was, of course, I think it was in the opinion of Madam Ira Singhal today, a commitment to creating a world where every child is seen, heard, and empowered to thrive. Last but not least, all my thanks to all colleagues, staff, and students of the school who could put up such a show within a short span of time. Once again, I thank you all for the patient hearing. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. A big thank you to all of us, to all of you, to being a great audience, along with being delegates. I don't know whether this is the protocol or not, but in the Gen Z language, can we have hands up in the air and clap for each one of us present in the hall, because we all were here for an objective. Yes, we'll do this. Yes. Can we do this, please? Come on, let's capture it on camera. This is the memory that we are going to cherish all our lives, because we were here for one objective. Beside the technicality, it is empathy that is driving all of us under one roof. Thank you so very much, Dignity. Thank you so much. Thank you, audience. Now, let us all rise for the national anthem.
पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
The delegates, please collect your certificates from the registration desk by sharing your registration number.
Proceedings of the conference who have sent the full papers will be available in the NIPID website. So those who have sent the full papers, their proceedings will be available in the NIPID website. And those who have not shared the full paper as of now, you can share the full paper within 5 days so that we will be able to combine it and give it at the proceedings. And one more announcement, it is the certificates has been arranged in the registration order where you have done the registration in counter A, B, C, D. So as per that serial number, certificates also arranged in 4 different counters. You can collect it from the respective counter. Then those who got the prizes, in the cash prize cover, a paper slip will be there where you have to write your account number and details and give it back to me. Then we will give the cash prize. Okay, thank you.
लाइव को उठाओगे लाइव ऑफ है
Hello.